Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. From the beginning of time, humans have always looked towards the sky for inspiration and guidance. There has been a fascination with birds, stars, gods, goddesses, and other entities which seem to exist above us, and for many humans, a strong yearning to travel into space. Man has dreamt of flight since observing space, and now it is time to become the space traveller. The future of space travel requires us to understand from where we came, to see where we are going.
Several thousand years ago, philosophers Mozi and Lu Ban from China were looking to the wind for flight. They invented kites using silk and bamboo, allowing for the later development of communication, measuring distances, testing the wind, and lifting men.
The invention of the kite brought with it the desire to fly. The first known attempts at flight were typically by leaping off towers, known as tower jumping. People in China, India and Europe first attempted flight this way.
In 1670, Francesco Lana de Tarzi published a book that showed some interesting concepts. The concept of copper foil in a sphere with a vacuum would produce a vacuum airship. This is still not possible with today's materials. Francesco is recognized as the father of aeronautics, melding science and mathematics into aerial navigation.
The Chinese are believed to have developed the first hot air device. The Chinese lantern, using hot air from a candle, can take flight and was first used for signalling. The hot air balloon achieved the first human lift and advanced to what we know of as the Zeppelin.
The first attempts at flight in a heavier-than-air flying machine were made by more than just the Wright brothers. Most attempts failed. However, they were the stepping stones for what was to come later. The oldest airport, College Park, is still in operation today.
Airplanes evolved rapidly through the century, from propeller to helicopter to jet aircraft, and most of that technology is used today.
During the Second World War, Germany developed rockets that could go a limited distance. The basic rocket technology used then is still used today. The space race started with the Soviet Union and the USA in 1957 and led to many developments for the next step, the moon.
The spacecraft assigned as Apollo 11 was the first spacecraft to have landed on the moon. The space shuttle operated at tremendous cost. Burning the fuel proved to be wasteful and dangerous technology. The International Space Station, ISS, is a habitable artificial satellite that was assembled in low Earth orbit in 1998 with the use of the space shuttle. The ISS can often be seen with the naked eye from Earth.
SpaceX, as a private aerospace producer and space transportation services company, was founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation costs and enabling the colonization of Mars. SpaceX reuses the first stage of their primary rocket, Falcon 9, by vertical propulsive landings. Although, up to present time, it still uses the rocket fuel burning technology. Mehran Keshe has always said, the time for burning fuels is over, but did we need to start with that technology in the first place?
Ancient cultures have suggested the use of an alternative means of transportation. With reference to possible plasma technology,
you can go to New York from Brussels within 2 to 5 minutes. And most of this 5 minutes is actually landing and getting up.
Mehran Tavakkoli Keshe was born in Iran in 1958. As the son of an X-ray engineer, he was introduced to the world of radiation and nuclear science at a very young age. In 1981, he graduated from Queen Mary, the University of London, as a nuclear engineer specialized in reactor technology system control. At that time, he developed a number of theoretical ideas related to more simple nuclear concepts and their applications. In 2002, he decided to finish the full design of his ideas about nuclear technology. This included the creation and control of gravity and energy by the use of nuclear materials in a clean and safe hydrogen reactor. Mehran Keshe introduced the concept of double magnetic fields to explain the magnetic and gravitational field of Earth.
Unknown by the existing scientific community, he wrote a number of scientific papers in 2004 and sent them for peer review, such as the creation of black holes. When one of the persons performing the peer review used his information in public, he decided to draw back his papers and to concentrate further on building prototypes.
Since the beginning of 2006, several prototypes of dynamic reactors have been built, some specifically designed to create hovering effects, similar to effects seen with magnetic levitation. Basic hovering effects have been achieved. 2007 brought the first flight test with radioactive material, in which the patents describe the process of the field interactions.
The main patent, Gravitational and Energy System, described the initial fundamental aspects of the plasma and uses. This was followed by the supplemental patent, Microplasma Reactors, where further uses and advancements were described. Mr. Keshe found himself in Iran in 2008 and was provided all the resources needed to create the first lift of a plasma reactor managed by the Iranian government. These special rotating gas reactors were used to control the plasma. To bring a deeper understanding, Mr. Keshe released the first book in 2009, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. which contained many new concepts released to the public. This included the PMTIC plasma magnetic fields, initial fundamental plasma and plasma dilution technology used for space reactors. The plasma technology was further developed and it manifested in weight fluctuation in a controlled environment. 2010 introduced a new state of matter called GANS, an acronym for gas in nanosolid state. The GANS produces fields to be used in the operation of the spaceship. Advanced flight tests were performed in Iran with the guidance of Mr. Keshe and the newly designed systems.
Mr. Keshe tells us you can't bring all the doctors with you in space. Medical research advanced in 2010 and is still being explored daily all around the world. The Keshe Foundation has provided knowledge for dealing with many medical conditions in space.
A great example of plasma technology used for peaceful process is the capturing of the USA drone over Iran in December 2011. This drone was touted as one of the most advanced drones of its day and was caught by Iran using plasma to disrupt the communications. Plasma absorbs fields and the drone uses radio fields for piloting, a natural aspect of the plasma, a barrier of fields.
Book 2, The Structure of the Light, was released in 2011. This book brought forward the understanding of the structure of light as a cylindrical plasma where the light is in possession of all magnetic field strengths. Book 3, The Origin of the Universe, was published later in 2011. Mr. Keshe explained the further operation and interaction of different strengths of the same fields, which then leads to the creation of the universe. These 3 books bring forward a much deeper understanding of the plasma science that is applied worldwide by knowledge seekers and scientists in spaceship research and development.
There were 2 conferences to release the space technology to governments in 2012. The first international presentation in April, Keshe Foundation invited representatives of every country to the first presentation of the plasma technology. The second international presentation in September, Keshe Foundation invited the nations of the world through their ambassadors and their leaders to attend a gathering at the Keshe Foundation Center in Nenove, Belgium.
Space travel requires peace. The implementation of the plasma technology brings greater responsibility. In 2013, Mr. Keshe brought forward the World Peace Treaty. Signing of the Peace Treaty is a confirmation from yourself to your soul to act correctly in a peaceful manner.
In 2014, knowledge seekers came together from around the world to learn from Mr. Keshe, and many different experiments with reactors were performed, including improving the previously developed reactors to fit with the new knowledge, introduction of nano-coated reactors, multi-core GANS systems. The Spaceship Institute lab experiments were streamed live on the internet for all to see. SSI lab tests with reactors showed strong magnetic field pulses up to 129 Tesla and showed significant weight fluctuations. In December, an experiment was performed using reactors built by knowledge seekers from around the world. Italy, Germany, and Canada were involved in field communication tests. The tests showed that fields can interact with each other no matter the distance or time, resulting in instant communication.
In 2015, developments for space continued with different aspects of the plasma technology, such as in health, energy, and decontamination. In October of 2015, Mr. Keshe taught a popular week-long course called the Blueprint Teachings about how to build the MAGRAV power units. People from all over the world participated with building their own MAGRAV units and teaching others. With the demand of the Keshe Foundation products from all over the world, a new research center and manufacturing opened in Arizona, USA. Many developments of the technology happened in different parts of the world, and Keshe Foundation USA is no exception. John and the team started performing experiments using different sensing tools. These tools allowed the team to visualize the MAGRAV fields and to show others their interactions. With reactor formations showing positive results, partaking in the knowledge together is easier and more joyful than ever. The fun has just begun, says MT Keshe.
Mr. Keshe publicly teaches the space technology through the weekly Knowledge Seekers workshops. Plasma enthusiasts from around the world participate in gathering the knowledge and putting the puzzle together in the space race. All people, irrespective of race, nation or religion, are invited to participate in the exchange of knowledge, thus assisting humanity to live within the ethos of the universe. It is recognized that international cooperation and peace is a prerequisite for mankind to journey into deep space. Individuals and nations are invited to come together in the spirit of collaboration and unity to enable peaceful application and the use of plasma technology for space travel, food, agriculture, energy, transportation, health and more. We are excited to release the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Blueprint to humanity.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to the 319th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 12th, 2020. The title of this workshop is the Iran Keshe Foundation Coronavirus Blueprint Day. This is a production of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today, along with Flint Mulhausen. And as usual, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe on today's special Coronavirus Blueprint Day. Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin today's workshop? Okay, we might have a delay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Thank you.
Good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers programs, as usual, on Thursday mornings for past 7 years. In the past years, we have covered many aspects of the technology, and we have entered a new dimension in understanding the technology and trying to share more and more with each other how this new understanding and technology will bring forth the understanding, the total understanding of the new science. In the past weeks and months, we've been busy with what we call coronavirus in China. We got involved in this as it developed in China. And we always thought this will be a Chinese problem. Soon it became a problem for Iran, and sooner than that we thought it became a problem for Italy. And today, Thursday morning, 12th of March 2020, it has become a global problem. We have seen initially all the Chinese borders closed. Then we saw the Iranian borders slowly close down as governments and nations try to protect themselves. And gradually, now we're seeing Italy's border closed down. German, French, and today Austrians closed many borders. No flights, by the order of the President Trump this morning, can fly into the United States from any European countries except United Kingdom for a limited time, for the next 30 days. In this process, we've seen South America, Brazil, we've seen African nations, Arab nations, and we've seen many, many other countries, one by one, are getting involved in this, what I call ruthless disease, virus. As a Space Technology Development Organization, not just for this disease or this virus, Keshe Foundation has always thought and accepted that in the depth of the space, there are no bacteria, because it needs the condition of creating amino acids which can match or can interact. In a space, with the new space technology, we consider is a field play for magnetic fields in all shapes and forms. Therefore, we consider a space to be a playground for viruses for the body of the man. As they take hold, as they become more and more active and interactive with our cells, the magnetic field of the cells of the atoms or molecules of our body, they will attach themselves to it. Some of them find it a good feeding ground, and some of it will feed these cells. In the development of the space technology, Keshe Foundation set out to understand the interaction of the fields with the body of the man. We developed many systems, non-intrusive, and the latest, as you saw, the new enhancement, body enhancement unit. We showed that diseases, illnesses of the body of the man can be handled from outside than inside, and can be done in a much easier way than we have assumed and we carried out in past centuries and decades, and in recent time by operations and tablets and the rest. In the world of science, we have entered into a fourth dimension of technology of science of what we call physics, which is more or less plasma. Dynamic fields in the motion, in the essence of the creation of life, creates all conditions, cells, life, plants, and everything else. In this process, we set out to understand what viruses are, how we can interact with them, how we can drain them, or how we can nourish them. And in that process, in early 2000, 2005, I started developing interacting field systems, which means I can interact with a cell, be it the heart, be it the brain, from outside, not by radiation, but by interaction of the fields, the way everything else in this universe works. Interaction of the fields of the gravity and magnetic field of the Earth and the Sun creates life on this planet. The interaction of four fields creates oxygen, hydrogen, and everything else. In a way, our atmosphere on the outer limits is a grinding machine of energies that, in their interaction with the inertia of the planet, become matters. Once we understood this, creating life, creating brain cells, creating cells of the body of the man became a child play. By creating dynamic fields, which could be on their own as a cell, as a single atom, we could interact with the energy, magnetic field of the cell of the brain, or with the body, and create new cells. So we became, in a way, a womb of the mother. The womb of the mother nourishes the first interaction of the fields of the sperm and egg from outside. And with that energy within the womb, allows the cells to grow and then take shape and then creates interaction between itself and the body of the mother through umbilical cord. We went to that process before umbilical cord, where the cells from 2 became 4, became 8, and the rest. Where did the energy come from when it's only 2 without no connection? It means that cells were taking energy from their environment and through the interaction of the fields, growing, increasing their energy, and at a certain limit, they split to the next level, to 4, to 8, and the rest. We understood the process of creation. And in that process, we understood we can create too. Then the game of the life, creation of life, became absolutely easy. In this process, we could create everything, but we had to find how we can produce this. We became from matter, and every time we had energy, we used the matter to burn it, oil, gas, everything we could, wood, but then we only could use that energy to boil or to do something with it. We had to come up with a new technology and new science that we could get the matter to its energy in a different form, and from that energy create new matters. And this new technology, known as the plasma space technology, we have managed, for example, to take a copper through certain processes to convert it to its plasmatic atomic copper, and we call it a GANS, which is a gas in the nano state, because that's how it's created. And then from that point, create any elements we like. So we could go from copper to energy of the copper, and from interaction of the energies of copper with each other, create oxygen, hydrogen, brain of the man cell, or a heart, or energy of the banana. Once we start doing this and we start creating materials, the game became very easy. In the process of understanding transfer of energies, we became to understand that in a simple way, we could interact with the energies of the body of the man. When the brain cell was missing, we interacted and we produced the brain cells, as many of you know about the coma patients and the rest. We understood in the process the weaker takes from the stronger. In the plasma technology, there is no destruction. It's always balance. It's always fair play. And in all ways, the stronger gives to the weaker, that the weaker can grow to become as strong as stronger. And in that process, in a world of cosmology, we call it twinity. The Earth has a twin star. And when we look in the depth of the sky, we always see twin stars. One gives, one takes, and the balance between the two guarantees continuity of life. So understanding this, we developed the technology, understanding that the viruses will capture and live amongst ourselves. Then we had to understand two things: what and how viruses work within the body of the man. In the present world of medicine, we always think of killing. We kill viruses, we kill germs, we kill and kill, we even kill each other. But in the game of plasma, in the game of creation, we give till the point that one cannot take or decides I had enough. In a way, we promote life, and that has been the key to the world of life in the universe. What became very clear is that what we call viruses as we've seen with the present medicine, they have no cure for. In so many ways, we became part of the game. And in that process, we realized that doctors created antibiotics and everything else to create, to kill the bacteria and the rest, or split them in any shape or word of language you want. Then we looked at understanding the plasma, that doctors can't do anything with viruses. You get a flu, the doctors tell us you go home, wait, it'll go away. Because we explained it in every shape or form, but not in its reality of confirmation of its existence. What does this mean? As we have taught many times, that the plasma of the cell of the man started one game. If this is the cell, doctors with you always said, if you bring another cold bacteria, antibiotics or whatever, you can dissolve and break this up. It's a damaged cell, but it will make a new one. But what we found out with viruses is that the viruses didn't play the game of the man. They surrounded the cell. In so many ways, doctors give you antibiotic. The virus has a magnetic field shield. And you have to wait. This energy of this shield gradually reduces till none left, and then you overcome the flu. Then the game for us as a plasma physicist, understanding the work of the universe became very easy. We had to find a system that we could reduce this instead of waiting for days and weeks to get rid of the flu, in seconds, in minutes. We knew the secret that if we create a plasma, now we knew how to make from matter here, weak enough, the plasma of the virus will start making contact. And it's trying to give it enough strength to grow, to become equal. And in that process, the virus will start losing its strength. Instead of waiting for weeks, we had to wait minutes and seconds and hours. A shortcut to virus. And the doctors tells us, the scientist tells us, the biochemist tells us, this virus has a crown and this virus has a lot of other things with it. We can see in its structure, which is cell in the middle, and they call it whatever they like. But if you understand the world of the plasma, the surface, what they see outside and they try to tackle, is actually the energy interaction of the virus, like Earth, with the magnetic fields of the cell, which leads to the creation of what you call corona, or the outer shape. So in a way, the virus eats by energy, and the interaction of these two fields gives manifestation of the physicality of what we see, what is on top of the damaged cell. Like the interaction of the magnetic gravitational field of the Earth and the Sun, and in a lower state gives the surface of the Earth. So what the doctors and the scientists never looked was this, the field around the cell, the field of the plasma of the virus. And now with the new technology, we have found the key. Literally, we take and we show we are weak, and the cell in its energy state of virus tries to match with the plasma we introduce, and very easy, the virus doesn't exist. This is why the present world medicine is baffled by this technology, cannot understand it, because they always looked at the matter state, what they could see outside, and not understanding that the virus was the energy pack which was sitting around. Now we deplete it within seconds. Coronavirus, Ebola, African swine, E. coli, they're all, doesn't matter, even in the shape of bacteria, now can be handled, because even the bacteria have an energy field within them. The world of medicine has moved out of injections. The world of medicine has moved away from tablets. The world of medicine has moved away from operation now that we understand this technology. So it was easy for us, understanding this, to create a new science. Plasma science in application of the Plasma Technology Education Foundation looks at the virus in a very simple way. The cell and the energy of the virus. Then we introduce small, very weak plasma in the form of the contained in the water, contained in any shape or form. We bring it close to the body of the man. And what does it do? Once it comes, it creates the field. And that's all it does. In no time, virus does not exist, because you have transferred its energy to slightly higher, transient into the atmosphere, and in so many ways, there is no virus. This is what we have to accept. The technology and the science has moved on, and the doctors with their PhDs have to learn very fast. Otherwise, as we've seen in China, in Iran, and across the world, they're losing their patients. Keshe Foundation moves in, we say, you doctors play your game, you create a lot of graves. And we have seen the latest report which we announced, we announced it last week. The new coronavirus has evolved again. It has mutated last week, 2 weeks ago, and we have seen the outcome of it in the past 2 weeks, how this coronavirus has played havoc on China and now in Iran, Italy, and the rest of it. Originally, when we had the man, we saw the interaction between the lungs, and we saw heart attacks. In this, because there are cells involved, we saw fever, we saw high temperature. Understanding that the virus comes through the nose and through the mouth into the lungs, The energy always is given at the point of entry, not just only to the lung. Now that we understand the virus's energy, it dissipated his energy into the brain. We saw many people dying with no fever, but of a brain hemorrhage, brain stroke. We saw many young people dying of heart attack because this virus has a nasty game to play. It comes in, is weak, uses the energy of the body. Then at the same time, it connects to the other lung. They become the twin stars. The energies start moving till they consume and create enough water to absorb the energy which comes through the breathing. And then they tap into the energy of the heart. Heart trying to compensate. The patient dies of heart stroke. But at the same time, if the energy fits to the brain faster before the lung shows, your patient dies of brain hemorrhage. In the last 7 days, we have seen a new game. Virus has moved into intestine and organs. You don't see any temperature. Doctors start complaining that people talk about the sore throat, suffocation, and they die. Kidney failure, organ failure, and out of nowhere, huge pain, arm, throat, actually suffocating without the pain. In this process, we see people will have diarrhea and the stool changes to red, which is actually hemoglobin, or the stool will start changing because this virus at entry will damage the pancreas and the liver. One of the new signs you have to look is the color of the stool when you go to the toilet. So now we have brain, heart, suffocation through failure of organs. The new technology and all the what they call injections and dosages has brought one big problem. The virus, which is not understood by the scientists up to now, does not come through the nose as such. It links to the energy of the body because it finds it in the brain and it comes to it. So if you understood the technology and the knowledge of plasma, the energy transfer of the virus is through its magnetic fields. It'll find you. And like the way transfers weaker to stronger, does not matter where you are, sun and its twin star are billions of kilometers from each other. They still interact. If the virus finds a matching strength things in the amino acid of the man, it will link into. And that's it. This is how you mainly catch this virus. The liquid in the nose, and then the process starts through the breathing system, through the lungs, and everything else. And once this system sets in your body, something strange will happen, which the Chinese scientists never understood, and it baffled the Chinese government. They find a way to eradicate the flu or the virus, and the patient comes back again 14 days later, 24 days later. And then they usually, because in the second stage weakness, they die. And they say it was okay, but it came back because they did not understand the phenomena of the magnetic field transfer of the virus. In the lung, when you kill with bacteria of what we call antibiotics or whatever you use, the virus leaves a magnetic field fingerprint in a weak state. So as you walk down the street, neighbor has it, there's a spot of it on the handle of the bus. What do? You invite it in. Secondary. It comes till it kills you. We don't have no knowledge to stop this. Till today, till now. Where with a new technology and understanding it, by using the new plasma technology, we call it the GaNs, we create a shield. In a way, we wash the body. We clean the system by drinking. We send energies to transfer the energy of the bacteria and the energy of the virus at the same time out of the body of the man. We've seen many claims. People have come up with a new material, new injections, new whatever, but it can handle maybe one strand of this material. Now we see it has many strands. It's locked into RNA, which is the magnetic field, and that's why it's traveling so fast. This is why it's a virus. It's the virus on the RNA strength of the carbon, and most probably due to its rapid interaction is twin brother oxygen. If you understand the work of the plasma, of the physics of the what we call amino acid, now you understand how the game is played. Oxygen being high, trying to feed the carbon to keep in touch. In conjunction with the existence of nitrogen, it creates a twin sister where hydrogen in its spare time releases energy to keep the system going, and that's how we create life, continuity of the transfer of energy. And in this process, the only way the mankind will stand this mutation is by developing a system which is as versatile and diverse as the virus itself, which is nothing else we know than the GaNs. GaNs in nano state, which is developed by the Keshe Foundation, and we have seen across the world, Chinese government have used it, Iranian knowledge seekers across Iran are using it, it's on the table of the Iranian president, is on the table of the Iranian research universities and Sepah to take it up for the nation. But the nation is looking after itself through this process. In our work with the Chinese government, the decision made by CPC was very deceiving. In a way, we gave all the knowledge as they asked us every time, can we have this? Can we have that, Mr. Keshe? Can you give us this? And they took it and they didn't release any knowledge back to us. We tested with the pigs, we could see, and then they blocked it because now they stole the technology. Then in the past 2 months, we gave them more and more, and then they went behind our back to our knowledge seekers saying, don't work, we take the technology. He just brought it in, and they took the technology. And as we've seen, His Excellency President Xi, 2 days ago, went to Wuhan City, cleaned up with the waters of the GaNs made by the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, cleaning the streets for him to visit. They start using the technology in hospitals in China, and they saw its benefit. And then, as usual, the habitat Chinese stealing the technology is the easiest way, as long as it's credited to false Chinese scientists, very much like British with Stephen Hawking and the rest. Steal the technology and then put your own name of your nationality. This nationhood business of China has cost the world millions of lives, and the nation of Chinese nation themselves. But the game changed. Every time we went to the national security of China, can we see the results? They blocked us. Every excuse. And they lost millions. The death toll in China is in excess of millions, not 5 or 10,000. Then, when the death takes over, government needs to lie. We are known as an unspoken scientific organization. You can go live. You can go live, yes. In this process, we gave the technology to China and we learned nothing from it. And the Chinese developed different aspects of the technology for themselves without sharing it with the Keshe Foundation. But they gave instruction to Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers that blank out Mr. Keshe. He just told you, we do it ourselves. I respect that. Stealing is the habit of the Chinese organizations. For 2 years I lived there, I saw it every day. The virus came to Iran, and we gave all our support to the Iranian Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, and in past 2 weeks, they have achieved enormous amount of success. The way the Iranian Keshe Foundation start seeing the results, and they knew the technology works, they entered into helping every Iranian who asked for help by introducing the new technology. And as you remember, as I say, a thief is a thief by nature. Does not matter even if he give him a gift, he would steal it. We gave a gift of a cup of life, as you see, to the Chinese nation for the new year, and the Chinese stole the technology. I gave this as a gift, as a cup of life, to the Chinese community on 24th of January. Chinese security and the government took it, they tested it immediately for themselves, and they found out it works. It does what it says, and as we saw again, another clandestine activities by Chinese leadership in trying to steal technology. And we even heard in the past 24 hours, they are trying to bring this technology to give it to the Italians. This technology belongs to the Iranian nation, and it belongs to the Iranian scientists. When we took the technology to produce the materials, as we call GANs, as we can see, is a simple element of it. This is what saves your life. This material. This cup produces GANs. It's a gas nanostate, and by using the water above it, Chinese managed to wash the street of Wuhan. And what we saw is very simple. We gave this technology to Iranian Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. And they went with open arms, with the love of the nation, and they took it to every channel, streets, hospitals, and offered it to the doctors. They didn't take no for an answer. And the people who were on the deathbed and the hospital sent them home because there is no accommodation, and they could not accommodate because some of them couldn't understand. They start using this material. The water of it is a natural water. And we saw changes. But this time, with the Iranian Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers and the Iranians who use these, they made it themselves at home, and they use it themselves at home, understanding simple process of a cup of life, they start feeding back a lot of knowledge to us. We start with a team of doctors sitting with us, analyzing, understanding how this virus is behaving, how is this virus is modifying, how it mutates, what does it do? And in the past 2 weeks, we learned huge amounts of knowledge from the Iranian knowledge seekers and the Iranian nation. And for that reason, today's knowledge seekers will run for hours. We have no limitation. We have blocked tomorrow and the day after, if need be, to bring you a good news. I step down. I become a translator with the help of other Iranians who can translate. And as you saw at the beginning, we call today the blueprint for coronavirus from Iran. Iranian knowledge seekers, scientists, doctors have devoted their life and they have proven that coronavirus can be overcome, as hundreds and hundreds are using it. Thousands of Iranians are using it, individuals in groups, and we are waiting for the office of His Excellency President Rouhani of Iran and Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran to allow it to be used nationally by Iran. And at the same time, due to its success, we have offered through the Sabah of Iran to take this technology across the planet. Chinese have stolen, they don't know the whole history and understanding of the technology. Iranian Keshe Foundation, with the support of the Sabah in groups of 30 and 40 and 50 across this planet, one by one, we help every nation across this planet to overcome this disease. We send Iranian Sabah teams to Washington to help them to open in New York and the rest, which is now locked down, to Germany, France, and Italy, to help these nations to help themselves to overcome this virus. You close the gates of Iran, you brought sanctions, we bring you love and care and life. Many of you will die if the Iranians do not teach the way I do, if the Iranians do not share if I do. Knowledge is free, and as is the tradition, we always love our enemies and we give them enough that we can survive, that they become victims. We share this knowledge with the knowledge seekers, and we share this knowledge with the rest of the humanity through the Iranian nation and the Iranian governments, which we stand solidly behind. The Iranian team in Tehran is standing by. They will teach you in Farsi. You should have learned the language when you copied our religion Mithraism and you made it Catholicism. Now we teach you the knowledge of Iran through the science and technology of the Iranian nation and the Keshe Foundation supporters, that all the knowledge seekers around the world learn the knowledge from the Iranian scientists. So, my knowledge seekers, we are all Iranian. So, we are one nation. I would like to invite the Iranian team, headed by the most beautiful woman. I call it the Mother Teresa of Iran, Mrs. Mohammadi, who has single-handedly for past month has seen, like a mother looking after the flock of men, how to distribute, to make things, and make sure the Iranian government officials stay in tow with her. And I would like to welcome her. She spoke last week with us. We know her beautiful voice. And from this part on, the table is in the hand of the Iranians. They waited the time before we gave it to the Chinese. Mrs. Mohammadi, before I introduce you, we would like to welcome you for the first time shown ever. The flag of the Keshe Foundation, and with its standing as it stands as one nation. Would you like to start?
تا مقامات دولتی تصمیمشون رو بگیرن ما در بالاترین سطحی که امکان داره در حرکتیم. اینو نگاه نکنید که کاری نمی‌کنید. شما باید یه چیزی متوجه بشین. به هیچ عنوان نمیتونید دولت رو تحت سوال بذارید. به هیچ عنوان نمیتونید ملت رو تحت سوال بذارید. ما حاضر برای چنین چیزی نبودیم. خود دولت در شوکه، همونی که در ملت هست. وظیفه شما همون دانشجوی درس‌های کشاورزی اینه که الان ما باید هم پشت ملت باشیم هم پشت دولت. ضعف در هر کدوم از بین بردن این راه میشه. ضعف در این که پشت ملت باید هستیم، تعداد زیادی میمیرن. اگر پشت دولتمون باید هستیم، دیگران میخورن. برای همین مرزی وارد. الان موقع سرزنش و حرف بی‌ربط نیست. الان موقع اتحاد. هر کاری که هست، هر چی که هست، برای اینکه دانششو داریم، دانشش مال خودمون. من تا حالا این دانش رو به هیچ جوری به این سادگی برای هیچ ملتی تشریح نکردم.
This is for the first time you see the flag of Quechua Nation flying as one nation. As all knowledge seekers, we all will suffer with this disease. We have to handle it as one nation, and we have to bring the technology in the point that it works for all of us, each one of us, irrespective of color, race, and religion, and creed. We suffer the same with our own losses through the development of this virus in our body. Mrs. Mohammadi, welcome to Quechua Nation for the second time. Are you there? Can we connect with Tehran?
We are looking for it, yeah.
Is she there?
We have an H. Mahmoudi. Would that be her?
Yes.
Okay, we'll promote her as a panelist. Okay, we can unmute and allow them to speak. Can you go ahead?
Ms. Mohammadi,
Something happened there.
can you hear us?
I think she dropped. What happened there?
Pardon?
It's still there. Can you speak? Hello.
Hello.
The microphone is open. We're not hearing a voice though. You can check your microphone connections with the little arrow beside the mute button with audio settings.
They always
may have to reset the microphone setting or restart your Zoom.
till they get it sorted out. Let me explain to you what is going on. Ms. Mohammadi, as knowledge seekers, they start teaching, spreading the knowledge with their team of the Iranian knowledge seekers past 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And by establishing the Keshe Foundation teaching classes in the United States, by help of Dr. Azhar and her brother, Dr. Sam.
Hello.
Hello, yes, you're there. We
gathered
gathered
more people in Iran.
Welcome, Mrs. Mohammed. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers for the second time. And the whole program today is yours. I know you have made a lot of work, and I know you have a lot of good news. I know there are some scientific breakthroughs, and there's a lot for the first time for the world to see. And for the first time, many of you will see coronavirus survivors, and they tell you how they survived it and what they used to survive it. Mrs. Mohammadi, go ahead, please. I step down.
Okay, thank you.
For you and your team.
درود فراوان بر پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه، مقامات و مسئولین کشورها، هموطنان گرامی و دانشپژوهان بنیاد کشه در سراسر دنیا. دبیر اجرایی
Can I translate, Mrs. Mohammed?
Okay, thank you.
She's welcoming all the knowledge seekers, the head of states and officials online, and the whole humanity who's here to listen. Go ahead, please.
دبیر اجرایی بنیاد کشه در ایران هستم.
Mrs. Mohammadi is the head of the Keshe Foundation in Iran.
فعالیت بنیاد کشه از 2 سال پیش در ایران شروع شد.
The Keshe Foundation activities started 2 years ago in Iran.
ابتدا با ایجاد کانال‌های یوتیوب، تلگرام، اینستاگرام پارسی، راه اندازی ورکشاپ‌های کشاورزی.
It started with YouTube, Instagram, and teachings, and with starting the agricultural part of the technology.
در تهران اسفند ماه 97.
In Iran last year exactly.
و به مرور دانشپژوهان پارسی زبان با ما در ارتباط بودند.
Gradually, the Iranian speaking, Farsi speaking scientists or knowledge seekers to start contacting.
و خواستار آموزش‌های دانش پلاسمای بنیاد کشه به زبان پارسی شدند.
They start asking to be taught the plasma technology in a Farsi language. You have to understand, I have to add something. All the teaching of the Keshe Foundation is done in English, and it gets translated to many other languages. So everything is getting translated gradually into Farsi, Italian, and everything else. Carry on, please.
جلسات آموزشی به زبان پارسی از دی ماه سال گذشته شروع شد.
The teaching in the Farsi language started in October, November of last year.
آقای دکتر حسن بوجاران و دکتر آذر بوجاران مسئولیت آموزش ها را تاکنون به عهده داشتند.
The brother and sisters, Dr. Bujaran, Azhar, and Hassan, accepted the teaching of a Farsi language.
هر دوشنبه ساعت 9 شب به وقت ایران آموزش‌های عمومی به زبان پارسی از طریق برنامه زوم برگزار می‌شود.
And teaching goes on every Monday at around about 6:30 Central European Time for the evening news.
فعالیت‌های بسیاری در بخش‌های کشاورزی اجرا شده.
Many activities has been done in the agriculture section.
از جمله مهار کردن قارچ درخت پاولونیا توسط دانشپژوهان،
For example, overcoming the fungus of Paulownia tree in Kerman.
بلوپرینت این پروژه در کانال‌های بنیاد موجود است.
The blueprint of this project is shown in Keshe Foundation literatures.
پروژه کشاورزی با دانشکده کشاورزی بهبهان و گلخانه‌های صنعتی نیز در حال اجرا هستند.
And projects with the agriculture team in Behbahan and other activities for greenhouses is ongoing at the moment.
عمده فعالیت دانشپژوهان با برنامه‌های کشاورزی بوده.
Most of the activities has been with agriculture.
که در این خصوص یک کانال اختصاصی در رابطه با آموزش‌های کشاورزی با دانش پلاسمای بنیاد داریم.
That we have established a specific line for agriculture and the use of the new plasma technology has been established.
از تمام نقاط ایران با ما تماس گرفتند و ابراز علاقه‌مندی برای اجرای طرح‌های کشاورزی دانش پلاسما شدند.
From all over Iran, they got in touch with us to understand and start the process of learning about the plasma technology.
با شروع شیوع آنفولانزای کرونا در ایران، اقدامات اولیه به صورت رسمی از طرف بنیاد کشه و مستقیما با هماهنگی‌های پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه با مقامات ایران داشتیم.
From the beginning of the establishment or occurrence of the corona disease, we got in touch and we start working with the authorities and to understand this, how we can help.
جلسات بسیار با مسئولین کشور برگزار شد. ارتباط با پزشکان بیمارستان‌های پذیرای بیماران کرونایی جهت آشنا کردن کادر پزشکی با بخش مدیکال دانش پلاسمای بنیاد نیز داشتیم.
Mrs. Mohammadi, you have to translate this yourself. It's too long. What we did is we established a lot of meetings with the officials, with the government officials, and with doctors and the scientists in how to use the technology for the plasma, for the virus.
ارسال گنس‌های استاندارد به مراکز تحقیقاتی پزشکی و دارویی نیز در این مدت انجام شده.
We sent a standard gas for to different institutes for it's been sent to them to test and validate.
همزمان یک تیم امداد از دانشپژوهان از سراسر ایران هماهنگ کردیم که به سرعت تشکیل شد.
And at the same time, we established a team of the Keshe Foundation supporters across Iran to help with this situation.
و یک لیست از افراد داوطلب در تمام شهرها و استانها حتی روستاهای کشور ایجاد شده.
We established volunteers in every city, town, and village in a very rapid way.
لیست این افراد داوطلب در اختیار مردم ایران قرار گرفته از طریق کانال‌ها و گروه‌های اینترنتی و تلگرامی.
The list of all these volunteers who can respond has been published that people can see and go to if they need help.
که این امکان برای آنها هست در صورت مشاهده مورد اورژانسی سریعاً با نزدیکترین مرکز امداد بنیاد تماس گرفته شود.
That people can get in touch with, in the case of emergency, with these centers as fast as they can.
هر داوطلب بنیاد موظف است که با دانش پلاسما آشنا باشد و ساخت و آموزش گنز کرونا را بدون هیچ مشکلی بتواند ارائه کند.
Every volunteer has to understand the work of the GANs for corona and be able to make it and to teach the others how to do it.
لیست داوطلبان روز به روز بیشتر شده و همینطور از سراسر کشور با حمایت‌های ارسال مواد اولیه جهت ساخت ستاپ گنز کرونا نیز در حال ارسال است.
Every day this is expanding and people voluntarily donate a lot of material to these teams to make more that they can send out freely.
این حمایت‌ها شامل فلزات روی و مس، بطری‌های پلاستیکی و غیره بوده.
This support comes in the form of what is needed, like the copper, zinc, the containers, and in every shape or form freely from the nation.
در حال حاضر در حال ارسال کیت‌های رایگان ستاپ گنز به سراسر کشور هستیم که مناطق قرمز در اولویت ارسال هستند.
At the moment, we are sending these packages, the cups, to all over Iran, and especially to what we call the hot spots, the sections in Iran which you see suddenly rapid increase in numbers. So they have identified and they support those areas rapidly.
بیماران تحت نظر پزشکان بنیاد دکتر اسدی، دکتر برارپور و دکتر دیدار زارعی به صورت آنلاین هستند.
We have a team of doctors, actually very beautiful doctors because I work with them on a more or less 24 hours a day. Dr. Asadi, Dr. Barapur, Dr. The last name, I do not know.
زارعی.
Zari. You have to excuse my English and my Farsi. I just think I speak Farsi.
Okay.
When I speak Farsi, the Iranian teams laugh and they send me notes. We don't use this word. This is the word for it. So you have to understand, I'm learning Farsi for the second time.
و گزارشات ارسالی از تمام بیماران مبتلا به ویروس کرونا جمع‌آوری شده که به شما نشان خواهیم داد.
All the data for all the people who have used the technology has been gathered. And today you will see some of them.
تمام این بیماران با استفاده از آب پلاسما کاملا بحران بیماری را پشت سر گذاشتند.
All the patients or the people who have used these gas waters have recovered and are in the process of recovery.
تیم امداد مسئول آموزش ساخت این گنز هستند و هر داوطلب حداقل روزی 10 نفر را باید آموزش دهد تا وقتی که کاملا مطمئن شوند که دانشجویان این گنز را به خوبی تهیه می کنند و با نحوه استفاده صحیح از آن کاملا آشنا شوند.
Ms. Shahri, you better learn English. You're going too fast. Every volunteer has been taught fully how to make the cup of life, and they're responsible to teach. Excuse me. Somebody's online. And are responsible to teach every day to 10 other people till they learn fully how to make it. Which means every volunteer every week teaches 70 people. And you can imagine how much volunteers are becoming volunteers. Carry on, please.
تیم امداد بنیاد کشور ایران 24 ساعته از شروع شیوع ویروس کرونا آماده بودند و پاسخگو و راهنمای تمام عزیزان هستند.
The Iranian volunteer team has been online 24 hours a day and supporting people who call in and they need help. Let me explain one thing, Mrs. Mohammed. When we showed the cup of life in the video to the Chinese for them to help themselves rapidly to overcome the virus, it was made in a very rapid way in Keshe Foundation centers. And in the teaching, we thought people would understand how simple it is. But sitting on the emergency lines of the Iranian, what we call support team, it's amazing how people don't even know how to connect wires, how to make and how to do things, because they were not ready for it. They have to learn it because they want to survive. And there's a lot of repetitive questions, and the team is there one by one answering them. Carry on, Mrs. Margaret.
نکته قابل توجه این است که تمام افراد تیم امداد و تمام دانش‌پژوهان همراه با خانواده و دوستان و فامیل با استفاده از آب پلاسما کاملا سالم هستند و هنوز یک مورد از ابتلای آنها گزارش نشده.
All the volunteers, their families and their immediate relatives have been covered. They have covered themselves with the gas water, and none of them have reported. We have no fatality at all in China or in Iran as of yet of any of our knowledge seekers. It's absolutely zero, which shows the technology works.
حتی دانش‌پژوهانی که در مناطق قرمز هستند.
Even the volunteers who work in the red zone, which is the critical point, is very high.
و در این مدت بیمارانی که با استفاده از آب پلاسما درمان شدند یا در پروسه درمانی هستند، همکنون عضوی از تیم امداد هستند و مشتاقانه برای آگاه کردن مردم تلاش می‌کنند.
Today, those who were helped and are helped to overcome the corona disease, who they caught themselves, now they have become volunteers to teach the others, and are working relentlessly with the team.
هماهنگی‌ها آسان نبوده اما با سرعت انجام شده.
Bringing things together hasn't been easy, but it's been organized, it's been brought together.
جلسات شبانه تیم امداد همراه با ارائه گزارشات روزانه، هماهنگی برای روزها و هفته‌های آینده و برنامه‌ریزی برای ارائه بهتر و سریعتر آموزش ساخت ستاپ گنز جزو برنامه‌های هر روز قرار دارد.
This is very long. I shorten it. The volunteers team meets every day. They go through the process, what they have achieved, what has come up, and what they're planning to do next. Let me explain to you something. When you look at the volunteer list from Iran, you see the elite of scientists, doctors, engineers on the list. These are highly professional people who have stepped out from their work and they have devoted their life because they know what it is and it is. And when I look at the list of the volunteers, it's doctors, scientists, engineers, masters, and it's amazing when we show you the list. It tells you where they are, which city, what's their telephone number, what they carry, how much they carry that day, and what is their qualification, that if you have a technical problem, they can support. It's amazing when you look at the chart of the volunteers of Iran. It started with a few, and now it's massive. And people are just helping each other, and they're succeeding. Carry on, Mrs. Mohammed, please.
تیم ایران یک کمپین به نام یک جام یک زندگی را اندازی کرده با حمایت پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه.
The Iranian team has started a campaign, which is this: one cup, one life, and that's what they do. They offer a cup for one life, and people do it themselves.
که امیدوار هستیم نه تنها مردم عزیز ایران بلکه تمام مردم دنیا در این کمپین با ما همراه باشند.
And we are hoping not only the Iranians, but the rest of the world will join us to do this together.
راهنمای کمپین از طریق بنیاد اطلاع رسانی خواهد شد.
The campaign will be announced. Anybody who wants to join it through the courses which are put in there, announce it.
گروه امداد در ادامه جلسه امروز مستقیما روی خط خواهند بود.
The volunteer team are still on the line and they're there to support if you call.
پیام گروه امداد و دانشپژوهان بنیاد به تمام مردم دنیا این است:
The message from the Iranian volunteers and the workers for the Keshe Foundation team is as such.
یک جام یک زندگی بنیاد کشه، ما با استفاده از آن بدون هیچ نگرانی از ویروس کرونا به فعالیت‌های روزمره خود در کنار خانواده و دوستان مشغول هستیم.
One cup, one life. We live a normal life amongst our friends and we live work as nothing has happened in a way you translate.
و این اطمینان خاطر را مدیون پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه هستیم.
I'm not going to translate that one, but thanks that the technology is there to be able to do such a thing.
ما می‌دانیم که در دنیای اطلاعات بسیار زندگی می‌کنیم، اما زمان آن است که چگونه عمل کنیم.
We know we live in a time of intelligence and knowledge, but it depends how we want to behave and act.
بسیار سپاسگزارم پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه از طرف تیم امداد ایران و تمام دانشپژوهان. سپاسگزارم.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your services, Mrs. Mohammed. I want to show you something which, till Mrs. Mohammadi goes to the other part, I want to share two pictures with you. And this picture means a lot to me and has become a lot to me. And I shared it with the officials earlier today, and I share it with many more people because it gives a lot of confidence. It gives a lot of pleasure. It gives a lot of trust. I want you to look at what's been happening in past 24 hours. Actually, past 48 hours. We see, in a way, I'll show you a series of pictures published internationally. The picture is of His Excellency President Xi of China paying a visit to Wuhan City. These are the pictures where we know we released documents and recordings that using the, sorry about this, my little boy is telling me something. Just wait 1 second. We have a little boy who's the mascot of the Keshe Foundation. Everybody knows Mr. Topoli. You see the most powerful man paying visit in Wuhan City 2 days ago. Look at the space gap between them. You see how they sit. This is a nation under the siege of a virus. If you see how they stand, everything is measured. This area has been cleaned out with a gas water supplied by the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers of China to the Chinese military. Otherwise, the most powerful man in the world would not be there. I want to show you, if our team in the background take a picture, and now I show you another picture. Both nations on the siege with Corona. You will understand what this new technology brings. Iranian knowledge seekers without their fear. You see in the center a cup of life. They're using it, they're teaching it. And in so many ways, when we look, we have brought freedom. We have brought freedom through the knowledge and science and technology. And in so many ways, the contrast cannot be more, much more than what we see. A nation on the siege and his president, a nation on the siege with joy of the virus. We have imprisoned the virus in Iran, and the virus has imprisoned the nation of China. Even though both nations use the same technology. I know where I want to be. Men, women, boys, and girls. Just open your picture and you see a cup of life. Exactly a copy of what you see on my table. Then you understand what is about to come. Is not being afraid of, is knowing you're protected. We take this joy and happiness back to the streets of Europe through SAFA and the Iranian nation to teach how to change. Keshe Foundation team in Italy and around the world are online. Then we would like to bring the same joy to the rest of you that are being locked down and locked up. From now on, this freedom with the new technology is in the hand of the Iranian leadership and the SAFA, not only to be spread in Iran, but to be spread across the world. There is a big difference when a man on the street is free and the most powerful man is encaged and imprisoned to the same disease. Knowledge makes a lot of difference. One steals and have no trust in, one develops and enjoys the time. This is a beautiful picture of youth in Iran in the past 24 hours, in teaching each other and in bringing the joy of life. There's a big problem with the Iranians. They love to enjoy life, from poetry to science. Mrs. Mohammadi, go ahead, please.
جناب کشه، ما ویدیوهای آموزشی گذاشتیم در رابطه با ساخت یک جام یک زندگی به زبان فارسی که در تمام تلگرام ها، اینستاگرام و یوتیوب قرار دادیم. تمام پارسی زبان ها میتونن به راحتی با نگاه کردن به این ویدیوها در منزل خودشون بدون اینکه احتیاجی باشه اینها رو از بیرون تهیه کنن، با کمترین امکانات میتونن این جام زندگی رو در منزل تهیه کنن.
Now, do you want to come and translate all this, Mrs. Mohammadi? What Mrs. Mohammadi says is that we have developed many videos for everyone in Farsi to understand. You will see many of them. It's lined up for you to see. They are training people that they do not need to come out. They can make this online on Instagram, YouTube, and the rest. And we expect the Iranian government and the head of Sepas organization and the Iranian officials online today with us to allow this to go nationally on radio, television, as we're discussing, that the whole nation learns in one go. 21st of March is the Iranian New Year. And as the virus imprisoned Chinese nation on the New Year, 25th of January, the Iranian nation will be free if the Iranian leadership and Sepah allows that this technology to be shown openly on television and radios, that people can make it and you can shake it. In a way, as you see nowadays, they say don't even touch. And the Iranian culture is in the Eid, in the Ruz, we kiss and cuddle. If the nation gets the support the way we've been promised it will come in time to go on national television and the rest of the world governments follow, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, all the borders will be open. All the factories will go and the economy of the world will go back to normal. We've done that with our teams in China. The companies work with us. The Keshe Foundation team taught them how to make the gases and to teach their staff, and we've seen the success. They were not afraid to work even on the time when they were not supposed to work because they lived on the premises they worked. There was no fear. So what we come to is my request to His Excellency President Rouhani online and His Eminence Officer Atal Rouhani Khamenei of Iran. Allow this teaching, what you see today, to go on nations' televisions, and the same to transfer this technology across the world to the rest of nations. Our old friends of 2,000 years, Romans, are in more problem than we are in Iran. We should celebrate the way we used to, not to watch the death of our beloved and loved ones in so many ways. If you look at certain pictures, Vatican is empty. No one dares to go to the house of God. Churches are empty because people are afraid of catching it. Mosques are not the way they used to be and empty. The holy city of Mecca is locked down. No one can go and see the place of God. And Jerusalem is in the worst condition. People have taken God into their hearts because the place of worship has been taken from them by unknown invader. But in so many ways, this brings back the first stage of man to learn how to be in space. We will not be able to carry food and medicine now that we know how we can transfer energies to it. The same, we will carry God in our hearts without temples, mosques, and churches. We become correct men because the conduct of our soul will dictate our conduct in the space. As I said, man will come to enjoy my technology, not out of his beauty, but out of the fear of his life. And that fear has come, and his beauty is getting shown. In so many ways, Your Excellency President Rouhani and the Office of the President of Iran online, we give you a platform if you want to speak to your nation today. The same with other world leaders and officials in line will be invited, and the press. We work as one nation, but in so many ways, you will see things here today, scientific documents, and the people who survived the corona, which can come right across to all of us. It costs less than 1 cent to save a life if our governments decide to save their lives, not to be arrogant, to wait for someday, one day, somebody writes a paper that our doctors and our advisors keep their jobs. Sorry, there was no coronavirus when you graduated 50 years ago out of the universities. Your PhDs has dried in ink, and so has your knowledge. We have to move. We have to move in the new dimension in respect to the viruses, even though we are learning more. We are at the beginning of this road of knowledge of plasma, not at the pivotal point. Mrs. Mohammadi, would you like to carry on?
Yes, thank you. ما در
Can I
راستای
invite you, Mrs. Mohammadi, can I invite you to a cup of Iranian tea?
نوش جان.
We have never lost our tradition and our ways. Carry on, please.
بله. در راستای ارسال کیت های ساخت گنز کرونا به سراسر کشور لازم به ذکر هست که این کیت ها به صورت رایگان و هدیه داده میشه از طرف بنیاد کشور ایران و این یک امانت از طرف پروفسور مهران توکلی کشور به تمام هموطنان هست.
You're making it more and more difficult, Mrs. Mohammadi. The Iranian Keshe Foundation team is giving the cup of life freely to all Iranians as much as they can make. And this is a gift from the Keshe Foundation to the Iranian nation that you will keep it for the time to come. The beauty with this cup is every time the virus comes, fill it up with water and salt, and it's gone. It's a cup for life, and today is a cup which gives life. Carry on, please, Mrs. Mohammadi.
ما به آموزش ها از طریق کمپین آموزش یک جام یک زندگی تا وقتی که این بحران کرونا از ایران خارج نشه ادامه خواهیم داد. اگر که مسئولین در کنار ما باشند بسیار خوشحال میشیم. در غیر این صورت ما به کار خودمون ادامه خواهیم داد.
Now you have to start it again because I forgot what you said, but I'll try to say. The Keshe Foundation team volunteers will stay active till the day when the virus leaves Iran or we bring it under control. And we carry on teaching and working with it. And it'll be better for us if the government of Iran and Sepah join us to be able to do this faster, that we can help the nation. Let me explain to you, as I've done in the teachings in the past. The Iranian government is separate than the Sepah. Sepah are the guardians of the nation. They've been with us for centuries under different names. And as they made them to be terrorists and the rest, the way I was, they made me to be. The Sepah's job is to protect the nation. It was built to secure the borders of Iran and the nation of Iran and its national. Is not loyal to no government, is there to protect the nation. And they have done everything possible over centuries to do this under different names and titles to protect the Iranian nationals. Even though, for the benefit of some in the West, they have misinterpreted the work. They are strong, always have been strong, and they're always being protector of the nation. And as I said in the teaching before, we expand the power of Sepah beyond the Iranian nation to help all the nations of this planet. At this moment of time, we become one nation. There are no borders. The virus has crossed all of it. And soon there'll be no food. Soon there'll be no transport. And soon there'll be no flight. If you read the newspapers, Boeing, the biggest airline manufacturer, has been hit with coronavirus. They're shutting factories. Soon no planes will fly as the parts are not there. Soon there'll be no truck to transport. It's better for the world leaders to come to understand this very quick. Because, as you know, in Italy, there are no food, fresh food in the shops. People have looted shops in Florida and everywhere else. Even in Australia, people have bought all the toilet rolls because everything comes from China. And what happened now? The Chinese cannot export any more toilet rolls. So we are all in it as one nation, and we have given the gift to the Chinese. And soon we will see the gift has to be carried out by the Iranians out of the border. The way we gave the platform to the Chinese 2 weeks ago, and we had nothing but blockage, especially by CPC, stealing technologies from the Keshe Foundation to change the name to Chinese. And interesting enough, still saving lives. Let's see if the governments will open the doors. Mrs. Mohammadi, would you like to carry on? And would you like to show us the first cases of coronavirus which has been saved?
بله بسیار عالی. البته در ادامه جلسه ما کلیپ های دیگه رو هم آماده کردیم که در وقت مناسب اونها رو هم نشون میدیم. متشکرم.
What I've asked the Iranian team to show us the first files of the coronaviruses. We have doctors in the background. I don't know if Dr. Asadi is available. Do you see him in the background? Is he with us? Dr. Reza Asadi and Dr. Barapur, are they on the Zoom with us?
Maybe under name Reza.
If you're there, Dr. Asadi or Dr. Barapur, could you raise your hand that we can see, we can promote you, that you can make comments on the cases, because you have handled most of these cases amongst you. Mrs. Mohammadi, do you see
دارم جستجو میکنم بین
سلام جناب دکتر. سلام دکتر عزیز. دکتر اسدی هستم.
Hello, this is Dr. Asadi. He's the most devoted person you ever know as a doctor. He's a typical Iranian doctor. Dr. Asadi is a doctor, and his son is becoming a doctor. And it's amazing what he sees and what he does. Dr. Asadi, can you explain to us what you see with the present corona system in Iran?
با عرض سلام به همه همگروهی‌ها و همه KFی‌ها. و سلام زیبای من برای پروفسور ارشد دنیا و هموطن عزیزم. عرضم به حضورتون که خیلی خوشحالم که نالج سیکرهای ما در هر روستا و هر شهری میرن. اولا که خودشون اصلا ماسک استفاده نمیکنن و لابلای این بیماری‌های کرونایی میلولن و خیلی
میشه
جالبه.
ترجمه کنم؟
بله بفرمایید.
شما خیلی می‌بینید، من یادم میره ترجمه. Dr. Asadi says hello to all of you and the knowledge seekers and the world public. And in the essence, he says, it's nice to see the knowledge seekers walking around in the sick areas with no mask and be happy. That's the bottom line, what it says at the end of it. Carry on, please, Dr. Asadi.
خوشبختانه تو هر ده شهری که وارد میشن و مردم میبینن که اینا حتی ماسک هم نزدن و سل و مول و گنده ماشاءالله لابلای اینا حرکت میکنن، فقط یه کاپ آف لایف و به صورت اسپری دارن، لذت میبرن و ایمان میارن.
The people in the villages and towns and the places where the volunteers walk in with no mask and happy, and they share with a spray of the gas water to give them, they rejoice, they enjoy seeing such a change, and they believe they see a man with no mask protected by the gas technology, and they believe in it because they see it in front of them.
و اکثرا ترجیح میدن که توسط روش ما درمان بشن تا برن بیمارستان.
Most of them, they prefer to use the process of the Keshe Foundation than going to the hospitals.
خوشبختانه یه مورد جالب داشتیم که یه آقارزایی داریم به نام آقارزا طاووسی تو گنبد. ایشون الان شده اونجا چی میگن مرجع KF و درمان کرونا تو منطقه گنبد.
We have an old man, his name is Reza, and he's going everywhere in northeast of Tehran, in Gombad and that side, actually giving people what we call cup of life, the GANs, and teaching them and working with them. And it's a joy to see him because he works with Dr. Asadi. He reports a case to Dr. Asadi, and Dr. Asadi dictates to him what needs to be done to the infected people.
خوشبختانه به تنهایی یه نفری، البته خب کلی اونجا رو دیگه بسیج کرده، همراه خودش کرده، یه تنه ماشاءالله یه دهات رو تو یه 24 ساعت پاکسازی کرد.
He on his own, this man, with now have got so many converters, has cleaned up what we call hotspot village, totally from the virus.
یه مریضی داشتیم که اونجا تو دهات اولی مریضمون بود، خیلی حالش بد بود. پناه آورده بود به این بنده خدا. طفلک از فرزندان شهید بود و پدرش توی جبهه و جنگ به شهادت رسیده بود و فرزندان عزیز شاهد ما بود و خیلی حالش بد بود. ایشون 24 ساعت بالا سرش بود. خیلی جالبه 2 ساعت 3 ساعت بعد از اینکه ما گنسا رو شروع کردیم ایشون مثل بلبل با من صحبت میکرد، در صورتی که قبلش اصلا نفسش بالا نمیومد.
This old man in one village helping infected person who can't even speak, with his breath we couldn't breathe. After a few hours using the gas water, he could speak and be happy. And this person, the Keshe Foundation volunteer, stayed with him for 24 hours. This was the first case he was doing, I remember. He was in absolute panic. Didn't work. Have I made the wrong gas? Is it going to work? And he was in a very, very strange state. I remember that one. Carry on, Mr. Dr. Asadi.
بعد از اینکه ایشون درمان شد یواش یواش متوجه شدیم کل اون دهات درگیره.
After he was processed, then they found out the whole village is infected. Let me explain to you something. In Iran, there is a huge problem. In China, you don't have this problem. In China, when people die, by the same day or the afternoon, they cremate it. in Iran, when somebody dies, the whole village goes to the funeral. And now we have instances that people go to the funeral of somebody who died of the virus, and the whole village gets infected. In one case, 52 people in one village have been infected by the mourner, by the one who lost their loved ones, shaking hands with the people. He has infected everyone. The whole village, 52 people. And 3 have died up to now, 4 have died up to now. We get reports from all over the place. In China, they bury them. Sorry, they burn them the same day. In Iran, they have to be buried by the Islamic tradition. And then they go to the funeral, and then it expands more. In the Chinese way, the President Xi and the CPC decided that if somebody has a coronavirus, they lock the door with the whole family in, that they stay in, they don't spread. When they open the houses in Wuhan city, the whole family has died of the virus. Do not lock. Do not keep people inside. You sentence them to death. Thousands, tens of thousands in lockdowns have died. China made huge mistakes, but from those mistakes we have to learn. Restrict the movement, but understand that we cannot repeat what happened in Chinese cities by locking people in. When they opened the door, there were no families to open the door to. Carry on, please, Dr. Asadi. Are you there, Dr. Asadi?
بله این بنده خدا که درمون شد فهمیدیم کل خانواده و کل دهات درگیرن. خلاصه ایشون شد یه مرکزی برای بقیه دهات و این بنده خدا دوست ما نالج سیکرمون آقا رضا 2 روز 3 روز با اینا زندگی میکرد اونجا و جالب اینه که ماشاءالله صحیح و سالم برگشت و اون دهات رو کلا پاک کرد. الان اونجا همه‌شون دارن کاپ آف لایف میسازن و راحت هم دارن به زندگیشون ادامه میدن.
This gentleman, Mr. Reza, stayed with the village people because they were all infected, stayed amongst them for 2 or 3 days, taught them all how to make cup of life, and they're all clean. They don't have any more the virus. And he's out. He's on the mission in another village now. We know where he's going. We're keeping a track of him because he reports to us case by case. Carry on, please.
دکتر ادامه بدم؟
Yes, we're waiting for you. بفرمایید.
خواهش می‌کنم. عرضم حضورتون که دیگه اونجا الان آقا رضای ما حسابی معروف شده و همه بهش مراجعه میکنن و ازش کاپ آف لایف میخوان و ایشالله فکر کنم به زودی کل استان رو پاکسازی کنیم ایشالله.
The gentleman is teaching everyone how to make cup of life, and everybody goes to him now, and he's hoping to clean up the district very soon with it. The beauty with this is because they see him, he's walking with no masks, nothing else, and he's amongst them. It gives them hope, it gives them an insight, and it changes the morale of the people. And we see a lot of changes. We see this right across Iran now.
یه چیز جالب استاد میگم. بفهم.
منصر شما.
عرضم حضورتون که یه چیز جالب بگم، ما روزی تقریبا 300-400 نفر میان تو پی وی به من پیام میدن. وقتی بررسی میکنم اینا اکثرا فقط نگرانن، اصلا درگیر نیستن، فقط نگرانن. این نگرانی خیلی بده. بعد جالب اینه که من وقتی باشون صحبت میکنم آخرای صحبت شروع میکنم به جفت تعریف کردن. حالشون کاملا خوب میشه. وقتی میبینن که این کاپ آف لایف رو باهاش میتونن زندگی کنن، یک دفعه از این رو به اون رو میشن و همه سالم میشن خود به خود.
Mr. Dr. Asadi says he gets 300-400 private, so what do you call it, chat lines, because people can go to him directly on the Keshe Foundation network. And he says most of them are worried in a way that they might catch it. And by the time he finishes with them and they can see they can make a cup of life to live and there is nothing to worry about, they start telling him jokes. And that's how happy they are that with a cup of life, they can live their lives.
حالا دیگه خیلی حرفا هست که بزنم ولی خب نمیخوام دیگه زیاد مزاحم بشم.
Let me
قطره
explain
از
to you.
دریایی رو بیان کردم.
But Mr. Dr. Asadi, I want you to stay and explain the new discovery which was done, completed yesterday by the Iranian scientist, Mr. Jafari, and his wife. If they are in the background, do we see?
Which name should it be?
دکتر جان
They
من
should
دیگه
come up.
مزاحم نشم.
No, stay there, Dr. Asadi. We need you to explain this paper.
خبرهای قشنگی دارم ولی خب میخوام وقت زیاد نگیرم.
Dr. Asadi, can you please stay? I would like you to explain the paper I sent you last night and you read it. میخوام آقای دکتر اسدی شما این برای دانشی که دیشب بهتون دادم خوندیم و تعریف کردیم چی دیدین رو میشه تشریح کنیم برای ما؟
خوشحالم که اجازه میفرمایید بگم. بله خیلی خوشحال شدم.
خب پس بذارید can we see یه اجازه بدین یه دقیقه اجازه بدین آقای دکتر اسدی من از شما تقاضا کردم که اینجا بیاین برای اینکه میدونم چه فرقی خواهد کرد. Rick, do you see a name by the name of Jafari?
How is that spelled? There is a couple of doctors here.
Dr. Ahmad Reza, Dr. Sara Musavi.
Dr. Sadegh Mousavi.
Yeah. No, Sara Musavi.
Sara Musavi.
Okay. We are promoting this one. Let's see.
Is Dr.
You can ask them to raise their hand if there's somebody that we're missing here. We've got one there now.
شما اینجا هستین میتونید دستتون رو بلند کنین که بیارنتون تو.
Okay, we got.
Do you see anybody raising their hand in the background?
We got Mustafa Jafari that just came in.
Yes, can you let him in?
Yeah, he's in as panelist now.
Hello.
سلام.
سلام عرض می‌کنم.
سلام و وقت بخیر خدمت شما پروفسور و تمامی همراهان عزیز و مجموعه بنیاد محترم کشه.
آقای جعفری میشه یه دقیقه صبر کنیم. Stanley, can you put up the paper which has just been published this morning, the research paper, and let Mr. Jafari to explain.
Just a moment, let us see which one. Is it a PDF document or?
It's a PDF.
PDF. Okay.
Yeah, the one which is 16 pages.
Okay, I see some copper on the first page. I will try to share. Let me share and then we see if it's the right one.
Yeah, not the other two.
Is it this one?
No. It's the papers we were doing with Ella this morning, the 3 documents.
I need to prepare them on this computer. I'm broadcasting from another one, yeah? Just a minute.
Okay. Let me explain. Mr. Jafari, Mr. Jaffer's wife is the Mrs. Rashman, Dr. Rashman, and she is the sister of the Earth Council, Mr. Rashman, Dr. Parviz Rashman from Dubai. And this couple have done a lot of work around the foundation. And they, as he is a scientist, he has done a special test which confirms an amazing data scientifically, which is released this morning to the Iranian government and to the Iranian medical teams in Iran who wanted it. آقای جعفری میشه برای من تعریف کنین که این چیه؟ Can you speak Farsi? I'll try to translate.
پروفسور اگه اجازه بدید صدای من دارین؟
بله. یکم بلندتر میشه صحبت کنی؟
بله. گفتم که اگه اجازه بدید یه توضیح مختصر راجع به نانو عرض کنم خدمت دوستان، بعد بریم سراغ آزمایشی که ما انجام دادیم.
بفهمید. Mr. Jafari wants to explain first something about the nano technology before he goes to the paper.
بله. نانو ماده در واقع ماده‌ای که حداقل یکی از ابعاد آن زیر 100 نانومتر باشه نانو ماده نامیده میشه.
Can you translate yourself in English? آقای جعفری؟
بله.
خودتون میتونید انگلیسی صحبت کنید؟
من فارسی روونتر میتونم حرف بزنم تا انگلیسی.
باشه. But do you want to tell us what's your background first? What do you do and who you are? میشه ما بگید که شما؟
بله. CV خودمو بگم.
بله. خیلی کوچک.
بله. من به همراه همسرم دکتر پونه رشوان متخصص ترمیمی دندانپزشکی هستن. من خودمم فارغ التحصیل رشته برق و تقریبا 11 ساله که فعالیت تحقیقاتی میکنم. بیش از 10 اختراع تو حوزه مدیکال دیوایس داشتم و یه سری مقالات بین المللی و مدالات بین المللی اختراعات و در حال حاضرم که افتخار شاگردی شما رو داریم.
Mr. Jafari is an electrical engineer. He has 10 patents. He's an inventor. And he works with his wife, Dr. Rashman. She is a dental medical person. بفهم.
بله. همونطور که عرض کردم نانوماده به هر ماده‌ای که یکی از ابعاد آن زیر 100 نانومتر باشه ما نانوماده می‌نامیم.
We call a nanomaterial when one of its dimensions is less than 100 nano.
هر ماده‌ای توی حالت عادی یه خواص مشخصی داره ولی زمانی که نانو میشه خواص جدیدی بروز میده.
Every element has a certain characteristics, but when they become a nano, they show a specific characteristics.
مثل خواص نوری، کاتالیزوری، آنتی باکتریال، مگنت و غیره.
خیلی خب پس دونه دونه بریم. مثل like magnetism, antibacterial, light, and other properties when they become nano.
حتی اگر یکی از ابعاد ماده تغییر کنه در مقیاس نانو مواد این ویژگی ها رو از خودش بروز میده.
If even one of the dimension changes, that material as a nanomaterial will show its properties.
در خصوص انرژی نانو مواد هر ذره نانو در هر یک از سه بعد اون انرژی از خودش ساطع میکنه.
In the nano material, in what we call 3x3 dimension, each side in the state of nano will show different properties or show their own properties in that direction.
که برآیند این سه بعد انرژی کل ماده رو به ما میده.
The collective energy of the 3 dimension gives us the energy of the nanomaterial or the property of the nanomaterial.
پروفسور من از دسته‌بندی نانومواد صرف نظر میکنم، میرم سراغ بحث اصلیمون، آزمایشی که انجام دادیم.
Yes. Okay, he's going to explain to us the paper, the experiment that was done. You have to explain where was the experiment done, where, in which institute.
کجا انجام داد؟
این تحقیق توی آزمایشگاه مرجع استاندارد مرکز پژوهش‌های متالورژی رازی که مورد تایید سازمان ملی استاندارد ایران و بین‌المللی هست انجام شده.
The test done on the paper which is written today, you see today, is done by Institute Razi, which is recognized nationally and internationally as an international institute.
راجع به نانوگنزی که ما خودمون ساختیم و آزمایشی که انجام دادیم یه مختصری میخوام خدمتتون بگم.
Can I explain something? The institute, as you heard, Iran has led the nanotechnology in the past 15 years. It's one of the leading nations in nanotechnology. This institute, one of those who is leading, is a part of the heads of this technology development in Iran. So they are what they call the world of nanotechnology.
همونطور که همه مستحضر هستید، گنز مخفف به زبان ساده میشه گاز در مقیاس نانو به حالت جامد. شناخت من از علم نانو قبل از آشنایی با مجموعه کشه یک علوم بسیار گران قیمت و با تجهیزات گران قیمتی بود که الان خوشبختانه با آموزه هایی که من دیدم با مجموعه کشه آشنا شدم، میتونیم با هزینه بسیار کم به این دانش دست پیدا کنیم و همچنین قسمت شگفت انگیز این به حالت جامد در اومدن گاز هستش.
Now you have to explain this yourself, Dr. Ms. Jafari. One of the strange things with this, do you want to explain it?
ممکنه تصاویر رو ما داشته باشیم پروفسور؟
بله، ولی میخواین تعریف کنین که چیه؟ اینا رو همه رو گفتیم، من نتونستم ترجمه کنم. شما جمله‌تون خیلی طولانیه.
بله. من عرض کردم که به تعریف ساده گنز به زبان فارسی فکر میکنم گاز در مقیاس نانو به حالت جامد در اومده باشه تعریفی از گنز میشه.
The explanation of him about the GANs, or what we call GANs in nano state, is that when a gas becomes in its own nano state, which has never been done before.
قبلا لکچرهایی که
صدای خانمتون رو میشنوم دارن در گوشتون میگن.
بله، کمک من هستن.
بله بفرمایید.
شناخت من قبلا از علم نانو تو لکچرهایی که قبلا شرکت کرده بودم با تجهیزات بسیار گران قیمتی بود و دور از دسترس و الان خیلی خوشحالم که این علوم با سبکی نوین و هزینه بسیار پایینتر در دسترس تمام ایرانی‌ها و تمام مردم جهان هست.
When I used to attend lectures and what you call studies of the nano, it was done with very expensive tools and systems and not at the reach of many people. But now with this new technology, it's at the reach of everyone. And it's become so cheap that everyone can do it.
بعد از آموزه های من با مجموعه کشه شروع به ساخت گنز کردم و تصمیم گرفتیم که یک تحقیقی توسط آزمایشگاه مرجع انجام بدیم.
After I came to know about the GANs, I decided to start making it and and get involved with the institutes who do this kind of work.
با دستگاه FESEM Field Emission Scanning Electron Microscopy.
Now, you know, they use that machine. It's easier that way. Field emission, yes.
که ما آنالیز ساختاری و تصویربرداری در مقیاس نانو انجام دادیم که تایید نانو متریال بودن ما رو به ما گواهی دادن.
We done a test to confirm that the gas is a nano state using this machine, which has confirmed it to be. So gas is a nano material or has a nano dimension.
تو گنزی که ما آزمایش کردیم 2 ساختار شناسایی شد. اول
the ganses we tested, 2 things were recognized or discovered.
اول نانوگویچه به صورت نانوماده 0 بعدی که 2 قسمت میشه نانومری و نانو کلاستری.
Can you repeat it again?
تو گنزی که ما آزمایش کردیم 2 ساختار شناسایی شد. ساختار اول نانوگویچه بود. نانوگویچه گوی گرد گوی کروی.
Okay. In the test we did, we discovered these are using half English, half Farsi, and I am not used to it, so I get lost. In the test we did, we discovered 2 things: that the nano is in the shape of a sphere. That's the GANs.
که به صورت نانوماده 0 بعدی بودن.
That they are in a 3-dimensional shape.
نانومری و نانو کلاستری.
بله.
که عمدتاً از کربن تشکیل شده بودن.
That they were mainly made of carbon.
حالت دوم توی آزمایش نانو ساختار کریستالی بود که عمدتاً از مس و روی بودن.
In the second ones we saw crystal structure of nano, which are mainly copper and zinc.
پروفسور اگه ممکنه ما گزارش تصویری رو ببینیم. تصاویری که در انتهای
کدومو میخواید؟
یه مقداری بیایم پایین‌تر بزنیم.
Can you, Stanley, can you go, which page do you want? Can you go down a little bit to the next page, yeah? Which page?
قسمت تصاویر صفحه‌ای که تصاویر هست. صفحه اول تصاویر. بله همینجا.
اینو میخواین بله. This is the picture from the material.
این تصاویر گروه اولی از ذرات ما هستن.
These are the very first pictures of the ganses. Yes.
با بزرگنمایی متناوب.
Being zoomed in, expanded.
لطفاً صفحه دومم.
Can we have the next picture, please? Next page. Page 6. Yeah.
همونطور که توضیح دادم تو تصویری که میبینید نانوذرات کروی شکل یا همون گرد و نانوذرات شکل کلاستری هم تو تصویر میبینید.
In these pictures you see single atoms and a cluster of them where they're in a sphere shape as a single but at the same time in clusters.
تصویر بعدی زوم شده نانو ذرات رو می‌بینیم که اون قسمتی که خط زرد کشیده شده ما قطر یکی از ذرات رو داریم می‌بینیم که 47.61 نانومتر هست.
Where on the picture we see the line, the length is 47.61 nanometer.
و همچنین ذرات بسیار بسیار ریزتری هم وجود داره که بسیار از ابعاد نانومتری هم کوچکتر هست.
There are many which are even closer than nano size.
لطفاً تصویر بعدی هم.
Page 7, please.
این گروه دوم ذرات ما هستن که کریستالی شکل کریستالی دارن از ساختار مس و روی.
This is the second page from the crystal structure, which is mainly zinc and copper.
متصدی آزمایشگاه با دیدن این تصاویر شگفت زده شده بود.
The head of the laboratory, by seeing this, was puzzled.
لطفاً تصویر بعدی هم.
Page 8, please.
در تصویر سمت راست ما یکی از ابعاد نانوماده‌مون رو می‌بینیم که اندازه‌گیری شده تو مقیاس 69 نانومتر.
In one of them, we see L3, which is around about 69 nanometer.
یعنی گروه دوم ساختار کریستالی مثل روی ما هم در مقیاس نانو ماده هستن.
What you notice, the size of it is the what we call the zinc nanomaterial, because there is a structure to the atomic weight and mass. They measure it that way. Don't forget, zinc's at about 65.
و در ادامه مستندات انجام آزمایشگاه هم گذاشته شده.
And in the following pages, the confirmation from the laboratory is done. میخواین برقاه بعدی رو نشون بدیم. These are certification from.
بله، من صحبتم تموم شد. ممنونم که این وقت رو در اختیار من گذاشتید.
نه خواهش کنم، شما جایی نرین، باهاتون کار داریم.
بله هستم در خدمت.
These are the certificates of the test on the laboratory confirming the understanding and the discovery. Can you show the other pages, because there's a long 6 pages of these. Everything is certified, the measurement. You have to understand, when you check on the Internet, Razi Institute is one of the leading institutes in this kind of field. So when they put their stamps on it, it stands for the authority and the correct. حالا آقای جعفری،
بله.
این جنس جدید به شما چی میگه؟ I asked him what does this new material tells him as a scientist.
میشه مجددا بفرمایید سوالو؟ این
نانویی که به این کوچیکی این کشف کردیم باش میشه چیکار کرد؟
من فکر میکنم یه شاخه جدیدی از علم فیزیک باز شده که اولا که با هزینه بسیار اندک میشه به این تکنولوژی دست پیدا کرد و همچنین ما میتونیم با کوچیک کردن میزان نانوذرات انرژی هایی که با طول موج خاصی هستن رو انتقال بدیم و همچنین دریافت کنیم.
What Mr. Jafari says, do you want to break it down sentence by sentence from the beginning?
خواص جدیدی در این ابعاد به ما داده میشه.
What Mr. Jafari says, this is a new discovery, and this opens a new field in science as a new material, new science. And carry on, please.
بله. با کوچک کردن نانوذرات
by reducing the size of the nanos to a smaller size as we see here. That's what it's referring to. Yes?
میشه انرژی با فرکانس خاصی رو انتقال داد و دریافت کرد.
We can transfer energy at a specific frequency, receive or send. This is a new technology which many of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in research already know. I'll explain to you later on how you know. بفهم.
در نتیجه خواص جدیدی در این ابعاد میشه مشاهده کرد.
Therefore, we see new properties at these lower dimensions in a way which we never had before.
و همچنین با این خواص میشه در علوم پزشکی در درمانهای مختلفی طیف وسیع استفاده کرد.
With this new knowledge, we can use it in health and medicine and create new medicine and new dimensions and technologies.
و همین حالا شما اگه سوالی باشه که من بتونم خدمتتون اطلاعات رو انتقال بدم.
He's asking, is there any question? Are there any questions from the panel? You got to understand, this is why we released this paper today. This is a major development, confirmation of the technology. First of all, confirming, as we said, is a sphere which behaves like a sun. It radiates energy like a sun. On the other hand, it opens a new dimension, which is at the, what they call frequency of the cells of the body of the man. And this is what is the major breakthrough. And those who understand this technology, understand why the GANS material is so effective against viruses. As Mr. Jafari told us, it's like a ball and it's energy. So what we said at the beginning of the other part of the teaching, in a way, being a very small plasma and the virus being a very big plasma, in that way, the energy transfer reduces the energy of the virus. This is the confirmation of what Keshe Foundation has been saying for a long time. That every nano, every GANS is in spheric shape. And if you see the crystallization, understand metallurgy, understand the world of medicine, you will understand a totally new world in health, food, and agriculture. As part of being a nuclear physicist, metallurgy and the structure of elements is part of our education. If you see the honeycomb shapes, if you see the crystallization, when you understand in a gaseous state in a sphere shape is like a sun, then you understand the creation, conversion of the energy into matter or energies of the matter, which opens a totally new science in the world of plasma and creation of matters. Are there any questions from Mr. Jafari from the panel?
Yes, we have a hand up, Farhad.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Farhad, can you speak? I'll try unmuting and see what happens.
If you look at the dimension sizes, Okay.
الان
Now I'm going to give you.
این صحبت می‌کردیم با اون.
Hello.
الان زنده هستی؟
Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
Farhad, did you want to speak? Maybe not. Not sure what's going on there. He may have
Okay.
accidentally put his
Let
hand
me
up.
bring Dr. Asadi in because he'll give you an amazing insight adding to what Mr. Jack his wife explained. Very simple, very simple. Dr. Asadi, are you there?
سلام مجدد دکتر جان، با منی؟
بله خواهش کنم. میشه اینو از نظر پزشکی برای ما تعریف کنین چی می‌بینین چی هست؟ بشه اول تشریف کنم. من این ورقه رو دیشب فرستادم برای آقای دکتر اسدی که بخونم و جوابی که برگشت همون بود که انتظار داشتم چون خودم میدونستم چی دیدم. This paper was released to us last night by Mr. Jafari and I sent it to Dr. Asadi as a doctor, medical doctor, because I know what it means in the structure of medical structure in nano and plasma transfer. His reaction was exactly what I thought. I thought if he knows medicine the way he works with GANs and technology, he will come with this reaction. And now let him explain to you what it means in the world of medicine, this new discovery. آقای دکتر اسدی برامون تشریح کنید چی دیدین دیشب وقتی این برقه رو خوندید.
قبل از هر چیز تشکر میکنم از آقای مهندس صادقی دانشمند بزرگمون و از خانم دکتر راشوندی که واقعا لطف کردن و این تصاویر رو ما به حساب تصاویر برای ما فرستادن و خیلی از سوالات ما رو جواب دادن.
First of all, I want to thank Dr. Rashman and her husband, who's the scientist, Mr. Jafari, for providing such a unique and valuable knowledge to us with this paper.
خیلی از بچه‌ها نالج سیکرها از ما سوال میکردن که این گنس رو تا حالا آزمایش کردین ببینید چی توشه و ما خب همیشه برامون یه سوال بزرگی بود که واقعا نمیدونستیم جواب قانع کننده و معقولی بهشون بدیم.
Knowledge seekers always ask me, do you know what's in this cans? Have you seen it? Or do you know what it does or what it is? And we couldn't answer them because we didn't have a valid papers.
و چقدر خوشحال شدم وقتی این تصاویر رو دیدم و حالا همه نالج سیکرها میتونن ببینن این سوالی که از ما دائما میکردن که این گنس چی توشه، از چی ساخته شده و حالا بینه میتونن ببینن و شگفت زده بشن.
Now the knowledge seekers for the first time they can see what it is and how is it structured that you don't need to ask questions. Now you see it.
مهمتر از همه اینی که آی دکتر میتونم ادامه بدم؟
بله بفهم.
ببخشید. مهمتر از همه اینی که این تصاویر در کجا گرفته شده و انجام شده. دانشگاه به حساب علوم تحقیقاتی متالورژی رفرنس ایرانه.
The most important thing is where these pictures are taken, this test has been done. It is the center of metallurgy of Iran, the most excellent center for nanotechnology.
و در واقع یکی از دانشگاه‌های مرجع که حرفش حرف اول و آخر در ایران و در دنیا و جزو استاندارد رفرنسه.
Is one of the leading institutes, not only Iran, but in the world, and their work is their benchmark. It's a standard for the rest of the nanotechnology labs around the world, which is the center of excellence of Iran. بفهمید.
و اینجا به وضوح نشون میده این تصویر رو از کاپ آف لایف برداشتن، یعنی قطراتی از کاپ آف لایف رو زیر میکروسکوپ الکترونیکی که با فیلدا کار میکنه و میتونه فیلدا رو تبدیل به عکس بکنه. خیلی قشنگ داره نشون میده اون چیزی رو که شما گفته بودید.
Let me translate. This shows that it's like from the cup of life. And it shows what we were telling all the time. What is in there and how it is. بفهم.
عرضم به حضورتون که خیلی قشنگ داره بچه ها نشون میده که این ذرات با روش بسیار ساده‌ای که پروفسور در اختیار ما گذاشتن و مهم مسئله مادیشه. ببینید قبلا نانو میکردم ولی با هزینه‌های سرسام‌آور، ولی شما با یه هزینه اندک میتونید این کار انجام بدید و این خیلی ارزون میکنه کارهای پزشکی که در آینده قرار بشه و این خیلی مهمه.
This is amazing because it's such a cheap way you manage to produce such a thing, and this will revolutionize the world of medicine in the coming time. آیه دکتر میشه من یه چیزی اول فارسی بگم بعد انگلیسی ترجمه کنم. I'm going to speak in Farsi to the Iranian listeners and then translate it. این عکس که میبینی هر چی ذرات کمتر و قوی‌تر باشن برای مستقیم رو سلا دارن، یا بهشون انرژی میدن یا بهشون انرژی میگیرن و این تحویل و گرفتن و دادن انرژی این دیگه کار قرصا رو تموم میکنه که باید بزنید تو بدن. برابر با اون چیزی که بدن ساخته شده همون حرکت رو الان میتونیم بکنیم و دیگه ساید افکتی در کارهای طبی نخواهیم دید، برای اینکه میدونیم برابرش رو بسازیم و باهاش برابری کنیم. What is this amazing with this picture and it will revolutionize the world of medicine is, first of all, now we can produce a match energy-wise to the structure of the body of the man, and this will revolutionize the world of medicine. We don't need to make any more tablets because when we eat the tablets, when we take medicine, it goes in our stomach and it converts into energy, what body can use to overcome or work within it. Now we can match the energy without conversion. We don't need even to digest it. It can be in our environment and we can interact with it. بفهمید.
تا قبل از این ما سعی می‌کردیم از قرص‌ها و داروها استفاده بکنیم که اونها از جنس بدن ما نبودن، برای همین فشار سنگین رو به بدن اعمال می‌کردن.
We using tablets and injections which were not from our body. They were foreign objects and they were putting a lot of pressure on us.
حالا میتونیم توسط این تکنولوژی با جنس مواد داخل بدن که از گنز درست شده و از همین ساختاره از جنس خودش بریم بهش کمک کنیم که این برای بدن خیلی قابل قبول تره.
And now for the first time we can go into the body and use the same structure as our body is made, and it makes life much easier to be able to work and change things.
در واقع این ساختار واقعی بدنه.
In fact, this is the true structure of the body of the man.
و ما میتونیم از این به بعد با تنظیم انرژی‌های اینها که دنیایی از انرژی داره و به انرژی یونیورس وصله، هر جایی تو بدن انرژیش دچار اختلال بشه تصحیح کنیم.
Now we can understand this as all made of energies. Now we can use this new technology to create new medicines that we interact with the body the same as the way the body is made with energy. And this changes everything. And we can do much more work with it.
و در واقع اختلالاتی که ما توسط عوامل فیزیکی و متر، اختلالاتی که توسط اینها به بدن اعمال کردیم و دچار مشکلش کردیم، برگردیم به ساختار اصلی اولیه‌اش، برش گردونیم.
Now with what we've done with taking medicines and the changes we bring and whatever we call it, now we don't need to. Now we can handle it the same as it's made.
و این دقیقاً همون تکنولوژیه که پروفسور در دستگاه بادی اینهانسمنت داره انجام میده.
ببخشید. They tell me I make a lot of noise. آقای اسدی شما دوباره باید بگین لطفا.
ببخشید گفتم که این دقیقاً همون تکنولوژیه که پروفسور توسط دستگاه بادی اینهانسمنت تمام اختلالات رو برمیگردونه به اون حالت اولیه نوزادیش، به اون حالت سلامت اولیه و اون دستگاه این رحمیه که دوباره بازسازی میکنه انسانو.
Now that we use this one in an enhancement unit, it takes us back the way we were born in the womb of the mother, that we can enhance the cells and changes a lot in the world of medicine.
ما تا حالا ویروس رو نمیشناختیم چون اصلا ذره‌ش رو نمیدونستیم چی هست که باهاش بجنگیم، ولی الان با این تکنولوژی رسیدیم به ساختار ویروس، یا حتی بهتون جالبه بگم فراتر از ویروس. من دارم میبینم که پروفسور یواش یواش وارد فاز آنگستروم بشن، پیکو تکنولوژی، و من فکر میکنم در آینده از نانو هم فراتر برن ایشون، پیکو تکنولوژی برسن.
Dr. Asadi says now we can see, we can even go to pico technology, not nano, and below, and create a new technologies. And this brings a new dimension into the world of physics and in the world of science. In a way, if you look at it, we've gone beyond nanotechnology. We've gone beyond understanding. Now we deal with energies.
و حالا میتونیم با جنس خود ویروس که تا حالا نداشتیم باش خیلی راحت نه بجنگیم، متعادلش کنیم، اونم دچار اختلال شده، تهاجمی شده، اونم آدمش کنیم، اونم متعادلش کنیم، اونم صلحجوش کنیم.
What Dr. Asadi says, now we can, because now we see it, as it was explained by Mr. Jafari, that now we see it as a three-dimensional energy. Now we can match the virus with the virus and tame it and work with it. In a way, with this paper, we confirm a lot of things. This most probably one of the pivotal papers ever been published in the plasma technology with health and other things. First of all, it confirms that we're dealing a ball of plasma. Secondly, it confirms that we're dealing with energies. And thirdly, it confirms that a new science has been developed. You knowledge seekers, being scientists, doctors, barbers, shopkeepers, cooks, accountants, ambassadors, as many of you are, and we know who you are and who we are, we're doing it, have entered a knowledge beyond understanding of many doctors and professors. So we all have come to a new science, but we all move together to understand it. And in a way, if you look at this structure, what we look at, and ask the pathologist to bring a tissue of a man, heart tissue, muscle tissue, and ask them to open up their structure. For the first time, you see a structure of the body of the man. Then you understand, for the first time, if we start manipulating these energy packs and these crystals, we can build any tissues within the body of the man without any side effects and without any operation. In the coming time, we can dilute this and control it, and then create the structure of the tissue of a heart inside the heart without operation. Change, if you understand this structure, how these holes and cavities you see has a lot of meaning in the world of science. Because these holes are not the empty space. These are magnetic field gaps that these materials have created in respect to each other. And these magnetic field gaps dictates the structure of a tissue, how closer we can bring it and how we can space it. This is, if you understand this, this is how we built the brain of Naomi after the accident. I saw this structure 40 years ago. I could see it clearly 20 years ago without actually ever having this magnetic field, because to me it was a natural thing. And now it's beautiful to see it. Now we see a structure of the human body made from magnetic fields, because the scientists tell us with these documents that is all interactional fields. They are balls of fields like a sun. And the interaction creates massive states and interactions. This is a major breakthrough for those who understand this technology of nanotechnology and below, and the human structure of the body of the man. Somebody's microphone is open, please close.
We're trying to use the other microphone that you have there, but it didn't work out, so we're getting an echo with that system.
Oh.
We'll have to switch back
So
to having.
I'm trying to, can we switch this off?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, now did I get the right one of you? Which one is it?
I'm on here. They're trying
to hear you now.
Is it better now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. We had a double microphone going at the same time because Caroline kept on complaining it's too much going on. My Thai camera was worse than my headphone camera. Okay. Now, Dr. Asadi, what else can you tell us, please?
استاد یه چیز قشنگ همین الان متوجه شدم. چقدر ساختار شبیه ساختار مغز استخونه. همون جایی که همه مواد بدن اونجا ساخته میشه.
Dr. Asadi says this looks like the structure of the bone marrow and the bone, where all the life starts in the body of the man. It looks like that, a structure.
خیلی برام جالبه. حتی اون حفره‌های استخوانی رو اینجا انگار آدم داره میبینه که هر کدومش با فرکانس خاصی میلرزه و یه ماده خاص خودش رو درست میکنه.
That each one of these holes vibrates at a certain frequency and creates a certain matter for the body of the man when you look at it that way.
پس برای همینه که این کاپ آف لایف همه انواع انرژی ها رو داره و میتونه حتی فراتر از ویروس هم کنترل کنه.
Now he understands that how cup of life is doing what it's doing, and it can do more than what we can think.
در واقع فکر کنم این مرکز حیات انسانه، یه حیات دوم، یه مرکز استخوانی که با دست خودمون میسازیم و هر چی رو بخوایم اون میتونه برامون تولید کنه.
Now this is like a bone marrow and can create everything we want, and it can do a lot more than what we think. Now, knowledge seekers, I'll speak in English first and then I'll go back in Farsi. Now you understand why we dilute different amounts of ganses to vary these dimensions to fit bone marrow, cancer, blood, brain cells, and the rest. This is why if you work with us in the what we call plasma technology, we say 40% or 30% of the GANs of this and 40% of GANs of that, because it changes these dimensions, and these dimensions create different magnetic fields and leads to a lot of new knowledge, new ways. We don't need to take tablets into space. We just need to understand the work of the plasma in the space.
در واقع ما با یه مرکز انرژی عین مغز استخوان که میتونه همه انرژی‌های دنیا رو بگیره و هر چی که بدن نیاز داره تبدیلش کنه و با هر عاملی که بخواد آسیب بزنه طردش کنه یا متعادلش کنه.
Dr. Asadi says this looks like a bone marrow, center of the bone, and it can make anything for the body or reject anything which the body doesn't like. And this gives us a new dimension in the world of science.
همون جوری که مغز و استخوان سیستم ایمنی بدن رو تنظیم میکنه که هیچ مهاجمی به بدن نتونه آسیب بزنه، این کاپ آف لایف هم دقیقاً داره همین کارو میکنه. من اینو دارم میبینم.
The way what he sees, understands from his field of work as a doctor, he says, what I can see here is the same as the bone marrow. And now I can understand how the cup of life can handle any illness because it has the same field structure.
چی بگم دکتر، من واقعا دارم شگفت زده میشم. من حالا دارم میفهمم که شما علم بعدی که میخواید بیارید فکر کنم پیکولوژی باشه نه نانولوژی و فراتر از این برید. من اینو دارم میبینم.
از پیکو هم پایین تر رفتیم.
پروفسور اجازه میخواستم که یک جمله خدمتتون عرض کنم.
میشه یه دقیقه ترجمه کنم بعد شما؟
بله.
That's what he says. He says, now I understand where you're going. You're going below to Pico. And I said, we're going even below Pico because a lot of things you're still waiting for visualization. But I understand the technology. I'm going into the field interaction. چیزی که تشریح کردم آقای دکتر اسدی گفتن که رفتیم زیر پیکو، ما از پیکو پایین تر رفتیم برای اینکه هنوزم با انرژی بازی میکنیم بدون جسم. بفهمید.
عرض کنم که در تایید حرف دکتر اسدی عزیز خواستم عرض بکنم که زمانی که ما تصویربرداری انجام دادیم ذراتی بسیار ریزتر از نانو بود که میکروسکوپ الکترونی هم نتونست اونا رو به اصطلاح اندازه‌گیری بکنه. فقط به صورت یک ذره میشد مشاهده کرد و میگفتن خیلی شبیه کهکشان میمونه که من هم همین نظر رو داشتم که این ابعادی در مقیاس پیکو و یا شاید پایینتر از پیکو باشه که در حال حاضر تجهیزات اندازه‌گیریش وجود نداره.
What Mr. Asadi says, when they were taking the pictures in the lab, they could see small dots, which is much smaller than nano, that we don't even have the equipment for us to see it. And there are much smaller materials in this matter. It looks like a galaxy. Now we can see it, how the things are in there.
به علاوه یه جمله هم خواستم بگم که ما یه پروتکلی برای سایر آزمایشات انجام نوشتیم که آزمایشات پایه‌ای مثل تست عدم سمیت سلولی که در حال حاضر با آزمایش اجزای این نانو مواد هیچ اجزای سمی دیده نشده و یک تست هم در حال انجام به عنوان تست عدم سمیت سلولی که اونم تا چند روز آینده انتشار پیدا میکنه.
What Dr. Jafari says, Ms. Jafari says, is that they have done a test with this and shows no sign of poisoning. That this material could be poisonous because they can see it from the structure. And further, there are other tests getting done that میشه بگین چی گفتین از لغت
عرض کردم که تست عدم سمیت سلولی
that they become poison for the cell. They are doing the test as well, which will be out in the next few days. آقای جعفری این برای شما چه معنی داره؟ شما تو کار ساخت دستگاه طبی هستید.
این آزمایش رو می‌فرمایید؟
بله. این جنسی که می‌بینید. I asked Mr. Jafari, what does he see? He's involved in making health medical equipment. That's what his expertise and patents are. شما چی می‌بینید در این؟
من فکر می‌کنم که یه دانش خیلی جدیدی هستش که هنوز خیلی فاصله داره دیوایس های پزشکی تا به این بخواد برسه. در واقع این چیزی که شما انتشار دادید یک نسل فراتری از دیوایس های درمانی هستش. خیلی منو به یاد کهکشان میندازه این تصاویر.
What Mr. Jafari says, he says what we developed is beyond the equipment we have to see, we have to detect at the moment, and this brings up the structure of the galaxies, which is full of energies and transfer of energies.
خیلی ممنونم از شما.
خواهش میکنم. Thank you very much, Mr. Jafari, and your beautiful wife, in you and your brother-in-law, Mr. Rashman. You are a source of pleasure to know and work with and share knowledge with. آقای دکتر اسدی.
دیدی گفتم استاد، من مطمئنم شما برای ما در آینده پیکو تکنولوژی میاری و فکر کنم وقتی به پیکو برسیم ماهیت همه چی بریز رو دایره. ماهیت هست.
What Dr. Astley says, now that we go, I told you we're going to PICO, now everything will be open up.
در واقع این نانو تکنولوژی زاییده پیکو تکنولوژی باید باشه احتمالا که اینها فراتر از مغز انسانه در فعل حاضر.
What Dr. Astley says, PICO technology and below what we see here is the mother of nanotechnology. So it's beyond and it's created by, which changes a lot of things.
و فکر میکنم به اونجا که دیگه برسیم دیگه به آخر علم رسیدیم انشالله.
نه تازه اول علم شروع میشه اونجا که برسیم.
وای پس شما چی قراره برای ما بیاری؟
دانشی که شما هنوز ندیدید.
خیلی مشتاقم زنده باشم و ببینم.
امیدوارم. من خیلی مشتاقم برگردم ایران نشونتون بدم.
با آغوش باز منتظر شماییم استاد. قدم رو چشم ما بذارید و بیایید.
The new science is well today. And now when you see the viruses, you know which ball is in this mixture that allows the transfer of energy to it. And all it does, it expands to a bigger ball. And then it'll become what we call the absorber of the energy of the virus. And it's amazing how things will take shape from now on with this paper, and how the world of science will start looking at a new dimension in energy transportation, in space travel, and in many other aspects in agriculture. Now that we see this structure, do we need to produce massive amount of food, or do we use these capturing systems to absorb energy in the space of time to feed the man? Do we need to have hunger when this system can be made to absorb any energy that you need in a cup of life, and you can have whatever you need without killing an animal, without fighting for survival? And in so many ways, this is how we will live in a space.
Mr. Kesh,
Yes.
I just ran across a picture from NASA that looks almost identical to what we see here, but it's a picture of the universe, or of 37,000 galaxies that they've mapped out. I'd like to show you it right now.
Would you like to put it next to each other?
That would be good if we could do that somehow, but I'm not sure.
Take a screenshot of this, and then
right, okay, that's a good idea.
Next to each other the way you usually do. Let me explain to you what is happening and why we brought this in. We wanted to show the glory of this technology out of Iran. And this paper and what is here, and the beauty of it is not exclusively to Iran. Every one of you can make a cup of life. will change the course of medicine from today. The stock market, understanding that a new evolution, a revolution is the hand of every man in their house, will collapse pharmaceutical industry. In a way, it has already collapsed because the technology has not managed to save a single life. And the technology we have at the moment with pharmaceutical has been the cause of many, many problems which we did not understand. This is the structure of life, in the cup of life, in the body of the man or the universe. There is no more or less difference. It's just about energy and how it's conditioned, has conditioned it to show itself. In a way, we have seen the replication of universe in the body of the man and in a cup of life. دوستان عزیز، برای چیزی که گفتم اینه که همین شکلی که در کاپ آف لایف می‌بینیم، ما این عکسی آقای جعفری برامون آوردن و شکلی که از گالاکسی ها تو ناسا نشون میدن و حتی در شش من می‌بینیم، در شش خودمون، در استراکچر قلبمون، همه جا همین چیز رو می‌بینیم. حتی در کنکشن مغزی وقتی نگاه میکنیم همین چیزها رو می‌بینیم. پس برای اولین بار تونستیم چیزی بسازیم که کپی خودمون. و برای همینه که برای خیلی از دانشمندا این خیلی چیز ثقیلیه و دکترا که قبول کنم که بشر رفته به اصل کائنات و ساخت خودش. In so many ways, now we have entered a new phase of science. We have entered a new phase of understanding how to handle our lives. As I said in many times, we go from micro to macro. What we see in the structure of the plasma of an electron or proton, we see in the structure of the solar system. Now we see the two. Now we see galaxies. We have gone further down. Now we see energy packs. همونجوری که همیشه گفتم چیزی که در اتم می‌بینیم در ساخت سیارات خورشیدی می‌بینیم. حالا برای اولین بار می‌تونیم چیزی که در وجود و بدن مغز و ریه خودمون می‌بینیم در آب ببینیم و ببینیم همه دانش یکی. دنیا از مدارای مغناطیسی ساخته شده و هیچ چیزی بیشتر از اون نیست.
ببخشید جناب دکتر، عذرخواهی می‌کنم برحال هستم، حالتون خوبه؟ سلام می‌کنم خدمت شما.
ببخشید بذارید معرفی کنم. Dr. Barapur is the doctor who is one of the support team doctors with the Keshe Foundation, what we call support team for the virus. بفرمایید آقای بارپور.
خواهش می‌کنم. سلام می‌کنم خدمت همه دوستان و همکاران کش فاندیشن تو همه جای دنیا. من یه سوالی داشتم با توجه به این عرایضی که آقای دکتر اسدی استاد و دوست خوبم فرمودن راجع به این عکس و شباهتش با مغز استخوان و ساخته شدن مواد در مغز استخوان. من فکر می‌کنم که یواش یواش به این دانش میتونیم برسیم، چون مغز ما میتونه در مواجهه با بیماری مختلف میتونه موادی که لازمه رو اصلا خودش هم بسازه. یعنی اصلا نیازی هم به این که از بیرون چیزی به ما داده بشه هم نباشه. حتی کمان هم این هستش که یعنی قدرت رو میتونه آدمیزاد داشته باشه که همه بیماری‌ها رو خودش با توانایی مغزش درمان بکنه. حالا نظر من هست.
What Dr. Harris says is that from what we see here, man should have a capability to cure himself using his brain and doesn't need anything because now we know how it works and we can see man can do a lot of things for himself. This goes back to part of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. We say we feed the soul of the man through the brain and then it feeds the body of the man. We don't need to eat. This is what we have been teaching for sometimes now. در قسمت کشمندیشن، در قسمت طبی و فضایی همیشه یاد میدیم که بشر میتونه به روحش، به مرکز مغزش هست، به مغزش تمام انرژیایی که میخواد بگیره و با اون انرژی به باقی بدنش که مجبور نیست نه چیزی رو بکشه نه گشنه بمونه. و اینو چیزی که حالا کم کم با این دانش شروع میکنیم. من مطمئنم دانشمندای ایرانی در نانو تکنولوژی حالا که این تکنولوژی رو پیدا کردن چجوری میتونن آهنا رو از هم دیگه جدا کنن، جنس رو از هم جدا کنن و کوچیکشون کنن. A new knowledge has born today, but confirmation of what we told for 20 years. یه دانش جدیدی از امروز پیش میاد که ایران در صدر اون خواهد بود. ما رفتیم پایین تر از اونی که هست و دونستیم و دستگاه‌هایی باید بسازیم، شکل‌هایی باید بسازیم که ایران رو در صدر این دانش در دنیا بگیره.
ممنون جناب دکتر.
خواهش می‌کنم.
استاد ببخشید دقیقاً دارن درست میگن، چون ما تنها جایی که مستقیم مغز روش اعمال اثر میکنه و تحت کنترل داره همین مغز استخونه. بقیه جاها رو جانشین قرار داده که قدرت هستن، ولی اینجا رو جانشین قرار نداده. اینجا رو مستقیم روش اعمال اثر میکنه و نظارت داره. اگر هم میبینیم اختلالی هست که نمیتونه درست بکنه این قضایا رو در مواجهه با ویروس چه ایموشنالمون نمیذاره. این ایموشنه که در واقع صد درست کرده بین نظارت دقیق روح و نمیذاره. وگرنه من فکر میکنم اگه ایموشنال رو درستش بکنیم این وسط و تعدیلش بکنیم، بعدن خودش روح بدن بتونه خودش با نظارت دقیق و قشنگی که روی مغز استخوان داره و وسایلش هم اونجا داره بتونه ضد هر چیزی رو بسازه و متعادلش کنه. درست دارم میگن استاد؟
بله، ما اینا خیلی وقت داریم میگیم استاد.
ممنونم ازتون که این چشم ما رو به حقایق باز کردیم. ما تا الان تو دنیای مادی و پزشکی رو از طریق ماده میشناسیم و واقعا چقدر کوچیکه در مقابل این علم وسیعی که شما از طرف خدا به ما هدیه دادید. ممنونم ازتون.
خواهش میکنم. دانش انرژی وقتی اینقدر ضعیف میشه دانش جسم میشه و یکی از بهترین چیزهایی که بدن بشر میتونه به دست بیاره. What Dr. Asli says is that now we understand how the brain has positioned the bone to make what it needs, and now it's the position of the emotion. In the Science and Technology of Keshe Foundation, we always said physicality works hand in hand with emotion, and now we see it, we understand it, and in so many ways, as I said, this paper will change the world of science because now we have a physical dimension to it. We've gone below and we can see the spherical energy, conversion of energy to matters, and how energies allow creation of crystals and everything else that in the future will become a new science. And I hope the Iranian government and the leadership will take steps to make sure stays at the head of this realm of new technology and science. من تمام آرزوم اینه که بعد از سالها که این رو به وجود آوردیم، ملت ایران و دولت ایران، دانشمندای ایران از این به بعد دانش رو ببرن به طبقه بعدی و در صدر این دانش باشه. من وقتی که به ایران اومدم 10 سال پیش، آقای احمد نژاد هیچ کاری نکردن جز از دانش بدزدن و فهمیدم که منظورشون چی بود. برای همین از ایران اومدم بیرون، برای اینکه دانش باید به این آزادی باشه که دانشمندا ازش لذت ببرن، نه بعضی ها ازش بخوام برسن. خیلی خوشحالم که دوباره دانشم به ایران برگشته، ولی امیدوارم که مسئولین و دولت ایران اجازه بدن که این دفعه این دانش در جایی که هست رشد بدن، چه در فضایی، چه در طبی، چه در همه محصولات دیگرش. شاید سالها طول بکشه که دانشمندان ایران تازه بفهمند حتی تو این عکس چی هست، با تمام وقتی که بذارن روش کار کنن. What we see with the new science and technology, it brings that we can feed ourselves, we can control ourselves, and we bring a dimension to humanity. Do we need to fight to feed? And do we need to suffer, where we can find the source of the pain and through emotion eradicate it from the body of the man? آقای دکتر اسدی، آقای دکتر براپور، آقای مهندس جعفری و خانم دکتر، ازت تشکر کنم برای وقتی که گذاشتین و یه دانش جدید رو بر بشریت باز کردیم. ما هرچی گفتیم قبول نکردن، ولی حالا شده این همه با هم دیگه ببینیم که دانش چه جنبه جدیدی به وجود میاد.
ممنون از شما جناب.
استاد اجازه میدیم من یه مطلبی رو بگم؟
خواهش.
استاد تو این مبارزه با کرونا دکترای زیادی با ما همکاری کردن. خب شما دقیقا نمیشناسین ولی من همشون رو میشناسم، دست همشون رو میبوسم، نمیخوام تک تک اسم ببرم، ولی خب البته های دکتر برارپور از یار و یاورهای قدیم و پیشکسوت ما هستن که از قدیم یار و یاور ما بودن و اخیراً هم خیلی از پزشکا دارن بهمون کمک میکنن. خیلی حالا نمیخوام تک تک اسم ببرم چون میترسم بعضیاشون رو بگم بعضیا رو نگم دلخور بشن، ولی خیلی از پزشکا دارن به ما کمک میکنن و من دست همشون رو میبوسم، از همشون من.
خیلی متشکرم. Mr. Dr. Asadi says there are many doctors in Iran who understand technology and are helping with the corona in Iran. And in a way, is a hidden medicine inside Iran, which the doctors are using it for themselves, but they're scared to use it for their patients. And he would like to thank all of them. He says there are many doctors who are working, but in a way, they are doing it because they understand it. میخوام از رهبرای ایران و دفتر رئیس جمهوری و دفتر رهبر یه تقاضای خیلی ساده بکنم. دفعه قبل که اومدم ایران و دانش فضایی رو ایران آوردم ازم دزدیدیم و بعد تو خیابونا گذاشتیم و گفتیم که شما برید. این دفعه به ایران بر نمیگردم ولی دانش شما در خیابونای ایران میذارم. شاید ایران مرکز دانش دنیا بشه. شاید بتونیم دفعه بعد ایران رو به جایی که هست برسونیم، نه به اون جایی که گذاشتن بود. از دانش بالاتر از هر جاییم و از عشق و محبت از همه بیشتر داریم. To close this session, we take a 15 minutes break and then we come back to show the first cases of corona, which has been handled by Dr. Asadi and Dr. Barapour and other doctors in Iran. It's the first time you see physical evidence of people who survived the corona. And that'll be a gift to humanity. And from there on, we see where we go. The time is nearly 12:30. We come back at 1 o'clock our time, which is 3:30 Tehran time. And then we'll see evidence and testimonial and the people who have survived corona in Iran with just a glass of water. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kesh, do we keep the broadcast open or
Yes,
start a new broadcast?
Put one of the teachings on in the background.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a section which explains, it's been separated, teaches about the coronavirus, explanation of it. I know that segment has been separated. While they're trying to come up with the documents for the presentation, now we had to do this to give you a scientific understanding of what is the gans of water, the gans in the cup of life, is and what it does. That the international audience said they don't look at just it does occur scientifically. It can be shown as a dynamic plasma in the small balls and interacts with the plasma of the virus. It is important to make these papers available and these kind of sciences that as we develop this technology, we understand how safer we are for ourselves and how the new science will change all of us. We are not here to break the past. We are here to build on the past. Now, what we know in the medicine physics, we can correct the mistakes and adjust it to fit the reality of what we see. As Dr. Asad said, now we found the creator of the nano. And now when you travel with me more in the time to come, I'll even take you to see the creator of the creator. But then you have to have open eyes and understanding that the knowledge has no limitation, except according to the intelligence of the man. Do we have anything ready?
Go ahead, sorry.
ببخشید آقای کشر، این نمونه که وایس هایی که بیماران برای ما ارسال کردن اینها رو به صورت یک کلیپ ساخته شده. اگر که اجازه بدین این رو هم در ادامه صحبت شما پخش کنیم ممنون میشم.
Let me explain to you something. We're going for a break. چقدر زمانشه خانم محمدی؟
کوتاه، فکر میکنم حدود 5 الی 7 دقیقه است.
Before we go for a break, as some of you would like to go for a break, the Iranian Knowledge Seekers Keshe Foundation have made a voice records of all those or some of those who have reversed their lives and saved and survived the corona. It's their word, and they made a small piece for it that you hear what they say and how they feel. Go ahead, please, Mrs. Mohammadi.
این کلیپ رو ارسال کردیم از طرف آقای یوسف و با استنلی هماهنگ شده. اگر محبت کنن ممنون میشم.
Stanley, would you like to play it? Apparently you're in a position of this.
Do we know the number of the video? I have many.
No, but Yusuf know about that. Please, would you ask him?
Mr. Yusuf, what number do we have to play? Do you have it? Stanley, have you got it?
I can't reach him. I have many videos, so I just need to know which one to play.
Oh.
Let me see.
I do not know which one it is. We can't get it. He says number 2. Stanley. No, I got the.
Okay.
Do you see the chat?
Yeah,
It says number 2 you want to play.
I will play number 2. I don't know exactly every second
It's in
of the
Farsi
video, but
more than anything else.
let's see.
به نام خدا. پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه مؤسس بنیاد کشه و بنیانگذار تکنیک‌های پلاسمایی و گنس‌ها در جهان میباشد. برای رفتن به فضا باید بر گرانش زمین غلبه کنیم. برای زندگی در فضا انرژی رایگان میخواهیم. در سفینه فضایی زمین کشاورزی نداریم، لذا غذای کم حجم و پر انرژی میخواهیم. اگر در فضا بیمار شویم، فرصت بازگشت به زمین جهت درمان را نخواهیم داشت و در واقع معقول هم نیست. بر این اساس مأموریت بنیاد کشه به عنوان یک مؤسسه فضایی و فضانوردی شامل کلیه فعالیت‌هایی است که منجر به زیست و عملکرد بهتر در فضا، اعم از گرانش، مواد غذایی، انرژی بی‌پایان و سلامتی و درمان میباشد و در واقع مخترع و مبتکر تکنیک‌های فضایی پیشرفته در جهان است. از طرفی بنیاد کشه ماحصل تحقیقات و پتنت‌های خود را برای زمین نیز کاربردی کرده و در حال آموزش رایگان، استفاده همگانی و تاثیرگذاری می‌باشد. و اما این بار نیز جهت رفع معضل جهانی کرونا، پروفسور مهران توکلی کشه یک روش بسیار ساده، کارآمد و فوری را آموزش می‌دهند که با آن شما می‌توانید با وسایل بسیار ابتدایی گنس و آب پلاسمایی را در منزل بسازید و از ابتلا به ویروس کرونا جلوگیری کنید و در صورت ابتلا فوری درمان شوید و درمان کنید. نام این تکنیک یک فنجان یک زندگی میباشد.
This is the advertising for One Cup, One Life, that how the knowledge has come about. Is not what we were looking for. Do we have a team to play an intro while we are going for break in half an hour? Come back at 2:30, 3:30 Tehran time, 1 o'clock Central European time.
Yes, I do. And I do have a section of KSW 317 if you want to play.
Yes, please.
Okay. I have that ready here.
This is part of the explanation of the corona and how it does with the body of the man, I presume. We'll be back at 3:30 Tehran time and 1 o'clock Central European time. And you can learn a lot. This is the clip of the virus. Is this virus mutates? This is one thing that Gates Foundation did not calculate. They wanted to change the code that it reduces the population. But one thing they did not consider was the mutation of this virus. How it mutates will come and explain later on. But what we've seen in the Chinese structure and the Iranian structure is that you get rid of or you solve the problem with the virus. If one is left, it mutates to a new one. If one is left, it mutates to a new one. And every time it mutates, it becomes stronger. The reason it mutates is because now we understand the Keshe Foundation, to our knowledge, that viruses are packs of energy which they encircle magnetically by their field the cell in the body. What is the strange for other people? They do not understand how this virus is transmuting, for example, from Iran to Italy. Go back to the knowledge. As you know, magnetic fields travel. And if you have the same strength, being from another part of the universe will reach Earth. That's why we see the depth of the stars and deep sides of the universe. As you saw the map, as I explained, what is clearly indication of why it jumped from Iran to Italy, The Iranian and the Italians have deep-rooted in blood for centuries. And it was obvious. The next step from Iran was Italy. And as he jumped to jump further, he has mutated to stronger. These people infected environment in country, but they never counted on plasma technology of the virus. Now we see this rapidly mutating into North America, as many Americans are Italian descent. But the problem is, Italians have taken one corner of United States, and the Iranian the other side in Los Angeles. And the disaster covers the whole of this nation. This is what we see clearly, and that's why it's rapidly growing in Italy. Why in Iraq? The other point is that what we saw, the change from China to Iran, was very clear. I was expecting this, and when it happened, I understood was to see that it spreads very rapidly. Why? For centuries, Silk Road has mixed blood. Now you can see. This genetic modification by the gene itself will encircle the planet. We are in dark ages of man destroying himself to the greed of Mr. Gates. When you buy a patent to destroy, it destroys you. Now you understand how it will go. So what is important for you to realize that you cannot stop just because you have gone. What has happened? The virus has made a link into the cell through any of its combination of amino acid. What is strange and what you have not understood and the world of medicine doesn't understand, this gene has emotion. This gene, when they set it up, they never understood the world of the physics. It has created its own soul. If you look at the crown, what we call virus, is like this, and then it has a second circle. The existence of the two leads to creation of magnetic fields, which gives it the life to mutate. This is why it's called the crown virus. And that's why they call it corona, because it sits like a crown over the cell. Exactly what we explained it does for past 10 years, how the virus works and how the virus is. The shape of the crown or coronavirus is the shape of embedded, encircled two magnetic fields, one of the plasma of the amino acid or the cell, and one of the energy of the virus. It has created its own life, and this will take shape further and further, and it mutates. Man went from Africa to Asia and India and China, and it mutated by shades and colors according to be able to survive. This virus will be with us for a long time to come. It envelops, it encircles the whole cell. The logic behind this by the Gates Foundation was to reduce the population. My message to Kate Foundation is very simple. We are 7 billion happily living on this planet. We've got our own faults as a big family. If the place is too small for you, you don't need to eliminate 7 billion. Eliminate 7 members of your family, then you don't need to suffer with us. What we see and what we have requested the Chinese government, and very soon will release data. We are aware and we know, as I said before, mercury, aluminum, and lead are playing something in this virus injection. As we saw with children immunization, we could be heading for another disaster with so much poison in the body injected. This is time to tell, time to see. So in this process, you can see how the virus is changing and mutating. It's a energy which has found the energy of the cell, and with it has created his own soul, which means he has a brain. It will dictate where he wants to go. And he has so many diversions, his energy pack, which will go down the race channel to every nation. Now that you understand how this energy is transferring, it's very simple. The cell as an energy pack needs an amino acid, a protein, your skin on the table, your spit on the chair, your sweat somewhere else. And as these are weak now, the virus makes a connection to feed them, because in essence, they came from the same amino acid structure field. This virus is transferring itself to the leftover residual of the body of the man. That's why when you touch the button of the left, when you touch a node which somebody else has touched, it has carried into the weaker structure, and now it encircles it. You invite it by touching it. It connects first to your cell, and then it shows itself. What is interesting, if you go back to the few teachings before, I spoke about the emotion of the animals, and that's why it came from the seas. In this position, now you understand. This virus has emotion. What is interesting, very simply, has a deep emotion. It means it copies the emotion of the man who gets it. This is why some people walk away with it initially as good, and then they catch it for a second time and they die. The sign of emotion of control of this cell became very apparent. The brain of the man, the skin of the man, and the cell of the lungs of the man are main part of operators of the emotion of the man. as the skin, the brain, and the lung are all of the same cell. So what happens? Very strange. When you have asthma, you have an emotional problem, you see what happens with your breathing. When you cannot speak, you cough. When you get stressed, you cough. So this shows the true nature of this virus. And once enters your emotional circle, your emotional system, which your lung represents you. That's why you get asthma attacks and you spray yourself to kill it, but you don't sort out the emotion. This time is a very powerful asthma. And what we see from all the reports in Iran and China, a very clear pattern of asthma attack and then with the heart failure. But they call it the infection of the lung. It is in a way an asbestos, a very strong, powerful, but live and decision maker. Let me explain to you how you die. This is from the report from Chinese health authorities and directly from the hospitals in Iran, from the doctors. That's your body. This is your lungs. I make it very big. And this is your heart. The virus enters through two channels. Breathe into your nose or breathe into your mouth. Go back to the teaching. This is the soul of the man. In so many ways, if you understand the depth of knowledge the way we do, as I told you, the virus is a living thing, and he has a soul. He has created itself an emotion. In passing in your, what we call, breathing channels, it transfers his emotion to the soul. And then soul understands and tells it where to go. Because soul cannot show the pain of the or feeling of the virus. So they create is your arm, your leg. Somebody's microphone is open. Then it tells it where it's needed, how it can show its sorrow and pain to the body itself. Now you understand how you absorb it. How brain and the soul have decided this is where we create condition for it to find a place. In this process, as it takes position, your lungs, according to the scientific data, gets flooded as it tries to create food for itself. Changes the condition of the lung, and then it lives. What we know, as I explained to the doctors before, is that we know each lung works 1 hour on, 1 hour off. Even though they work, operational exchange of the energy for the blood is done on these sequences. Depending on when the virus enters the lung, which is active, or maybe the lung which is inactive, at rest, not really ready to defend itself, allows the virus to set in. So it grows. And by the next breedings and the change of time, the second lung starts the transition of the virus. So what you have, a more advanced working against the weaker one. The two lungs start exchanging energy to build up, to support each other. And we see lungs getting flooded and change of condition. And it's strange, from the Iranian doctors who have been witness to many deaths, they report these people are extremely healthy. They're young, they're athletes. There's a guy who came, he's a mountaineer, and out of nowhere, they see cardiac arrest. And in the last 5 hours, they die from cardiac arrest. All the patients with this virus die of cardiac arrest. Now we understand how, as I explained in other teaching, in this process of exchange of the energy between the two lungs, as they get everything, now they lock in into the energy of the heart. And the heart brings energy from the rest of the body, and they consume it. And the heart cannot cope with serving the body and the virus. And it goes to overrun and heart attack and death. Now we understand the process. We are dealing with the energy transfer emotionally and with a capability to mutate. With the traditional medicine, we know not. With a new Keshe Foundation and plasma technology, we know how. In the cup of life, which I gave you, I specifically, when I did, accommodate this. I gave you a copper, nanocopper, and a zinc. Some of the copper are the element of the zinc. So you produce hidden amount of ZNO. The copper creates your UO. And the copper and the zinc gives you CO2. Now you understand why this water works and why we insist on 50% if you don't have the cup CO, 30% CO2, and 20% ZN. As I said, if you understand the teaching of the Keshe Foundation over years, ZN is the elevator of the soul. So in taking, reading, and covering, you keep on strengthening the soul. For it to strengthen the soul of the virus, to give it satisfaction of life. And this is how most of this process of reversal comes. CO is to take the energy from the virus. CO2 is to create the connection. Now you understand why we said this process. Now, I want to explain to you how you can check first if you have the virus. If you do not have ganses, you test what is known as a 10-second breathing trial. Every morning or in the day, you hold your two nostrils, you close it with your two fingers, and you hold your breath for 10 seconds. If you do not cough or you do not run out of breath, 90% you're okay. But if within this 10 seconds you're forced to cough, or you see irritation of your throat to cough, or you see you cannot hold your 90% chance of have received a kind of infection by the virus, depending on which stage you are. Then you will see sometimes around 10 to 25 days from the first day when you test and you notice this, you will show fever, you will show the rest of the virus infection. The reason is that this virus takes its own route straight away in the lung. So the lung is already carrying the virus, but you don't see it. This is what we call matter state testing. With the plasma testing, the process is different. If you have made yourself the gases of Zn, CO, and CO2, you do two things. If you spray the gas water of this combination, what we call the cup of life, on your head and on your chest and your back, once a day, twice a day if you're worried, and you feel pain or headache or pressure, you're 100% infected. Do not go for psychosomatic and placebo because you done it, you have a headache. But try to understand if there is a pressure, is a magnetic field pressure. Is the pressure you feel energy is transferring inside you? This is what we are looking for, not the headache that I take aspirin. If you feel on the head, it means the energy transfer from the gans to the what we call the soul is taking place at a high level, and that energy transfer creates heat or what we call magnetic pressure. If it wasn't there, it cannot make it. The same is between your lung and the gans water you put outside. And we told this before, you feel a pressure. People say there is a pressure, they cannot breathe. Even in China, we have seen people who report pain when they use the gas. You can use the uncertain way or 90%, or you can check 100%. This is the procedure that will be used in the hospitals by the doctors when they start using the gas technology for identification of people have the virus or they don't. First physical, then through the gas. And if both are positive, you got it. You got to understand, if you can make for yourself 3 or 4 different cups of life, even though they're all from the same material, whatever, they create a slightly different strength of gas. And you need this to cover yourself for a long term, to cover from any mutation of the virus. Same time, when you think you have it, immediately, your immediate family, people who you've been with and where you've been, you go back, you inform, you give a cup, you keep a paper, you say, this is what you got to do. I think I have an infection, you better cover yourself. If you go and you're not aware and you have
Aprirò
overlooked,
poi il microfono quando inizia, adesso vi metto, posiziono la camera.
this is your head, this is your body, this is your arms, you have to follow this procedure without failure. As you understood, this disease affects the soul and the lung. And in that process, the soul of physicality, which is the heart of the man, is in between. So what you understand, the minute you are infected, the chain has been built. The separation of the physicality from the soul starts, because they're aware of what is to come. You need to support both. The process has to be in this way. The first thing you do, you spray your chest. You wet your chest with a gas water from Cup of Life every hour. This is on a condition that you are infected. For prevention, we come to later. Every hour, once you tested, you had a headache and you felt the tightness of the chest, and you did the test, you're coughing, this is your next step within 5 minutes. You put gas water on either side of your lung. What this does, it transfers the energy of the virus into the gans of what you put in, and this will dissipate into the atmosphere or to your clothing. So you're depleting the virus energy. This is all you can do. Don't forget, the heart is in the center of the two. If you look at it, in reality, with a brain, you have made your star formation. And in a way, gives a chance for the soul to take its flight. Then what you do, after you covered the body, immediately you cover your face with a spray or wet of the gas. Then you spray, please do not try to wash, try to spray gas water around your head. Again, by the same principle, you transfer energy out. And at the same time, you transfer energy in, satisfying the soul. The face is to take the energy from if the cells affected or landed on your face. The head is to elevate the soul because of the zinc. The third step is to take immediately water, gas water, to wash any possibility of any material of contaminated to be present, and at the same time feeding the soul. Every 15 minutes to 1 hour, you take one sip, what about 50 ml of gas water. Now, the next step for you is to put the gas water in what we call hubble bubble, in shisha, whatever you call, make a Coca-Cola bottle with 2 holes in it, and put a stick in it, a pipe, a straw to the bottom and a straw in the up, and fill it up with the gas water, and you inhale. You inhale at least 10 minutes in every hour. And what you do by inhaling, you take the energy inside, and by having the other energy, which is weaker outside on the skin, you deplete the energy of the virus. You will lose your temperature within the first while if you have a high temperature. The temperature should come down within 1 hour to 3 hours maximum. The fever goes. Do not get fooled. If you had a coughing, depending on how bad the lung is damaged, will repair itself in over days. You might lose most of the irritation very rapidly too. The sweating will go. Once you've gone through this process, you carry on for 2 to 3 months. The strangest thing is, you will stop somewhere. This is when the soul is satisfied and informs the arm to not give me any more water. We see this with all the technologies. When I used to help people, I always tell them when I gave them the system, they said, when do I stop? I said, look, come back soon. The day you say, oh, I forgot to drink, is the day that you have reached the steps of completion. You bring the system back. Because when you're not hungry, you don't eat. When the body doesn't need it, you'll find out you forget doing it because there's no need for it. This is for recovery. Spray your body long and back every hour if you have seen the positive sign of the breathing and the guts. Then spray the face first every hour. Then spray the head every hour. You do this for 3 days, and after that, you step down to prevention. That is, you keep yourself safe 2-3 times a day. Then you drink water every hour. Then you inhale every hour for 10 minutes directly with the water, gans. Please do not drink from the gans itself. And if you follow this process, you stand a good chance of surviving the situation.
Mr. Kesh, did you want us to take a break there?
Hello, we are ready to go.
Okay.
Can we go on now?
You're running.
Running. Hello, yes. Good afternoon. We are back again. Now what it is, the doctors will show the cases which have been handled by the team, and we go in more depth to see exactly what has happened, how people react. You will see a summary sheet written by the volunteer as the patient has reported case by case, and then you will hear the voices of the patients, that how they feel. And then the doctors will explain every case. We might do 3 or 4 cases, and then we go to the next session from Mrs. Mohammadi, and then we go to public. What do you want to see?
بله. آره آماده هستیم جناب دکتر کش. ویدیو شماره 6 لطفاً.
Stanley, are we ready, please? We try to translate step by step as before. This is the first time you as public, you hear a person and you see the results of coronavirus. And the only thing they've taken is water by washing and drinking. It's the new plasma technology.
جناب دکتر من الان همونطوری که گفتی چون وسیله نداشتم مثل اسپری بعد همونطوری زدم صورتم خب اول
Can you go back to the top? If you go to the top, please let us. Can we go to the top of this page before it starts?
If we have this document separately, yes. Inside the video, we can't go.
Can you stop the video or does it stop altogether?
When I stop the video, it stops at the picture. We need to have a separate document if we want to see the whole page. Because this is just part of the video.
Okay, let it go and we'll try to explain.
Okay.
If we can stop the video anywhere at the beginning of it, that we say who it is, what it is, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, please. This is a lady, 26 years old. She has all the symptoms of cold, temperature, shaking, coughing, feeling what we call no strength and pain in the head, which is all the symptoms of corona. She started using the Chronogans and she reports her condition as she goes along. Can you play it, please?
همونطوری که گفتی چون وسیله نداشتم.
She says she hasn't any tools, but she has listened to the instruction of the doctor. And the case was reported on the 11th of the 12th, 98, which is the date in Iran. And by 14th of the 12th, 98, which is 4 days later, she has reported complete recovery. And please go to the bottom, please, a little bit more. The red says complete recovery. And they have closed the case, but the patients stay in touch with the doctors. Carry on, please.
همونطوری زدم روی صورتم خب اولش که این آبو خوردم.
She sprayed the water on her head as she was instructed, and when she drank the water, carry on, please.
هم سوزن شد سرفه هم بیشتر شد بعد الان که این آبو ریختم روم درجه حرارت بدنم یه ذره پایین اومد حالا نمیدونم به خاطر حالا سردی
when she used the water the temperature comes down the coughing reduces and she sees the sign of loss of temperature which she had before.
جناب دکتر
بله بفرمایید.
عذرخواهی می‌کنم برارپور هستم. ایشونو چون من چی کردم ایشونو شب اول اسپری نداشتن و به من گفتم من اسپری استفاده نکردم تا فردا گفتم نه دیره برات گفتم در یک کاسه رو بگیر توش بریز از این آب گنج با دستت بپاش روی سر و صورتت و اگه دیدی بازم سخت بریز اصلا رو سر و صورت و سینه که این کارو کردن. این برای همون شب اول دستش که آب گنج دستشون رسید که میگن ریختم رو خودم برای همین.
This is the patient of Dr. Barpour. He says this is what she says is that she didn't have a spray the first night, and so Dr. Barpour advised her to put the water in a pot and spray with her fingers, sprinkle it on her face and her body. That's why we hear she says she didn't have anything. She's going ahead. Carry on, please.
این آب نمیدم بعد راه تنفسی هم یه ذره باز شد یعنی
my breathing has opened. Can you turn it down a little bit and we can go with it? She says that her breathing is much better. She can breathe. Carry on, please. I try to catch up, translate instantaneously. Carry on.
راحت‌تر یه ذره میتونم نفس بگیرم. بعد دهنم هم خنک شده. خب گلومم الان خنک شده و این که سرفه‌م کم شد، یعنی اصلا دیگه الان سرفه نمی‌کنم، سرفه‌م قطع شده، راه نفسم هم باز شده، ولی دهنم خنک شده. قشنگ متوجه میشم ریه‌هام خنک شده. نمیدونم در توصیه میمونه که مثلا قرص نعنا میخورید دهنتون خنک مدلی.
It's
not
clear.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mr. Kesh. The audio is too loud.
Pardon?
We can't hear you talking while you're trying to translate there because the audio is too loud.
What
in the
she
background.
says, okay.
Also turn off optimization.
Pardon?
For Stanley, just to turn off optimization so we can read it better.
Pardon?
We couldn't hear you, Flint.
I just said
turn off
to
optimization.
Yeah.
For Stanley.
It was already turned off. It's very low resolution video.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just maybe turn the audio down to about a quarter volume or something like that. Is what I usually do, at least. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the player is at 10%. Mr. Kesh is at 100, so it can't go more.
Okay, thanks, Stan.
Okay, carry on.
آقای دکتر راستش یه ذره الان تپش قلب گرفتم، گفتم اینو بهتون بگم. راستش الان نوک انگشت
Having a heart trembling with her heart. That's the next day. Carry on, please.
نوک انگشتای پام یخه و
He says my toes are cold.
حالا مثلا بدنم نه، بیشتر این نوک انگشتام یخه با نوک انگشت دست و نوک انگشتای پا. من یه چند ساعتی خوابیدم، خیلی راحت خوابیدم، یعنی فقط یه ذره در تو قسمت قفسه سینه‌ام داشتم تا الان حال این بوده.
She says that she's managed to sleep and the heart condition is better and she feels better. Carry on, please.
و اینکه توی اجابت مزاج عذرخواهی میکنم ببخشید، توی اجابت مزاج سوزش داشتم و روان بودم. الان چیزی نبوده خدا رو شکر، فقط همین نفسم هم خب سرفه هم خیلی یعنی مدت زمان سرفه‌ای که میکردم کمتر شده، یعنی مثلا اگر قبلا 5 ثانیه 10 ثانیه طول میکشید الان مثلا 1 ثانیه 2 ثانیه تموم میشه. سرفه هم خیلی
She says that her coughing has reduced. She doesn't cough that much. And she coughs are very short. Excuse me, can you close your
Sorry, I'm sorry, I've wrong the button.
We always have a problem with her button, don't we? So she says that she can sleep better, but she doesn't have the symptoms of the before because she had a pain in her chest as she reported. Carry on, please.
هم نمیکنه، فقط یه ذره زور بود. سرفه هایی که میکردم یه جوری بود که یعنی انگار نمیتونستم سرفه کنم، دلم درد گرفته بود به شدت. فقط همین الان. امیدوارم که حالتون خوب باشه. تشکر میکنم مجدد بابت دیشب و محبت کردیم، چه پول آژانس رو حساب کردیم، چه روی، چه آب گرم که فرستادید، شرمندم کردید حسابی. از وضعیت حالم اگه بخوام با خبرتون کنم، گهگاهی تپش قلب دارم که ول میکنه، یعنی اینجوری مداوم نیست. و اینکه یه دوربر 1 ساعت لرز داشتم، بعد الان بهترم خدا رو شکر، آرامش دارم. اون بیقراری های اولی که داشتم و الان ندارم. بعد حالا هرچی بود دوباره مجدد گزارش میدم و هرچی که گفتید رو من دارم انجام میدم، یعنی گفتید به صورت قلیون مصرف کنم و اینکه اسپری کنم رو بدنم، همه اینا رو دارم انجام میدم. مثلا دور بر 2 ساعت یه بارم یه قلب از این میخورم، از این آب شفافی که به بنده دادیم. سلام جناب دکتر، امیدوارم که حالتون خوب باشه. از وضعیت هم بخوام بگم بهتون، راستش یه 2 ساعت لرز داشتم، الان بهترم و اینکه گلوم نبض داره، نمیدونم چه جوری بگم، گلوم میزنه، انگار یه چیزی توی گلومه. خیلی ممنونم جناب دکتر. الان حالم خدا رو شکر بهتره، فقط این قفسه سینم اذیتم میکنه، یه ذره این درد داره توی قفسه سینم، یعنی سنگینه، انگار مثلا یه چیزی گذاشتن روش. تپش قلبم که حالا اون چیزی نیست، ولی فقط این قفسه سینه هست که اونم یه جوری شده که دیگه انگار عادت کردم، ولی خدا رو شکر سرفه ها قطع شده آقای دکتر، یعنی دستتون رو من میبوسم، خیلی زحمت کشیدید. بعد مو به مو هشت شما فرمودید انجام دادم، بابت حالا اسپری، بابت قلیون کشیدم، همه رو انجام دادم، شکر خدا بهترم، راحت ترم الان. بعد جناب دکتر از وضعیت حالم که من صبح ساعت 5 و 6 صبح بود لرز بدی گرفتم، بعد ببخشید عذرخواهی میکنم، رنگ ادرارم خیلی زرده و غلیظ، بعد سوزش دارم، بعد قفسه سینه‌ام هر از گاهی دوباره همون جوریه، یعنی تنگ میشه، خوب میشه، ولی خب حالم خیلی نسبت به اون روز اول خیلی بهتره، خدا رو شکر. بعد جناب دکتر واقعا من از این سر نفس تنگی که داشتم و سرفه هایی که میکردم، فقط این آب گرمسر رو ریختم روی بدنم، خیلی تغییر کردم، میگم اصلا بیهوش شدم، نفهمیدم، انگار مسکن زدم، نفهمیدم چجوری خوابم بود، یعنی به خدا این آب گرمسر رو میگم همش استفاده میکنم، ولی ساعت 11 امروز خیلی حالم بد شد، خیلی دیگه این آب رو که استفاده کردم، یعنی زدم روی بدنم، حالم خیلی بهتر شد، خدا رو شکر. حداقل این آبو شما برای من فرستادین، یعنی دیگه به خدا داشتم میمردم. راستی آقای دکتر، غذای من که غذایی که خوردم ساعت 8 و 9 شب خوردم، بعد یه ذره فلفل دنیا و قارچ بود، اونم به صورت خام خوردم، همین بود که مثلا ساعت 4 صبح من معده درد شدید گرفتم، نمیدونم شاید به اونم ربط داشته باشه، گفتم بهتون بگم. سلام جناب دکتر، حالا خیلی خوبه، خدا رو شکر، دیشب اصلا اذیت نشدم، هر چی که گفتید انجام دادم، الان خدا رو شکر حالا خیلی خوبه، سرفه هام، نفسم، همه چیم اوکیه دیگه، حالا مثل پریشب نشدم، دیشب خیلی خوب بودم، تا همین الان آرومم. خیلی ممنون بابت زحمتایی که کشیدید. سلام جناب دکتر، امیدوارم حالتون خوب باشه. در مورد وضعیتم بخوام بهتون بگم، امروز حالم خوبه، خدا رو شکر، فقط عذرخواهی میکنم، یه ذره بینیم خون داشت، با دستمال دیدم که خون داره و عذرخواهی میکنم، کم بود، خیلی کم بود، خدا رو شکر کم بود، دیگه چیز دیگه ندیدم در مورد حالم که بهتون بگم.
What we hear from her, she complains about all the symptoms begin with, then she complains pain reducing every day and now and then, and her coughing disappearing, and she reports of what we call when she goes to big toilet of a yellow excrement, which is a sign of the virus entering the lung. And what happens is that the energy of the virus damages through its energy structure the pancreas. And these are the signs of the damaged pancreas and liver operation. And then this comes back to normal. this is the way you will see the energy effects of the virus. Dr. Crawford, do you want to tell us more?
خواهش میکنم. ایشون تماسی که روز اول با ما داشتن عذرخواهی میکنم علائمشون با من علائم تیپیک بودش و آب گنسی که فرستادیم به محض استفاده بعد از 1-2 ساعت پیغامایی که دادن مشخصه که ایشون علائم از بین رفته بوده تو ایشون یا خیلی کم شده بود و تو طول روزم من دائم ازشون ریپورت ها رو میگرفتم که خوشبختانه صداشون هست ولی یه ریپورتی امروز گذاشتن، اونم اگه دوستان لطف کنن که بذارن ممنون میشم ازشون که ریپورت امروزشون هم بذارن، وایسشونو اگر امکان داشته باشه. امکانش هست؟
نمیدونم، دست من نیست، و دست دوستانه. What Dr. Warpo says is that we've seen when she came in, after 2 hours, she reported a change, and these doctors monitor continuously their patients and all their moods and everything, and they're waiting for a report today. She has fully recovered, and the case for them is closed, but they keep a tab because we monitor to the second phase if they have, which is the lung damage. Then we get the fever and the temperature. Then it's handled by antibiotics, but continuous work with using the water. This is the second case, 65-year-old person. The same thing, he's got the signs of cold, temperature, the breathing problems, and they show all the signs of the coronavirus. Can you go? It came to them on 17th of 12. Carry on, please. What do you call it? The doctors have recognized it as it is. Can you carry on, because I don't read, it's just splashed. So the condition of the lung. These are the reports from the hospital. All details are available. For the doctors who want to see this, they can play it in the background in a slow plate. Carry on, please. Yeah, carry on, please. Everything is recorded. The surgeries, all the details are there. The 50-year-old woman, can you stop? Go back up a little bit if you can. Again, 52-year-old lady, the same cold, temperature, the lung problem with breathing. They're suspected of the virus. The same process of going through 3 hours, but once they apply the water, it has eradicated. Let it play, please. The case.
من تبم 38 درجه است. از امروز اینطوری شدم. بدن درد دارم، یه مقدار گلودم دارم. راه تنفسیم تقریبا بسته شده و گنس به دستم رسیده و میخوام از امروز شروع کنم. من الان تقریبا راه تنفسی باز شده، سرگیجه‌ام از بین رفته و تبم هم خیلی پایینه. من تقریبا 4 ساعتی که از این گنس استفاده کردم. 2 ساعت یه بار به صورت قلیون کشیدم و مدام روی بدنم اسپری می‌کردم، مخصوصا روی سینه و پشت کتفم و 1 ساعت یه بار یه قلوب از این آب خوردم. الان تبم خیلی پایین‌تره، راه تنفسیم خیلی باز شده و دیگه سرگیجه ندارم. سلام، من نزدیک 4 روزه که از این آب گنس استفاده کردم و تا الان هیچ علائمی ندارم. خدا رو شکر.
والا دیروز که تب و لرز شدید، امروز صبح دیگه بدتر، دیگه تنگی نفسی شدید. البته آبریزش بینی و اینا اینقدری نیست، سردرد خیلی خفیف، ولی فقط علائم تنفسی، یعنی اصلا نفس عمیق پیش عنوان نمیتونم بکشم. بعد ضعف بدنی و لرزش دست و پا. دوست عزیز آدرس بدی لطفا، من میفرستم بیان ازتون دریافت کنم.
سلام دوست عزیزی که 226 داشتی امروز تیران برای من گنس آوردی. واقعا اینم گنس من در حال جوشیدن. ممنون و سپاس از لطفی که به من داشتید.
والا از موقع که الان دارم استفاده میکنم این آب گنسو، لرزش دست و پام به کل کم شده، حال عمومیم خیلی بهتر شده، سرفه‌ها که اصلا به شدت کمتر. واقعا رو من داره آقا تاثیر میذاره. حالا من بقیه رو نمیدونم ولی الان شاید بگم 30% تا 40% من حالم بهتر. اصلا نمیتونستم صحبت کنم اون موقع، اصلا دیگه حال عمومی ضعف شدیدی داشتم، الان خیلی تغییر کردم. ممنون جناب قیصر که اینو به دست ما رسوندی و ما رو با این آب گنس آشنا کردی. خیلی ممنون و تشکر ویژه. آقا من الان خیلی حالم بهتره، وضعیت عمومیم دیگه اصلا تثبیت شده است، نه دست و پا میلرزه نه هیچی، کاملا اوکی. عکس از ریه انداخته بودم، بردم نشون دادم، گفتن آقا اصلا شما کرونا نداری، ما رو از اورژانس اصلا بیرون کردن. نگاه کردن گفتن آدمه که کرونا داره باید تب داشته باشه، شما نداری، باید سفره بکنی که شما نمی‌کنی. عکس دیگه کمی مشکوک میزنه ولی نه، اینقدر خوب شدم که من از اورژانس اصلا گفتن احتمال میدیم تو آسم داشته باشی، اصلا این کرونا نیستش که شما گرفتی. تا این حد میتونم بگم من خوب شدم و خیلی ممنون و دستتون درد نکنه، انشالله خدا براتون بخواد.
سلام عزیزم، خسته نباشید. ایشون از مشهد اومدن، یعنی مسافر بودن اونجا. وقتی که اومدن بدن درد و تب و سرفه‌های خشک داشتن. بعد رفتیم بیمارستان مسیح، اونجا ازشون تست گرفتن. اونجا نه ببخشید فرستادن ما رو آزمایشگاه کیوان، اونجا تست گرفتن از گلوشون که بعد از 48 ساعت جواب تستشون اومد که مثبت بود. و از اونجایی که توی خونه بودیم دختر منم قفسه سینه‌اش درد گرفته بود، بدن درد بود و یه مقدار تب داشت که اونم بردیم بیمارستان مسیح که دارو براش نوشتن و تست گرفتن. هنوز جواب تستش نیومده اما خانم دکتری که اونجا بود گفتش که مشکوکه و ما تهران هستیم، پونه. تلفنم هست سابقه بیماری خاصی که نه. البته اون روز خانم دکتر از خود منم عکس قفسه سینه گرفتن، برام داروی تابانکس تجویز کردن، الان دارم استفاده میکنم و به منم گفتن که منم مشکوکم. بیماری خاصی هم نداریم خدا رو شکر هیچ کدوممون. سلام، خسته نباشید. من مریم هستم از تهران. مشکوک به کرونا بودم، تب خفیف داشتم، بدن درد و درد قفسه سینه و دخترم هم همینطور که با
کمک دوستان عزیزمون در گروه و آقای یوسف که آب گنس و سریع به دست ما رسوندن و ما 2-3 روز استفاده کردیم و خدا رو شکر الان کلیه علائم ما از بین رفته، دیگه نه تب داریم نه بدن درد و خیلی ممنون و سپاسگزارم.
سلام، خسته نباشید. من یه 2-3 روز سردرد داشتم، بعد از دیروز تب کردم. دیروز هم صبح هم شب تب کردم و یه لرز خفیفی هم داشتم دیگه، تب و لرزی هم داشتم. بعد دیگه یه خورده که به شب نزدیک شدیم پشت قفسه سینم خیلی درد میکرد، احساس درد میکردم با جلوی قفسه سینه و اینا، ولی سرفه و اینا ندارم، ولی عطسه یه 2-3 بارم عطسه کردم. این همه شرایطی بود که تو این مدت داشتم. الان خودم رو حالت قرنطینه توی اتاق کردم، ماسک میزنم چون 2 بچه کوچیک دارم و نمیدونم خیلی 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 زیاد میترسم، با این وجود که من بیماری MS هم دارم و با توجه یعنی هر آنچه که خوبان دارن من یک جا دارم. با این تفاصیل خیلی ترسیدم و دوست ندارم که بیمارستان برم پیگیر بشم. میترسم که اگرم نداشته باشم برم اونجا بگیرم این بیماری. من کلا خیلی میترسم. ممنون میشم کمکم کنید. طبق دستوری که داده بودید هر 1 ساعت آب گنس رو به روی صورت و سر و حالا سینه و پشت و اینا کاملا اسپری کردم. این قلیون که بودش اون رو هم هر 10 دقیقه چیز کردم، استفاده کردم و الان خیلی احساس بهتری دارم. یعنی سرم درد میکرد و پشت قفسه سینم درد میکرد. البته قفسه سینم دردش کمتر شده ولی قطع نشده، ولی سردردم کاملا قطع شده، سرم دیگه درد نمیکنه و ازتون خیلی سپاسگزارم. متشکرم از شما. سلام، خسته نباشید. من امروزم طبق برنامه دیروز هر 1 ساعت آب رو اسپری کردم و همه جایی که گفته بودید. امروز بهترم، فقط یه تک سرفه‌ای هم میکنم که این خیلی نگران، من که میدونی خیلی ترسوام، زود نگران میشم. سرفه که اضافه شده احساس میکنم دیگه خیلی اوضاعم خرابتر شده، ولی علاوه که درد پشتم مثلا درد میکرد، پشت قفسه سینم درد میکرد، دردش خیلی کمتر شده ولی همچنان یه خورده درد دارم و تب دیگه نداشتم، تب و لرز نداشتم. احساس بهتری دارم نسبت به روزای پیش، ولی میگم حالا این سرفه که اضافه شد، البته سرفه خیلی کم بوده، شاید اندازه 2 تا، ولی خب میگم من خیلی ترسوام. و سوالی که داشتم ازتون که آب این قیلون رو باید مداماً عوض کنیم یا همون آبی که مثلا از اول ریختیم باشه، چجوریه؟ اینم سوالم بود ازتون میخواستم بپرسم. تشکر از تیم و اکیپتون، ممنون بازم از شما. سلام، خسته نباشید. ببخشید من امروزم مثل 2 روز گذشته طبق دستور همه رو استفاده کردم، خیلی بهترم از سردرد و حالا تب و اینکه پشت قفسه سینم درد میکرده. این داستانا تموم شده، درد ندارم. شاید پشت قفسه سینم مقدار درد داشته باشم و خیلی کم، ولی از صبح که بلند شدم توی گلوم عضو میشم ازتون خیلی ترسم. نمیدونم به نظر شما پیش پزشک برم یا اینکه نه همچنان استفاده کنم و نظر شما چیه؟ بازم با شما مشورت کنم در این رابطه، با توجه به اینکه این آب گنس رو استفاده میکنم و تا حالا خوب بوده همه چی. گفتم بازم باهاتون مشورت کنم ببینید، چون گلوم خیلی نداشت تو این چند روز، ولی امروز از صبح تا حالا خیلی شده. سرفه نمی کنم ولی خیلی شده. باز گفتم با شما مشورت کنم. من
در شما خیلی ممنون از اینکه گنس برفرستادید. من یه تب خیلی شدید داشتم، الان بهتر شده بعد از اینکه گنس استفاده کردم و گلوم دردم بهتر شده، تنگی نفسم داره از بین میره، دردی که تو قسمت قلبم و قفسه سینم داشتم اونم از بین رفته کامل. دردی که اون اسپری کردم. خیلی ممنون. مرسی.
سلام، هلوش 40 سالمه. الان 3-4 روزه که توی خونه مریض شدم. مشکلم از گلو درد و سرفه خشک شدید شروع شده. نمیدونم تب اولیه داشتم یا نداشتم، ولی الان تب ندارم و الانم به آبریزش بینی و بدن درد شدید افتادم. اطلاعات رو فرستادم که شما درخواست کرده بودین. الانم تو تلگرام پیغام میذارم. ممنون. با سلام و خسته نباشید. من حدود 10 روزه که مریضی آنفولانزا رو گرفتم. از 5 روز گذشته گنسی رو از امدادگر تهران تهیه کردم. در کنار گنسی که خودم درست کرده بودم شروع کردم به مصرف کردن و در عرض 5 روز کاملا به حالت بهبودی رسیدم و خیلی هم متشکرم. ممنون.
یک هفته قبل از اینکه از آب گرم استفاده کنم تب مداوم همراه با سرفه‌های خوش داشتم. یک هفته بعدش که با این علم آشنا شدم آب گرم رو درست کردم. 24 ساعت بعدش از آب قسمت شورش در اسپری ریختم، زیر گردن، سینه، پشت کمر، در صورت و موها اسپری کردم. تمام منزلم اسپری کردم ولی نخوردم آبشو. اولین بار که استفاده کردم شب بود. وقتی استفاده کردم اولین اتفاقی که افتاد، یعنی به 1 دقیقه نکشید، احساس کردم که یک اکسیژن رسانی خیلی عمیقی داخل ریه‌های من اتفاق افتاد. چند تا نفس عمیق کشیدم که در وایس قبلی گفتم که خیلی مدتی به علت مشغله کاری و فشارهایی که روم بود و کم تحرکی اصلا نفس تنگی گرفته بودم، ولی مشکل آسم تنگ نفس نداشتم. ولی خب به علت فشارهای عصبی و کاری تنگ نفس همراه من بود که حتی نمیتونستم نفس عمیق بکشم، یعنی همیشه نصف عمیق تنفس میکردم. و از اون روز که این آب استفاده کردم که الان 4-5 روز میشه، کل زمانی که من از آب استفاده کردم، از همون روزی که یعنی از همون شب که استفاده کردم تا الان دیگه مشکلی به نام تنگ نفس ندارم. دومین اتفاق که افتاد، اسپری کردن من یک آرامش خاصی توی خونه ایجاد شد، یک انرژی پر از آرامش که واقعا با تمام وجودم حسش میکنم. خوابم بهتر شد و دیگه مورد بعدی که باید بگم این که آبشو زمانی استفاده کردم، یعنی 24 ساعت بعد از که اسپری کردم آبشو استفاده کردم و باز هم از قسمت شورش اندازه 2-3 تا قاشق غذاخوری داخل 1 لیوان آب ریختم و خوردم. تو این 3-4 روز اول یعنی که خوردم خیلی کم یک چرک کوچیک اتفاق افتاد که همون برون ریزی و مردن سلول های مرده بود و بخوردن موکسیسیلین کاملا برطرف شد 24 ساعته. بعد از اونم فقط همون چیز آقای کشه گفتن این زنجیره رو ادامه میدم که انشالله تا زمانی که داروشون به ثبت برسه و دیگه انشالله به راحتی همه استفاده بکنن تو کل ایران و دیگه چیزی به نام این ویروس وجود نداشته باشه، استفاده میکنیم، زنجیره رو قطع نمیکنیم و برای سلامتی ایشون هم دعا میکنیم و آرزوی روزتون برای موفقیت های ایشون داریم. در اسم بنده علائم کرونا رو داشتم، 1 هفته تب مداوم داشتم، سرفه‌های خوش میکردم و داشتم ولی
This is a series of people that is all documented. This is not one or two. And as you heard, they are now handling villages. I wanted to translate. Literally, the form tells you at the end, it says full recovery. Every single case, they follow to a full recovery. And then they follow the volunteers. And then these volunteers usually themselves, these patients become volunteers. Dr. Asadi and Dr. Parapur, do you want to tell us about these cases and how you see it?
جناب دکتر عذرخواهی میکنم من یه پیغامی از اون مریض اولمون دارم که اگه امکان داره بحثش کنم که
خواهش میکنم.
ممنون.
Dr. Barapur has a message from the first girl because he helped her to overcome this condition.
سلام و عرض ادب. من روژین هستم از مرشد. من تقریبا 2 هفته پیش بود که خیلی سردرد داشتم چون که سرم نمی‌خواستم بزنم رو بالش و سرفه های خیلی بد طوری که نفسم بند میرفت و تب. 1 هفته پیش بود تقریبا جان دکتر برانپور محبت کردن، این آب گرس رو به دست من رسوندن. من تا استفاده کردم سرفه‌ام قطع شد و از اون روزم کلا سرفه‌ای نکردم. حالم خیلی خوبه. از اون استفاده کردم از آب گرس. پیشنهاد میکنم اگر کسی هم شاید داره حتما یه بار که شده استفاده کنه، مطمئنا جوابش رو میگیره. من حالم به کل تغییر کرده دیگه، نه تب دارم نه سرفه میکنم، نفسم خوبه شده، خیلی بهتر از اون روزای اولم، یعنی تقریبا 2 هفته پیش. امیدوارم که هر کسی که استفاده نکرده یک بار هم که شده اینو استفاده کنه، ضرر نداره، مطمئنا منفعت هم داره. خانواده هم الان دارن استفاده میکنن، چند تا از دوستام هم الان دارن استفاده میکنن از این آب گرس.
خیلی ممنونم جناب.
This is generally the first girl was saying that now she's recovered and the whole family is using the gas water. The tradition now, instead of what the Chinese did, locking up people in the rooms with a sick person, the Cup of Life helps everybody in the house. They all use it because they had the fear of losing one or many of them in their family. And this is the pattern we see. We can bring in many, many cases, more cases, hundreds of cases now in villages and towns in Iran. You have to understand that the Keshe Foundation team now sends out 300 Cup of Life a day. And all the materials is donated to them by people. And every cup counts, and usually it's to the people which have taken off with the disease. There is a beautiful picture I wish I could share. The knowledge seekers, Iranian knowledge seekers are very, very brave in so many ways. One of the knowledge seekers who works with us in the background, he didn't take anything, but he was very busy getting everywhere. He said he's making the gases. He was called to meet one of the Iranian leaders in the hospital with the corona. He took the gases with him to give it to him that they can use it. And while he was with this gentleman, he gave his mobile to him to talk to me. And after talking, he took off to go home. And he says on the way home, he felt sick. And then I have pictures of him calling 3 o'clock in the morning. And then 6 o'clock in the morning, he was in a very, very bad shape. He actually caught the disease going to see this gentleman to help him. And then he realized he needs to help himself. And this is what we made. Everybody has to be protecting themselves before they go anywhere. And within 3 hours later, 4 hours later, very few hours, he was back on the road as nothing happened by taking the gas water. And as he said, he's been diagnosed as what do you call confirmed case of corona. Iran is losing many of its elite scientists, doctors to this disease, and it's time for the government to make a move. We can keep on playing as many voices and documents, writings. All these documents will be transcribed from Farsi to English that you can see. We keep everything transcribed into English as a standard procedure with the Keshe Foundation. Now, what we hear, I can play you a tape from a doctor who says his hospital is full, with the whole village sick, and he's lost a few of them with the new version of it. Dr. Asadi, are you in the background?
سلام پروفسور جان، من در خدمتم. هم بفرمایید.
میشه راجع به این کیسی که امروز صبح با هم دیگه گوش کردیم، راجع به این ده که چقدر رئیس بیمارستان گفت مریض داره بگین؟
همون دهی که رفتن پاکسازی کردن؟
نه، دهی که 52 نفر مریض رفتن برای تشییع جنازه همه مریض شدن.
آها بله، همچی داستانی بوده. و چیز بود مثل که سخت بود، سمت کلستان بود که اینا اون صاحب عزا خودش درگیر بوده. بعد جالب اینه که اونجا رعایت نکردن، رفتن به بانچه بوسه کردن و عرض تسلیت کردن، همه درگیر شدن راهی بیمارستان. اینو میخواستین؟
بله، نمیتونیم اون بذاریم بگن چون خیلی اسم توش هست. There is a case we have here recorded by a doctor from the hospital, where, as I said, the whole family, the whole village has got sick because one man was sick and was shaking hands with everyone, and everybody else got sick. And what is interesting is what we see, what is happening in the background with all cases. It's a full recovery. Total cost of saving a life is less than $1 from this disease. And we especially ask for the leadership and the support to be in this in the background, that they make a decision what's going to happen to the Iranian nation. Are we going to lose our educated and elite for $1? این برنامه رو برای چی امروز گذاشتیم اینجا؟ برای رؤسای سپاه و دولت ایران و متخصصین که پشت خط هستن. $1 کمتر از $1 خرجه که یکی از دانشمندامون، پروفسورامون، دکترامون و تحصیل کرده هامون رو نجات بدیم. چقدر طول میکشه تا دکترایی که خودشون تحصیلاتشون کردن و پشت میزن و تصمیم میگیرن بفهمن زندگی خودشون $1 ارزش نداره. تمام مدارک کشف نشه میتونه به عنوان شما بده، در تمام دستگاهاتون بده، به مریضا همه دونه بدونه، صحبت کنیم با بیمارستان. چقدر دیگه طول میکشه؟ چند نفر دیگه ایرانی امروز تو شب در بیمارستان ها بمیرن و دفن هاشون تا رؤسای ایران تصمیم بگیرن و شاید خودتون هم اونجا نباشین که تصمیم بگیرین، چون امکان داره خودتون همین درد رو بگیرین. یه سوال بزرگی دارم از گروه سپاه و دولت ملی ایران. اگر به شما امروز بگن که کرونا دارین و گرفتین، که خیلیاتون گرفتین، میرین بیمارستان بمیرین یا تلفن میکنیم به گروه نجات کشف فاندیشن که کمکتون کنه یا به ملت ایران کمک کنه. اگر یه دانشمند خارجی بود تا حالا دستش هم بوسیده بودین، همه پولی هم بهش میدادیم، چون برای ملت ایران مجانیه، براتون اهمیتی نداره. با همه دادشون رو مجانی به تمام ملت دنیا دادیم، ولی بدبختانه دولت خودمون، ملت خودمون از همه بیشتر داره همه دانشجوهاش و دانشمنداش و مقتدرینشون با این مریضی از دست میده. I made appeal to the VA government.
دکتر جان اجازه بده من این وسط یه پرانتز باز کنم.
بفرمایید.
جالب اینه که یکی از امدادگرامون که خیلی فعاله، حالا نمیتونم اسمشو بیارم متاسفانه، ایشون برادرش رئیس کرونا اون شهرستانه. خب بعد تا همین چند روز پیش اونو نهی میکرد که این کارو نکن و فلان و بیستا رو نمیدونم تایید نشده و این حرفا. بعد خودش 2 روز پیش درگیر میشه. خیلی جالبه، خودش بیمارستان نمیره، با حالت وحشت زدگی میره در خونه داداشی که امدادگر ما باشه، میگه به دادم برس. بعد جالب اینه که ظرف 2 ساعت ایشون با روش‌های ما بهبودی پیدا میکنه، برگرده میره سر کارش. بعد از اون به داداشی زنگ میزنه، میگه آقا هر کاری دلت میخواد بکن تو شهر، فقط مردم رو نجات بده. من اینو دیدم به چشم. اینطوریه. خودش رئیس کرونا اون شهره از طرف دولت.
جناب کشه اصخایی میکنم که از بیمارا خط حاضر هستن، گفتن اعلام آمادگی کردن، اگر امکانش باشه ایشون بیان بالا، میتونید صحبت کنید.
بفرمایید، اسمش نمیشه بدین. Let me explain to you in English what happened, what Dr. was explaining. One of our volunteers who works, his brother is the head of the Corona Division Hospital of a town. And his brother, the doctor, has been blaming him that you're doing something wrong and the rest of it. And then 2 days before, 2 days ago, he becomes a victim because all the people in Corona sections of the hospitals usually end up catching it themselves because one way or another they are vulnerable down there. And he catches the Corona himself. And he comes to the house of the brother and asks, can you help me? And within 2 hours, he changes, he feels the change and losing the Corona. He goes back to the hospital, back to work, and he says to the brother, can you do the rest, save the city? Because they know they cannot do anything. Let me explain to you what's happening in Iran in the background. There is not enough mortuary and there is not enough places to bury, and even the people who bury people can get it themselves. The officials in some cities are buying refrigeration units just to hold the bodies till one day they can bury it. The way they put the bodies in the freezers. We saw the same thing in China. I can show you many pictures, and it was satellite pictures, that the Chinese literally burned people because there was nothing else to do. They brought in crematorium, which is a burning furnaces, to cremate the bodies. In one city, 80 units has been reported. Satellite pictures by the American intelligence confirms. Because when you burn a body, it raises specific traces. The numbers are bigger than we think, and some doctors and hospitals pass it different ways. There is a very interesting point. I tell you how the doctors are covering it. As you heard, most of these people initially died of heart attack and stroke because of the disease, then the brain hemorrhages because of the disease, and now with internal organ failing kidneys. So in a way, what they're doing, they're changing the documents of the patients to heart attack, brain hemorrhage, and kidney failure and the rest. What this means in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, when we get the statistics of deaths, you'll see something else. Corona patients, 500 dead, heart attack, brain hemorrhage, stroke, and kidney failure, 100,000. It's very strange. These figures only go up in those periods of the virus. A lot of manipulation of the figures by the governments does not hide the truth. برای دوستان عزیز ترجمه میکنم. ما میبینیم جاهایی که بعضی از بیمارستان ها جای دیگه ندارن که اونا که فوت کردن و نگه دارن، بدن رو میزنن در یخچالایی که گوشتی اجاره شده است تا زمانی باشه که ببرن. ما اینو در چین دیدیم، ماشینای بودن که فقط جسد رو بسوزونن چون وقتی ندارن ماشینای جسد سوزی وارد شدن. و اینا همه ساتلایت عکسای ساتلایتی نشون میده، چون وقتی بدن رو میسوزونی یه ماده مخصوصی در فضا حتی با فیلترها رد میکنه. یکی از شهرهای هونان که مرکز بوده اینقدر بده که اگه عکس بهتون نشون بدم یه چیزی بهتون میگه بالای شمارهایی که شما تو دستگاه تلفنتون پیدا نمیکنید. اینها در حقیقت فهمیدن مسائلی که شهر میخواد، نه گوش کردن به دکترهایی که فقط به مدرک و پروژه نگاه میکنن برای اینکه جاشون براشون مهمه. خانم شهریاری بفرمایید. We have a patient who's been through this with the doctors, so she's there online to talk. خانم محمدی چه اسمی میخوایم براتون بیاریم بالا؟
زیبا آشوری. The last name of the list, please. زیبا
Can you bring the last name on the list? زیبا آشوری.
Okay, they're coming in as panelists.
Yeah. Carry on, please.
امیدوارم که بتونن میکروفون رو باز کنن. راهنمایی کردیم. خانم زیبا.
سلام.
سلام خانم اشوری، حال شما خوبه؟
خیلی ممنون.
شما میتونید صحبت کنید لطفاً درباره روند بیماری؟ متشکرم.
بله حتما. با سلام و خسته نباشید خدمت پروفسور کشه عزیز. بنده خانم اشوری هستم از اصفهان، داروسازم هستم. من 7 روز تب مداوم داشتم و سرفه‌های خشک می‌کردم و کمی بدن درد هم داشتم. بعد یه هفته از طریق یکی از دوستان با شما آشنا شدم، یعنی با کانال شما، و آب گنس رو درست کردم. بعد 24 ساعت فقط من اسپری کردم زیر گلو، سینه، پشت، موها، صورت و همون کمتر از 1 دقیقه متوجه شدم که واقعا یک اکسیژن خیلی سریع به کل ریه‌های من رسید و نفسم اومد بالا و تونستم چند تا نفس عمیق بکشم و کمتر از نیم ساعت سردرد گرفتم و بعد از این معذرت میخوام بعد از 2 ساعت هم بنده بیرون روی پیدا کردم. بعدش هم که خب چون آخر شب بود خوابم بود بعد از این اسپری کردن و صبحش که بلند شدم دیدم هیچ کدوم از علائم رو دیگه ندارم، یعنی نه سرفه، نه بیرون روی، نه سردرد، نه درد تو قفسه سینه. تبم کاملا برطرف شده بود و شروع کردم صبح دوباره از این آب خوردن. باز هم میگم که از آب شورش خوردم و توی منظر اسپری کردم، بازم اسپری به همون نقاطی که آقای کشی گفتن انجام دادم و بعد از اونم دیگه اصلا هیچ علائمی نداشتم. 3 روز بعدش گلوم یکم چرک کرد و همونطور که بازم آقای کشه گفتن آموکسیسیلین 3 روز خوردم و دیگه هیچ گونه اثری از بیماری تا الان که خدمت شما هستم ندارم. صدامو دارین؟
بله میشنویم. خیلی متشکرم. چه حسی داشتین وقتی فکر کردین این مریضی رو گرفتین؟ Hello. Hello. She is a pharmacist.
الو.
الو بفرمایید. می‌خواستم بدونم چه حسی داشتین موقعی که این مریضی رو داشتین؟ مثل که بچه کوچیکم دارین.
نه توی منزل من مثل از جای دیگه صدا اومد. من حسم این بود که وقتی که قبلش رو میگین یا بعد استفاده رو؟
قبلش وقتی که میدونستین این مریضی دارین و چاره ای نیست.
بله خب دیگه 100% مثل هر کس دیگه استرس پیدا کردم و اینکه دنبال درمان بودم و چون خودم هم داروساز هستم سعی میکردم حالا از چیزایی که مثلا میگن ریشه شیرین بیان، برموم، نمیدونم چیزایی که تقویت کننده بدن هست بکنم. ولی خب بهتون بگم من توی یک هفته شما هر چی که بگین بودم به عنوان یک دکتر استفاده کردم و اصلا نه روی تبم تاثیر گذاشت و نه روی بدن درد و هیچ کدوم از علائم من رو خوب نکرد. این و بعد از استفاده اون تو همون مرحله اول در عرض 24 ساعت من کاملا علائمم رو از دست دادم به خوردن این آب.
شما که چی میگن داروساز هستین چرا آنتیبیوتیک اینا نخوردین؟
من کلا داروساز طب سنتی هستم نه طب شیمیایی.
بله. و همه کاری که
بله هر کاری که شما بگین توی طب سنتی بود و میدونستم که تقویت کننده هست خوردم، اما شاید یکم علائم رو کم میکرد ولی درمان نمیکرد. تب من رو قطع نتونست بکنه، فقط فکر میکنم کنترل میکرد ولی درمان نمیکرد. ولی با همین آب گنس شما من در عرض 24 ساعت کلا علائمم رو از دست دادم و 100% بهبودی کامل. و میگم که بعد از 3 روز هم من سینم چرک کرد که همونطور که شما گفتی این چرک نیست، این برون ریزیه که خب سلای مرده بعد دیگه دفع بشن. و همونطور که شما گفتین با آموکسیسیلین 3 روز که خوردم کلا دیگه اون هم تمام شد. اگر اجازه بدیم من تو همین قسمت هم یه نظریه بدم لطف میکنید.
بفهم.
اینکه خب همونطور که شما تو زمینهای مختلف من فکر می‌کنم خب حالا چون من داروساز گیاهی هستم ما میتونیم هم لحاظ محصولات گیاهی که به صورت نانو اگه در بیاد میشه ارگانیک دیگه، و بعد از اون محصولات زیبایی و پوستی که الان دارن هم استفاده میکنن، یعنی متوقف شدن به خاطر اینکه نمیتونن این محصولات رو از پوست رد بکنن. من فکر میکنم که این محصول شما و این آب میتونه واقعا یک معجزه و یک تکنولوژی جدیدی رو به ما معرفی کنه تو زمینه پوستی، حالا نه فقط برای زیبایی بلکه تو محصولاتی که میتونه برای بیمارانی که سوختگی‌های درجه 3 دارن و سریعا باید درمان بشن میتونیم انجام بدیم، یا هر نوع بیماری‌های خاص مثل اگزوما، پسوریازیس یا درماتیت که الان درمان نداره. فکر میکنم خیلی خیلی میتونه کمک بکنه، هم لازم محصولات ارگانیک، همین که قاطی کردن موادش با موادهای نانو. فکر کنم یه ترکیب خیلی عالی میتونه در بیاد و اسمش هم بذاریم محصولات نانو ارگانیک که اگر برند شما باشه که چقدر بهتر و بتونیم به همه کمک کنیم تو این زمینه و یک پیشرفت، یعنی پیشرفت که نه یک سکوی پرتاب و جهشی باشه توی درمان. انشالله که شما بتونیم بیاین و یک دانشگاه جدیدی افتتاح کنیم و ما دانشجوی شما باشیم، چون شما باعث افتخار همه ایرانی‌ها هستیم.
خیلی متشکرم. این چیزای دارماتولوژیست رو برای اینا همه رو آزمایش کردیم در افریقا و ارتش چین، ارتش یکی از کشور افریقایی. سوخت‌های نظامی فرق داره با سوخت عادی اغلبش چون یک جور دیگه است. وقتی که این آب استفاده میکنیم اصلا زخم سوخت بدن نشون داده نمیشه کجا زخم بوده و سوخته بوده. اینقدر طبیعی که همه پوست خودش طبیعتا به وجود میاد. دلیدیس ببخشید بفرمایید.
شرمنده. یک چیز دیگه هم اگر اجازه بدین اضافه کنم.
بفرمایید.
یه چیز دیگه هم که دلم میخواد، چون که شما دارین گزارش درمانی جمع میکنین و خیلی مهمه، اگر اجازه مثلا این کارو بکنید فکر میکنم به یک نتیجه خیلی جالب برسیم. گروه خونی بیماران هم لطفاً بگیرین، چون من فکر میکنم گروه خونی بیمارانی که الان بیشتر درگیر هستن گروه خونی آ باشن و یا آبی باشن به گروه خونی های او. اگر حالا شما اگر بتونید یه چیز خیلی ساده است که به گزارشتون اضافه کنین و فکر کنم نتیجه جالبی بهتون بده.
چرا این فکر رو میکنید؟
چون من خودم خانوادم و بیشتر فامیلمون گروه خونه او هستیم. خب و تا حالا بررسی که کردم تو این چند مدت، کسایی که گروه خونی او بودن تا حالا هیچ کدوم، یعنی توی کسایی که حالا تو بیماران بودن یا افرادی که میشناختم نگرفتم و بیشتر کسانی که بررسی کردم گرفته بودن بیشتر گروه خونه آ بودن. حالا نمیدونم آیا ربطی داره به این گروه خونی هم یا اصلا ربطی نداره، ولی خب شاید نتیجه توی نتایجتون بتونه تأثیری داشته باشه.
ببینید گروه های خون رو یک بار نگاه کردیم تو ویروس ها. این حرف شما تا یه حدی درسته، ولی این ویروس خودش رو عوض میکنه و به یک جای دیگه میره، با همه چی قبل میکنه. من بهش گفتم مثل این هکرها دیدین، اونایی که تلفن در کامپیوتر رو هک میکنن، اینقدر میزنن تا شماره رو میگیرن تا باز کنن کامپیوتر رو. این ویروس بله، این ویروس اون حالت رو داره. اینقدر میچرخه تا جاشو پیدا کنه.
گرفتم. خیلی ممنون بابت این زمانی که به من دادین صحبت کنم.
خواهش میکنم. The lady, she's a natural herb therapist, medicine, and she catches the virus in one way or another. She tries everything because she's a herbal medicine and nothing works till she was introduced to the Gans water. And she says within 24 hours, all the, what you call it, symptoms were gone. And she thinks this technology can be used for her skin or psoriasis, and maybe she sees there's a link between the blood type and who catches the disease. I explained to her this is an intelligent, what you call virus, and it literally works on a sequential basis. That's like, as we call it, hackers. They try every combination till they can get into the computer. This virus changes, mutates so much till it finds the right connection, and then it builds it in. And somehow, very much like telepathy, mutates itself to the other people in the same area or in the same distance. So once it mutates to, let's say, liver sequence, it finds other liver sequences by other people even passing. This is what the world of science has to understand with viruses, that is not shaking hand, is crossing magnetic field barriers, plasma barriers to infect and to affect. حالیش که ترجمه میکنم براتون که این داستان همین که گفتم، این مریضی اینقدر خودشو میچرخونه تا راهی پیدا کنه که به بدن بچسبه. حالا هر چی باشه، لازم هم نیست که شما حتی دست بهش زده باشید. رابطه مدار مغناطیسی باهاتون پیدا کنه، حالا که میدونیم ویروس ها چیه، بهتون میچسبه. و برای همین میتونه به اونایی که خون یک شور داشته باشن یا سلای نزدیک هم داشته باشن، از این به اون پرواز کنه، از این به اون حرکت کنه و در مدارهای مغناطیسی باشه. What is interesting, we would like to, where would you like to go, Mrs. Mohammadi?
بله، اگر اجازه بدین من یک تشکر ویژه از تمام بچه ها داشته باشیم. دکتر اسدی، دکتر برارپور، آقای شبانکاره، صادق، یوسف، کمال، علی، فرشته، مهدی، امیر، شهاب، رامین، محمد و تمام ادمین های گروه ها، کانال ها. از همه شما سپاسگزارم که تا الان با ما بودین، دقیقه به دقیقه و تمام این روزها همراه کردین بیمارانی که این گزارش رو امروز تونستیم پخش کنیم و به گوش جهانیان برسونیم. بی نهایت سپاسگزارم از همه شما عزیزان. متشکرم.
ممنون از شما.
Are there any questions from anyone?
بله جناب کشه بچه های یک خانه سالمندان در تهران
There is some questions in the Q&A here, Mr. Kesh. Some of them are in a language I can't read and understand, but perhaps you can. There's a couple of them in English, though. There's one from Mohammed Reza, who says, you know, in our body is just full of different bacterias and other stuffs. So this energy of plasma won't hurt any of those useful bacteria and other stuffs in our body. Were you able to hear that, Mr. Kesh?
Can you repeat it, please?
He says, you know, in our body is just full of different bacterias and other things. So this energy of the plasma, it won't hurt any of those useful bacteria and other such things in our body?
What we see, no. And what we see, the body has a general balance in everywhere. When we use it for the cancer cells, only cancer cells which is abnormal in relation to the other cells in the body, we see that they change. Body knows what it needs, body knows what it is as part of its organization, and these energies are there when there is abnormality. We can explain it nowadays very, very clearly.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. We had a question from David. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. Yes, Mrs. Mahmoudi.
آقای کشه بچه‌های ما در خانه سالمندان در تهران آماده هستن که بیان روی خط به صورت زنده، اجازه هست؟
Why not? Mrs. Mahmoudi says one of the Keshe Foundation team's volunteers are in All People's Home and they would like to come live online. I don't think these people have used anything with the gas, but let's see what they say. I think that, if I'm correct.
به اسم علی جهانی مقدم.
Can you bring somebody called
شماره
Ali?
11.
In the list are number
جهانی.
11. Can you see somebody? Yes. Ali Jahani Muqaddam. Do you see anybody with the name of Ali there on your list?
3 Alis, 4 actually, no,
Honey.
5, 6, 7, 7 Alis.
Yeah, but it's the 11th one on your list.
Okay, just a second here.
کدوم هستن ببخشید؟ خانم محمدی؟
Ali Mosavi, okay.
علی موسوی؟ خانم محمدی؟
مقدم.
بله؟
علی جهانی مقدم فرمود.
کجا نمیبینیمشون؟
There's an Ali Sabhi as well. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I can see.
I did promote Ali Mosavi.
No.
Wrong one.
که دیسکان شدن الان میان داخل یک لحظه.
بله. I can see them. Ali Jahani Muqaddam. Yes. He is on your panelist now. Hello.
سلام وقتتون بخیر. صدا من دارین؟
بله میشه. برای اینکه میخواین عکس بگیریم ما قطع میکنیم. میخواین تو دوربین بیاین تو؟ الو.
بله اگه ویدیو باشه خیلی بهتره آقای
پخش کنن.
برای اینکه اگه ویدیو داشتون سرخش Rick, they want to come into video.
They want to turn on their video?
Yeah, you need to, Stanley, you have to come off.
The panelists should be able to do that. We can...
You have to permit it.
Is it Ali then, or?
Yeah.
We can ask to start video there.
میتونم ویدیوشون رو باز کنن؟
نه
Stanley may have to stop the screen sharing.
ویدیو ثبت شده نیست. این ویدیو زنده است. علی جان دوربینت رو پایین اکتیو کن که بتونی دوربینت
نمیشه. چند بار میزنم ولی اکتیو نمیشه.
یک لحظه
نداره. بفرمایید کجا هستین؟
سلام عرض میکنم خدمت شما و همه کسایی که توی مبارزه با ویروس کرونا در ایران و کل جهان دارن فعالیت میکنن و باز هم ممنونیم از شما از طرف تیم امدادرسان بنیاد کشه در ایران. خیلی خوشحالیم از این بابت که در خدمت مردم هستیم به صورت کاملا رایگان.
شما الان کجا هستین؟
الان در آسایشگاه سالمندان ساحل واقع در باغستان شهریار استان تهران.
شما اونجا کسی چیز داشته این ویروس تا حالا؟
خیر خیلی به اصطلاح رعایت کردم موارد بهداشتی رو، ولی به خاطر اینکه کسی اینجا آلوده نشه خیلی استقبال کردن و قرار شد که این به اصطلاح ستاپ رو ما اینجا فعال کنیم و یه مقداری هم گانس بهشون تحویل دادیم که ان شاءالله مشکلی پیش نیاد.
اینجا چند نفر تو این خونه سالمندان هستن؟
65 نفر.
چه چیزی میخوان؟ چه چیزی انتظارشونه؟ که فقط نگیرن؟
انتظارشون اینه که این بیماری رو نگیرن، خودشون هم چون بیمار هستن. اکثریت چون خودشون بیمار هستن، بیماری حالا بعضیاشون سکته مغزی کردن، بدنشون لمسه، بعضیاشون حالا مشکلات خاص قلبی و سن بالا و دیگه این بیماری هم که شنیدن خیلی وحشت دارن. دوست ندارن دیگه این بیماری هم بگیرن.
بذارین ترجمه کنم. This is the voice of the volunteers in Old People's Home. There's over 60 people in. The home has invited them in to protect these people that they don't catch the virus. So we are not in a case of recovery, it's a case of prevention. A lot of people start using these materials as a prevention. بفرمایید.
توضیح بدین راجع به
اینجا
کلا راجع به کسایی که هستن تعداد
اینجا بیمارامون نوعش 65 نفرن که 2 نفر هم امروز اومدن شدن نزدیک 67 نفر و مریضای خاص خودشونو دارن چون منزل نمیتونن ازشون نگهداری کنن، میارن این آسایشگاه ساحل شهریار. من یکی از عضوای همین آسایشگاه هستیم و رسیدگی اینجا عالیه. کار نه از لحاظ اینکه مواد شوینده و اینجور چیزایی که اون موقع که کرونا آمده ما همه چیمون عوض کردیم. از لحاظ محیط هم که یه جوری ساپورتش کردیم که بی‌بی‌تی‌سی نباشه. ولی از اون موقعی که با مهندس صحبت کردیم و این دستگاه رو آوردن اینجا، خیلی هم ممنونیم از شما که به فکر ما هستید. حالا این از این بعدم که اینجا همه از این که ترس دارن از این مریضی، هیچ کسی این مریضی نداره اینجا خدا رو شکر، ولی از ترسی که دارن ما اومدیم این کارو کردیم که هم ترسشون برطرف بشه، هم بتونیم ان شاءالله از این کار به جاهای دیگه و آسایشگاه‌های دیگه هم منتقل بکنیم و یعنی پوشش بدیم این کار رو که جوری بشه که همه جهانی بشه دیگه، تو همین حالا ایران یا جاهای دیگه همه بدونن که همچین چیزی هست ازش استفاده کنن.
خیلی متشکرم. خیلی ممنون. امیدوارم که موفق باشین و بتونن کمک بکنن. خانم محمدی چیز دیگه برامون داری؟
جناب این بخشی بله این بخشی از کمپین که در ایران شروع کردیم، یک جام یک زندگی، و این کمپین ادامه داره، از دیروز شروع شده. خواهشی که دارم اگر کسانی مسئول جاهایی هستن که میتونن افراد رو دعوت کنن، مسئولین مدارس، مدیران دبیرستان ها و اینا رو میتونین از اولیا دعوت کنید. ما به سرعت با بچه ها میایم اونجا بهشون آموزش میدیم در یک مدت خیلی کوتاهی و با خیال راحتی میتونن این ستاپ رو در خونه خودشون شروع کنن به تولید کردن با خیال راحت. این هم تصویری از آقای علی جهانی در آسایشگاه سالمندان امروز. متشکرم.
خیلی ممنون. شما ویدیوی چیزی میخواین نشون بدین؟
اگر یه ویدیو ضبط شده کوتاه هست میتونم شیر کنم و میتونم به صورت زنده فیلم بگیرم که براتون به اصطلاح شیر کنم.
چی هست؟
در رابطه با همین محیطی که ستاپی که راه افتاده از داخل آسایشگاه که نمیتونیم بریم ولی از محوطه آسایشگاه میتونیم فیلم بگیریم براتون بفرستیم.
خیلی متشکرم. بکنین میشه ببینیم. خیلی متشکرم برای وقتتون.
متشکرم از شما.
خیلی متشکرم. خانم محمدی چیز دیگه دارین برای ما؟
بله جناب دکتر کشه، 2 تا کلیپ دیگه هست و در ضمن ویدیوهایی که آماده کردیم برای وان کاپ وان لایف به زبان فارسی. اگر اجازه بدین الان، اگر نه هم آخر وقت میتونیم اینا رو
همین الان بذارین، بعد میخوایم بریم توی جای دیگه.
بله باش.
سفر 2 دنیا. کدوم رو میخواین؟ کدوم یکی میخواین نشون داده بشه؟
اجازه بدین من باید نگاه کنم چون لیست دست استنلیه. یک لحظه ببخشید.
We're going to play a couple of clips for the Iranians, and we received a very interesting message from the people who we try to work with in Iran. They wish us all the success, and in so many ways we hope that این کاراشون موفق بشن دوستان ما که هر کی بیشتر بتونن نجات بدن. تا این پیدا میکنن، اگر به حرفی گوش کرده بودیم، مادری بودن که خودشون پشت در اتاق بسته بودن چون 2 تا بچه کوچیک داشتن. فکر کنین اگه این مادر چیزی میشد، این بچه ها چجوری زندگی میکردن برای زندگی باقی زندگیشون.
آقای کشه ویدیوهای شماره 4، 5 و 8 لطفاً.
Stanley, they want 4, 5 and 8 if you can play them in that sequence, please. These are the tapes shows people to do with a cup of life in Iran, the way they are promoting. Can you reach it?
You said number 4 first.
4, 5 and 8, yes. Then after this, we take a trip to China.
Okay.
Keshe Foundation China is online, and hopefully we will see some interesting information. If we still see.
Number 4 is somebody drawing. You
Yes.
said that yeah, okay.
That's what they're asking for.
4, 5, 8 and 9.
4, 5, 8 and 9.
Yeah. After this we go.
And yes.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna check it. It says how corona kills and how we can prevent it.
ببینین این ویروس چجوری میکشه. تا حالا این ما تشریح نکردیم که این ویروس چجوری میکشه. این دو تا ششای شماست. این مجرای است و این ویروس میاد اینجا، تب به وجود میاره، به خاطر رطوبتی که نفس برمیگردونه باعث سرفه کردن میشه. این تب ویروس که میاد توی شوشه، یعنی اولین قدم های بسته شدن ویروس به بدن شروع میشه. تمام خبرهایی که از دکترها داریم تا حالا اینه که این ویروس همه را از سکته قلبی میکشه و از شوشه پر آب، شوشش پر جل میشه. چی کار میکنه این ویروس؟ دکترها تا حالا نفهمیدن چرا، ولی شاید حالا که شروع کنیم تشریح کردن بفهمم. این قلب مدار مغناطیسی داره، انرژی به وجود میاره. دکترها چون نمیفهمن ویروس یعنی انرژی، براشون این یه شوکه. این ویروس وقتی که شروع میکنه رشد کردن در قلب، در شش، چیکار میکنه؟ مدار مغناطیسی درست میکنه که انرژی میخواد بگیره. وقتی که میخواد این انرژی بگیره، چون ویروسه، دو شش با هم دیگه رابطه پیدا میکنن. چون انرژی میخوان که خودشون رو بزرگ کنن، تمام انرژی که مال قلب رو میگیرن. چی میشه؟ میشه سکته قلبی. یعنی در حقیقت مدار خودشونو برای خودشون به وجود میارن و باقی رو دکترها تا حالا ندیدن. وقتی که این مدار رو وجود آوردن، تمام انرژی قلب رو میگیرن، سکته قرار میگیرن. تا اونجایی که تمام دکترهای ایران دارن برای ما تشریح میکنن و تا اونجایی که تمام دانشی که الان میشنویم و داره میاد داخل در دسترسمونه، همه از سکته قلبی برای 5 ساعت آخر مرگ. برای اینکه ویروس خودش رو اینقدر بزرگ میکنه که تمام انرژی قلب رو میگیره و وای بسنتش. این به خاطر اینه که صریحا میمیرن و چیزی که میشه تمام شش پر آب میشه، یعنی جل میشه. یعنی در حقیقت یه جل، چیز دیگه نیست. کاری که شما میکنین با گنسی که میخورین، بهتون گفتیم این بدن بشره، این هیکل شماست. شما وضعیتون چیه؟ گنس رو روی بدن میکشین، مرتب پشت جلوی سینه رو باید بشورین. بدن، قسمت بالایی بدن رو روزی 5-6 بار، به محض اینکه مریض رو دیدین، کسی حالتی چنین مریضی رو داشته، روزی 10 بار، هر ساعتی 1 بار آب عقب و جلو پرخیز کنیم با آب گنز. حرکت بعدی که میکنین، آب گنز که میخورین خیلی کم، 100 میل. بعد نفسی که میکشین هر ساعتی 10 دقیقه 1 ربع، اگه دیدین بیشتر شد، فقط از توی دستگاه نفس میکشین. یاد باشید فارسی که میگه کبوتر و کبوتر باز با باز. انرژی با انرژی باید جنگید، از بین میره. در چین چیزی که ما میبینیم، چون 12 روز طول میکشه تا به وجود بیاد، این 12 روز تمام ششو از بین میبره، سلای ششو از بین میبره. در ایران چون 12 ساعته داره خودشو نشون میده تقریبا، وقت نکرده ششو برگرده، به محضی که خارج کنیم حالت برمیگره به خوب و صدمه ششیش کمه. صدمه ششی در چین هفته ها طول میشه تا ترمیم پیدا کنیم. با این ویروس که به ایران زدن بلافاصله ترمیم کنیم. وقتی که اینو متوجه بشیم، وقتی که بفهمیم ما در چه موقعیتی هستیم، به هیچ عنوان یک فرد ایرانی نباید باید دانش رو فهمید، نه دانش رو کپی کرد. این رو من از مقامات دولتی ایران خواستم که بذارن این دانش رو در تلویزیون ایران در 2-3 روز آینده تشریح بشه. بخواهیم تا به بیمارستان ها، به دکترها یاد بدیم، هفته ها تونشه هزاران نفر میمیرن. ولی اگه بتونیم مستقیما در تلویزیون برنامه بذاریم و به مردم نشون بدیم که 3 تا سیم میتونه زندگیشون رو نجات بده، برنامه عوض شده است. همون که شما هستیم. تا به اونجا برسیم، تا مقامات دولتی تصمیمشون رو بگیرن، ما در سطح بالاترین سطحی که امکان داره در حرکتیم. اینو نگاه نکنید که کاری نمی‌کنید. شما باید یه چیزی متوجه بشین، به هیچ عنوان نمیتونید دولت رو تحت سوال بذاریم، به هیچ عنوان نمیتونید ملت رو تحت سوال بذاریم. ما حاضر برای چنین چیزی نبودیم. خود دولت در شوکه، همونی که در ملت هستن. وظیفه شما نالسیکرات، همون دانشجوهای درسای کشاورزی اینه که الان ما باید هم پشت ملت باشیم، هم پشت دولت. ضعف در هر کدوم از بین بردن ایران میشه. ضعف در این که پشت ملت باید هستیم، تعداد زیادی میمیرن. اگر پشت دولتمون باید هستیم، دیگران میخورن ما. برای همین مریضی آوردن. الان موقع سرزنش و حرف بی رفت نیست، الان موقع اتحاده. هر کاری که هست، هر چی که هست، برای اینکه دانششو داریم، دانشش مال خودمونه. من تا حالا این دانشو به هیچ جوری، به این سادگی برای هیچ ملتی تشریح نکردم.
یک فنجان، یک زندگی. هدیه ای از بنیاد کشه به تمام عزیزان. آقای مهران توکلی کشه، مؤسس بنیاد کشه، به عنوان یک فیزیکدان هسته‌ای ایرانی فناوری‌هایی را برای فضا توسعه دادند و از این فناوری‌ها برای بهبود زندگی مردم استفاده در زمینه‌های کشاورزی، سلامتی، انرژی، هوا، فضا، محیط زیست و خانواده. با استفاده از این فناوری، فضانوردان در محیط فضا در مقابل تمام ویروس‌ها محافظت می‌شوند. با استفاده از این فناوری به شما به صورت بسیار ساده نشان خواهیم داد که چطور می توانیم در مقابل ویروس ها ایمن باشیم و از خودمان و عزیزانمان در مقابل ویروس ها محافظت کنیم. با ساخت این آب پلاسما که به سادگی تمام می توانید در محیط زندگی خود آن را تهیه کنید، در اینجا با همکاران به شما نشان خواهیم داد که با امکانات ساده‌ای که در هر جای امکان تهیه آن هست می توانید به راحتی زندگی خود و عزیزانتان را نجات دهید و یک فنجان یا یک لیوان از این پلاسما را هدیه کنید به تمام عزیزان خود. مواد اولیه جهت ساخت یک فنجان یک زندگی: سیم مسی از کابل‌های برق یا به صورت مفتول، فلز روی که میتونید این فلز رو از باتری تهیه کنید، بعداً به شما نشون میدیم که چجوری این رو از باتری جدا کنید. یک شعله پخش کن یا یک شعله گاز شما نیاز دارید، میتونید از شعله اجاق گاز منزل هم استفاده کنید. نمک طعام یا نمک خوراکی، شما میتونید از هر نوع نمکی که برای غذا استفاده میکنید اینجا استفاده کنید. 1 لیتر آب قابل نوشیدن، 1 ظرف مناسب برای گذاشتن سیم ها داخل این ظرف و درست کردن گنز پلاسما. برای تهیه سیم مسی شما میتونید از کابل های برق که در منزل دارین و همه جا از این کابل ها شما دسترسی دارین، این کابل ها رو میتونید جدا کنید و روکش اونها رو هم میتونید باید جدا کنید از سیم مسی. اینجا ما یک سیم مسی رشته‌ای داریم که از کاب کاملا جدا شده، روکش اون هم جدا کردیم. از سیم های مفتول هم شما میتونید استفاده کنید. ضخامت این سیم ها اصلا مهم نیست، حتی اندازه اونها. اگر هم دسترسی به ورق مس دارین از ورق مس هم میتونید استفاده کنید. برای تهیه روی شما از باتری های قلمی میتونید استفاده کنید. ما اینجا نمونه هاشون رو به شما نشون میدیم. باتری قلمی رو حتما با استفاده از یک آهنربا تست کنید. اگر که به آهنربا چسبید این قابل استفاده نیست. از باتری قلمی استفاده کنه که آهنربا رو جذب نمیکنه. این روکش روی باتری رو که بکنید این فلز روی شما هست که به راحتی میتونید از باتری جدا کنید. باتری رو لطفاً باتری نو بگیرین، استفاده نشده باشه که اون فرآیند شیمیایی داخلش باعث نگرانی شما نشه. با استفاده از یک دستکش که هر نوع دستکش یک بار مصرفی رو شما میتونید استفاده کنید. همکار من به شما نشون میدم که چطور این باتری رو جهت استخراج رویش چطور میتونید اون رو جدا کنید. اینها تمام لوازم اولیه هست که به سادگی در دسترس همه شما عزیزان هست. این فلز روی هست که شما میتونید به راحتی از یک باتری قلمی استخراج کنید. قابل توجه شما این هست که این فلز رو حتما باید کاملا بشورین، کاملا تمیز بشه. اگر که امکانش باشه براتون توی یک مقدار خیلی کمی سرکه به مدت 3 الی 4 دقیقه بذارید بمونه که هر چیزی از مواد شیمیایی روی این هست کاملا پاک بشه. لطفاً از ظروفی که به اسم ظروف روحی در بازارها فروخته میشه یا در منازل دارید از اونها استفاده نکنید. اونها اصلا جنسش از فلز روی نیست و از آلومینیوم ساخته شده و بسیار هم خطرناکه. لطفاً به این نکته دقت کنید، چون گزارشاتی به ما رسیده که اکثراً از ظروف روحی که در منازل دارن استفاده میکنن برای ساخت این گنز پلاسما. سیم مسی رو که شما از کابل کشیدید بیرون، اگر رشته‌ای باشه سعی کنید اونها رو تاب بدین به این صورت که خیلی راحته و مواظب باشین که دستتون رو اذیت نکنه. خیلی راحت میتونید اینو بپیچید. اینکه به چه سمتی پیچیده بشه اینها اصلا مهم نیست، شما فقط سیمتون رو تاب بدید. خب بعد از اینکه سیم رو کامل تاب دادین، با استفاده از یک خودکار یا یک تکه چوب یا هر وسیله‌ای که شما بتونید سیم تاب دادین رو دور اون بپیچین. به این شکل ما یک سیم پیچ مسی رو داریم. ما یکی دیگه دقیقاً مثل این احتیاج داریم که همکار ما برای شما دوباره درست میکنن. خب در اینجا همینطور که ملاحظه میکنید ما 2 تا سیم پیچ مسی داریم که از کابل‌های برق گرفتیم. یک تکه فلز که از روی جدا کردیم، کاملا با آب و صابون شسته شده و به مدت 5 دقیقه در سرکه گذاشتیم و دوباره با آب شسته شده. شما اگر که سیم های مسی میگیرین و ممکنه که این سیم ها لاک داشته باشه، میتونید با استفاده از یک اسکاچ یا سیم ظرفشویی کاملا لاک روی فلز مستون رو ازش جدا کنید. از این مفتول هم شما میتونید برای پیچیدن سیم پیچ استفاده کنید که همکار من با پیچیدن دور یک خودکار به شما نشون میده. منظور این هست که شما از هر نوع سیم با هر ضخامتی میتونید استفاده کنید. سیم مفتول داریم الان اینجا، شما میتونید از سیم کابلای برق رشته‌ای استفاده کنید. فقط توجه داشته باشین که این سیم ها لاک نداشته باشه روش. در واقع ما اینجا 3 تا فلز، 3 تا الیمنت بیشتر نیاز نداریم. 2 تا فنرپیچ مسی و یک قطعه روی. یکی از فنرپیچ های مس رو ما باید نانوکوت انجام بدیم که در مرحله بعد به شما نشون میدیم چجوری با یک شعله آتش خیلی ساده نانوکوت رو انجام بدیم. در این مرحله روش نانوکوت کردن سیم پیچ های مسی رو به شما نشان میدیم که به سادگی شما میتونید در منزل سیم پیچ نانوکوت داشته باشید. با یک انبردست از یک نقطه از سیم مسی شروع میکنید به دادن حرارت تا وقتی که اون قسمت از سیم کاملا قرمز بشه. به محض اینکه دیدیم قرمز شد بریم به مرحله بعدی سیم پیچ. فقط باید کاملا مواظب باشین که تمام قسمت‌های سیم پیچ شما کاملا قرمز بشه، یعنی حرارت به تمام قسمت‌های سیم پیچ رسیده باشه. این فلز مس سیم پیچ شده نانوکوت شما با استفاده از شعله آتش هست. همکار من با سیم پیچ های سیم کابل رشته‌ای هم به شما نشون میدم، چون این سیم ها یک مقدار ضعیفتر از مفتول مسی هست. شما ببینید که مرحله گذاشتن آتش، دادن حرارت برای این سیم پیچ ها به چه صورت هست. باید بذارید کاملا قرمز بشه. این سیم پیچ رشته‌ای نانوکوت شده شما جهت یک لیوان یک زندگی است. در این مرحله تهیه آب نمک هست. شما به 1 لیتر آب قابل نوشیدن نیاز دارین. برای هر 1 لیتر آب قابل نوشیدن شما 100 الی 150 گرم نمک طعام خوراکی نیاز داریم. ما در اینجا مقدار 100 گرم نمک استفاده میکنیم که تقریباً 6 قاشق غذاخوری پر می باشد. کاملا هم میزنید که نمک شما در آب حل شده باشه. کاملا هم میزنید. در این مرحله ما به یک ظرف نیاز داریم که شما میتونید از یک لیوان استفاده کنید یا از هر ظرف مناسب دیگه. شما میتونید از بطری های پلاستیکی 1 نیم لیتری یا 1 لیتری استفاده کنید. در این مرحله مواد مورد نیاز اولیه‌مون آماده است که شامل آب نمک هست، فلزات مس سیم پیچ شده، 1 تکه روی که از باتری گرفتیم و سیم پیچ نانوکوت. شما هر کدوم از این فلزات رو به 1 تکه سیم متصل میکنید. این سیم پیچ مسی شما بود. این تکه روی بود که از باتری قلمی نو جدا کردیم. شما میتونید کامل قسمت روی باتری رو جدا کنید یا حتی اگر تکه هم شد میتونید اونا رو به راحتی به هم وصل کنید. و فلز مس نانوکوت شده یا سیم پیچ مس نانوکوت شده به 1 تکه سیم دیگه وصل میکنید. کنید که با قسمت‌های روی فلز نانوکوتتون زیاد با دستتون برخورد نکنه که اون لایه نانوکوت رو از بین نبرید، چون لایه‌های نانوکوت بسیار ظریف و شکننده هستن. سیمپیچ نانوکوت رو شما باید وسط اون ستاپ یا ظرف گنزتون بذارین، به این صورت با یک تکه چوب یا یک نی یا یک خودکار یا هر وسیله‌ای که بتونید اون رو ثابت روی این ظرفتون نگه داریم. فقط فلز نباشه، از جنس آلومینیوم، روی اینا نباشه، حتما از جنس پلاستیکی یا چوبی استفاده کنید. اگر که با مشکل نگه داشتن چوب یا نی مواجه هستید، میتونید از یک چسب برای نگه داشتن اون استفاده کنید. در این مرحله تنها کاری که میمونه شما آب نمک رو که قبلا آماده کردین آب نمک رو به ستاپتون اضافه میکنید. و سر 3 تا سیم رو به همدیگه متصل میکنید، بدین صورت که اول سر روی و سر سیم مسیر رو به هم متصل میکنید و اتصال این دوتا رو به نانوکوت. این ستاپ یک لیوان یک زندگی شما هست که به راحتی میتونید در منزل تهیه کنید. بعد از یک مدت کوتاهی متوجه حباب‌های بسیار ریزی اطراف ظرف ستاپتون خواهید بود که ما به محض اینکه شروع بشه دوباره فیلم برداری میکنیم و به شما نشون خواهیم داد تا مرحله ساخت این گنز. همونطور که ملاحظه میکنید الان تقریبا 1 ربع بعد از اینکه ما ستاپ رو راه اندازی کردیم، گنز پلاسمای ما شروع به تشکیل شدن کرد. و آروم آروم تغییر رنگ میده. این ستاپ رو میتونید به مدت 3 الی 4 روز بذارید بمونه. اگر که در موقع اضطراری هستین و اطراف شما بیمار هست که نیاز مبرم داره به استفاده از این گنز پلاسما، شما میتونید از یک باتری استفاده کنید و سر سیم های ستاپتون رو به یک باتری اتصال بدید. همونطور که ملاحظه میکنید گنز شما بعد از یک مدت کوتاهی، بستگی به شرایطی داره که گنز شما رو گذاشتیم، مثل نمک، آب و نانوکوت شما، این گنز شما آماده است. معمولا بعد از چند ساعت تا 1 الی 2 روز شما میتونید این مقدار گنز رو داشته باشید. در این مرحله بسیار مهم هست که سر اتصال سیم مسی شما به فلزات داخل آب نمک نباشه. به این نکته کاملا توجه کنید. الان زمانش هست که شما از گنزتون بتونید برداشت کنید. تنها کاری که لازم هست یک لیوان دیگه، یک ظرف دیگر رو آماده میکنید. تمام این فلزات رو به همین صورت که اتصال دادید منتقل میکنید به ظرف بعدی. بعضی ها گفتن که نانوکوت ما ریخته و دیگه نانوکوت نداره. شما وقتی یک بار فلز مس رو نانوکوت میکنید، حتی اگر ببینید که داره میریزه نگران نباشین. لایه های نانوکوت وقتی یک بار انجام شد ادامه دارن. اتم های زیرین این لایه نانوکوت مرتبا در حال نانوکوت شدن هستن. پس نگران این مسئله نباشین. فقط ستاپ خودتون رو از لیوان قبلی، از ظرف قبلی جدا کنید، در یک ظرف دیگه بذارید و تنها کاری که اینجا انجام میدید آب نمک رو بهش اضافه میکنید. سعی کنید آب رو طوری بریزین که آسیبی به لایه‌های نانوکوت نزنه. کمترین ضربه رو به لایه‌های نانوکوت وارد کنید. این ستاپ بعدی شماست. پس شما به همین طریق در حال تولید گنز پلاسما هستین و از این میتونید استفاده کنید. ما نحوه برداشت آب گنز پلاسما رو به شما نشون میدیم که چطور باید آب نمک اون رو بگیرید، اون رو شیرین کنید و ازش استفاده کنید. در ضمن شما میتونید این رو به دیگران هم آموزش بدین و یک لیوان زندگی هم برای دوستان و عزیزان خودتون هدیه کنید. در این مرحله که گنز شما آماده شده میریم برای شیرین کردن گنز. به خاطر اینکه ما از آب نمک استفاده کردیم، الان این آب بالای گنز شور هست و ممکنه اگر شما بخواید مصرف کنید به صورت نوشیدن یا اسپری کردن شما را اذیت کنه. به خاطر همین ما گنز رو شیرین میکنیم و از آب شیرین بالای اون استفاده میکنیم. نکته بسیار مهم این هست که همیشه شما فقط و فقط باید از آب زلال شده بالای گنز استفاده کنید. در این مرحله دوست ما آب بالای گنز رو توسط یک سرنگ جدا میکنن و این آب نمک اول رو شما دور نریزین چون فوق العاده قوی هست. این رو میتونید داخل یک بطری اسپری بریزین. از اون اسپری کنید محیط اطراف زندگی خودتون رو، دستگیره های در، موبایل، سویچ ماشین، کلید در و معمولا روی ملافه هاتون هم میتونید از همین آب نمک اسپری کنید. بسیار قوی هست. توجه کنید که فقط آب زلال رو بردارید. آبی از خود گنز که تنشین شده شما برداشت نمی کنید. اگر سرنگ های کوچکتر هم دارید میتونید استفاده کنید، هیچ مشکلی نیست. نیازی نیست که هر چیزی رو دقیقا همین که ما توی فیلم نشون دادیم شما انجام بدید. در این مرحله به این گنز که آب شورش رو برداشتیم آب نوشیدنی اضافه میکنیم که شیرین هست و این چندین بار این کار رو انجام میدید. یعنی این آب رو میذارید کاملا ته‌نشین بشه، گنز ها پایین بشینه و به محض اینکه بعد از 3 تا 4 ساعت این کاملا ته‌نشین شد آب زلال بالای اون رو بر میدارید. دوباره جدا میذارین در یک بطری دیگه برای اسپری کردن محیط و این پروسه رو تقریبا 10 بار انجام بدین تا آب پلاسمایی کاملا شیرین داشته باشید و از این آب ما به شما نشون بدیم که به چه صورت استفاده کنید. و نکته بسیار مهم این هست که وقتی شما آب گنز رو برمیدارین یا آبش اضافه میکنین در هر ظرفی حتما باید درب اون ظرف رو کاملا ببندید، نباید به این صورت درب باز باشه. روی این لیوان رو میتونید یک عدد بشقاب یا نلبگی بذارید یا اگر درپوش لیوان دارید درپوش لیوان رو هم روی اون قرار بدین. پس این نکته بسیار مهم هست که وقتی گنز پلاسماتون آماده شد و میخواید آب پلاسمایی روی اون رو جمع کنید حتما بعد از عملیات شیرین کردن گنز اون بطری یا ظرف خودتون رو با سرپوش نگهداری کنید تا مرحله بعد که دوباره میخواین آب زلال پلاسما رو برداشت کنید. در این مرحله نحوه استفاده کردن از آب گنز شیرین شده رو به شما نشون میدیم که به چه صورت میتونید از این آب استفاده کنید. در این لیوان آب گنز شیرین شده رو داریم که بعد از 10 بار آب ریختن روی گنز و برداشت کردن بالاخره آب شیرین رو داریم. از این آب شیرین شما میتونید با یک سرنگ بردارین به اندازه تقریبا 10 الی 20 میلی بستگی به ظرف مورد نظرتون داره. داخل یک شیشه‌ای که ما در اینجا همکارمون بهتون نشون میدن ما به صورت قلیانی از این استفاده میکنیم که درب بطری رو شما 2 تا سوراخ خیلی کوچیک در اون درست میکنید و از 2 تا شلنگ جدا به این صورت و آب گنز رو داخل بطری مخصوص قلیانی میذاریم و هوای این گنز رو شما تنفس میکنید. هر دفعه به مدت حداقل 20 دقیقه از هوای این قلیون استفاده کنید. روزی 4 الی 5 بار شما میتونید از این استفاده کنید. اگر که این ظرف رو ندارید همین درپوش رو شما میتونید روی بطری های پلاستیکی خیلی ساده مقدار آب رو در بطری بیشتر کنید. حداقل 20 میلی شما داخل یک بطری آب گنز شیرین شده بریزین. کافی 20 میلی کافی است. از آب شیرین شده شما میتونید در روز 4 الی 5 بار به مقدار تقریبا 50 الی 100 میلی استفاده کنید و اون رو بنوشید. لازم هست که حتما این کار رو انجام بدید برای اینکه بتونید در مقابل این ویروس کاملا خودتون رو محافظت کنید. سیستم بعدی استفاده از اسپری هست. شما میتونید باز آب گنز شیرین شده رو داخل بطری های مختلف بذارین. از این درپوش های مخصوص اسپری رو میتونید جدا بخرید و داخل شیشه های مختلف یا خود ظرف اسپری استفاده کنید. از اسپری های بزرگتر هم میتونید استفاده کنید. مهم هست که فقط بتونید از لوازم استفاده کنید که با اون بتونید این آب رو اسپری کنید روی بدن و وسایلی که اطراف خودتون هست. ما در مرحله بعد به شما نشون میدیم که چگونه این رو اسپری کنید. در این مرحله نحوه استفاده از آب شیرین شده گنز رو به شما آموزش میدیم. قبلا هم گفتیم که 3 مرحله دارید. مرحله استفاده از قلیان هست. شما داخل شیشه یا بطری قلیانتون رو مقداری آب شیرین گنز میریزید. به مدت 20 دقیقه باید هوای داخل این قلیان رو استفاده کنید. بعد از هر بار استفاده آب قلیان رو داخل دستشویی خالی کنید و قلیان رو تمیز بشورین، آماده بذارین برای استفاده در مرحله بعد. روش دوم نوشیدن 50 الی 100 میلی از آب پلاسمای گنز هست. و همینطور استفاده کردن از اسپری تمام دست هاتون رو روی تمام قفسه سینه مخصوصا طرف قلب کاملا اسپری کنید. صورت و سر رو کامل اسپری کنید، دور گردن، اطراف سر و پشت قفسه سینه خودتون رو هم کامل اسپری کنید که بتونید خودتون رو حفاظت کنید. شما میتونید قبل از اینکه از منزل خارج بشین از این اسپری استفاده کنید. دست ها، صورت، قفسه سینه، سر و پشت قفسه سینه رو کاملا اسپری کنید. 30 ثانیه صبر کنید. بعد از منزل خارج بشین. دوباره قبل از اینکه وارد منزل بشین همین مراحل رو تکرار کنید. تمام دست و صورت، قفسه سینه و پشت قفسه سینه خودتون رو اسپری کنید. وقتی که دارید از آب گنز استفاده میکنید تقریبا 4 الی 5 بار میتونید در روز 50 الی 100 میلی رو بنوشید بدون هیچ نگرانی. اینها برای وقتی هست که شما میخواید از خودتون در مقابل ویروس ها محافظت کنید. اگر که مشکوک به بیماری هستید یا بیمار هستید تمام این مراحل رو، یعنی مرحله استفاده از قلیان، نوشیدن و اسپری کردن باید هر 1 ساعت انجام بدید به مدت حداقل 3 روز. بستگی به شدت بیماری شما داره و این پروسه رو ادامه بدین تا وقتی که این ویروس در محیط زندگی شما هست. باید از این 3 مرحله استفاده کنید. پس خواهشاً کسانی که بیمار هستند یا مشکوک به بیماری هستند، دوباره تکرار میکنیم، روزی حداقل هر 1 ساعت توجه کنید، هر 1 ساعت هم از قلیان استفاده کنید، هم آب پلاسما رو بنوشید و هم اسپری کنید. مقدار آب شیرین شده پلاسما برای کسانی که بیمار هستند بین 100 الی 300 میلی هست. شما میتونید آب بیشتری مصرف کنید ولی حتما باید هر 1 ساعت این کار رو انجام بدین. هر 3 مرحله رو با هم دیگه هم استفاده از قلیان، هم جرعه نوشیدن آب پلاسما و هم اسپری کردن دست ها، صورت، سر، قفسه سینه و پشت قفسه سینه. خانم های عزیز لطفاً تمام قفسه سینه و زیر سینه ها رو کاملا اسپری کنید. رنگ گنز ها اصلا مهم نیست. ممکنه که رنگ گنز شما به سبز یا آبی یا فیروزه‌ای یا سفید یا کرم باشه یا حتی زرد رنگ. اصلا رنگ گنس ها در این پلاسما مهم نیست. قابل توجه این که درب این ظرف های نگهداری گنس ها رو حتما باید گرفته باشه، در پوشدار باشن این ظرف ها. و نکته بسیار مهم این که به هیچ عنوان از گنز شما استفاده نمی کنید. برداشت شما فقط و فقط آب پلاسماست، آب زلال شده و شیرین شده روی گنز. منطقه‌ای که پایین ته‌نشین شده این گنز شماست. این رو به هیچ عنوان شما برداشت نمی کنید، استفاده نمی کنید، نه خوردن، نه اسپری کردن، نه قلیان. فقط و فقط از آب بالای گنز، همون که شفاف هست، رو شما استفاده میکنید. هر بار که آب میریزین روی گنز باید حداقل 3 تا 4 ساعت صبر کنید که این گنز کاملا ته‌نشین بشه و شما با خیال راحت آب روی اون رو برداشت کنید. اتم‌ها و عناصر در بدن ما و دیگر موجودات و طبیعت و اجسام از دید مایکروسکوپی به صورت توده‌ای فیزیک ما را می‌سازند. امروزه دانشمندان با استفاده از نانو تکنولوژی می‌توانند اتم‌ها را دستکاری کنند و به سطح تک اتمی برسند. اما بنیاد فضایی کشه موفق شده است گام را بسیار فراتر نهاده و از وادی نانو تکنولوژی و هسته‌ای نیز عبور کند و به میدانهای گرانشی مغناطیسی دست یابد. پروفسور کشه با این تکنولوژی توانستند گاز را به صورت جامد تک اتمی نانوذره‌ای و البته در دمای محیط و به صورت پایدار درآورند و آن را گنز بنامند. واژه گنز مخفف عبارت گاز این نانو سولید استیت می باشد. ایشان دریافتند در خورشید، زمین و دیگر کرات در هر نقطه نیروهای گرانشی یا جاذبه‌ای و مغناطیسی یا دافعه‌ای به طور همزمان وجود دارد و آن را مگراو نامیدند. واژه مگراو مخفف عبارت مگنتیک گراویتی می باشد. ایشان دریافتند هر گنز شبیه یک خورشید عمل می کند و در یک نقطه به طور همزمان از میدانهای گرانشی و مغناطیسی برخوردار است. در واقع گنزها با ایجاد میدانهای گرانشی مغناطیسی که آن را میدان پلاسمایی نامیدند، با میدانهای پلاسمایی محیط اطراف خود در تعامل بوده و انرژی را مبادله می کنند. آنجا که نیاز به انرژی باشد انرژی می دهند و آنجا که نیاز به جذب انرژی باشد انرژی را جذب می کنند. ماحصل تعامل و تعامل میدانهای گرانشی و مغناطیسی پایداری و سلامت نظام هستی را به دنبال دارد.
به دنیای کشف تکنولوژی خوش آمدید.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mohammed. Is there anything else, or we move to another interesting program?
Yes. Another video enhancement body, please.
Which number is that?
05.
Number 5.
Number 5. Okay.
Yeah. Till they find number 5, you're going to see some interesting things. We go to China and we want to see how China looks today. And this is what's going to come down to Europe in the next few weeks. We're just about 8 weeks behind. Carry on, please.
This will be number 5 now.
Yep.
In Farsi, and then we switch.
Yes, yes. That is. Thank you.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
We move to China and then we come back to Iran again, if it's okay with our team in Iran. Is there anything else, Mrs. Mohammadi, you want to show?
در کامل بود. متشکرم. فقط جناب کشه اگر که امکانش باشه این ویدیو رو استنلی برای ما امشب بتونه آپلود و دانلود کنه برای ما بفرسته ممنون میشه. ما از همین امشب شروع میکنیم به پخش کردن این ویدیو. متشکرم.
خیلی متشکرم. خیلی ممنون برای تمام زحماتتون. بمونین نرین چون چیزای قشنگی دارین که ببینین شاید ازش.
بله هستیم.
خیلی ممنون. Is there any question from the Iranian team before they disappear and we go to China?
We do have some people with their hands up here. I'm not sure if they have questions. We have Dariush. We can allow you to speak, and Zara and Ahmed.
Yes. Can we have the questions, please?
Dariush, could you go first, perhaps? See, your microphone's open. Can you speak? Okay. Zara, would you like to go ahead? Hello?
Hello? I have some questions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Where are you from? from Iran.
Yes, go ahead.
سلام و خسته نباشید عرض می‌کنم خدمت شما پروفسور کشه. من هم میتونم به فارسی بگم سوالمو هم به انگلیسی که زحمت شما کمتر بشه.
باشه، با خودتون جواب خودتون رو بدید.
فقط سوالشه، لطفاً جواب بدید. Can using this GANs damage someone who's the operator or client of laser clinics? I mean hair reduction with SHR or diet or etc. منظورم اون کلینیک های لیزر هستم. این استفاده از گنس میتونه براشون مضر باشه، حالا برای اون اپراتور یا اون مراجعه کننده؟
نه.
بس I read somewhere in some of Telegram channels of Keshe Foundation that GANS has energy for just 3 or 6 months, but you said that we can use it for more than 100 years. Is it true? شما گفتین
No.
بفرمایید.
میگین که the GANS water standard legal is cannot be held more than 6 months. Any water has a life cycle of 6 to 12 months legally. So we stick to the same. We are talking about the water of the GANS, not the GANS. The GANS itself can last centuries if you can hold it.
I got that. Thank you.
So جواب سوالی بود که گاز چقدر میمونه؟ گاز آب گاز قانونا بین 6 تا 12 ماه. ولی تمام مدارک میگه 6 ماه. ولی خود گاز رو سالها میتونه نگه داره. تا موقعی که از 100 سال میتونه بمونه.
بله. متوجه شدم. خیلی ممنون. And just one more, no, 2 more questions. Those who have migraine, by spraying GANS water on their head and drinking it, feel headache. What should they do? احساس سردرد میکنن کسایی که میگرن دارن بعد از اسپری این آب به سرشون یا موقع نوشیدنش یا قلیون چیکار باید بکنن این افراد؟
این خودش همون میگرین هم کم کم میتونه خوب کنه. استفاده نکنه. اگه فکر میکنین هست ولی این نشون میده که وقتی سردرد داره یعنی دیسبالانس یه چیزی تو بدن درست نیست و اون خودش کم کم درست میکنه.
بله. And the last question, does corona GANS cure HIV too? باعث درمان ایدز هم میشه؟ Thank you.
درمان ایدز با یه سیستم دیگه میشه درمان کرد که کردیم در افریقا. The technology can reverse HIV too. We have done it in Africa. It's fully documented, yes. But it's not with the glass of the GANS of water. HIV is a different characteristic.
So very good. I like to express my gratitude for your selfless effort. Thank you. خیلی ممنونم. دیگه سوالی ندارم. قطع میکنم. خیلی ممنون. خدا نگهدار.
Any other question? خودشون. Rick, do you have anything else?
There's 2 microphones open, so I guess they didn't want to speak. There's one more person. Zara, would you like to go ahead?
Can you close towards speaking in the background?
Yes, I'll do that. There we go.
Who's the last one?
Yeah, we have Zara. Can you? Okay, that's Dariush. That's the one that should be muted. And Zara, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak? Okay, we've got a couple of other people here. Diana, allow you to talk if you would like to go ahead.
Yes, I had a question about a friend of mine has epilepsy. Will it help that?
No.
Okay, and diabetics, how should they deal with, or how will it affect their insulin and so on and so forth?
Yeah, we put a note out this week and last week, and we repeat again. If you are diabetic, test your insulin before you take the spray or after taking the spray, because it can reduce the use of your insulin. But then if you overdose you with insulin, it can cause you all sorts of sleepiness, drowsiness, and going to sleep.
Thank you.
Check your insulin continuously because it carries a certain factors of zinc, which is part of the emotion. I was just listening to a document from the Iranian authorities sending to me that they're recommending not to take zinc and it's bad for it. These people haven't understood the zinc in the plasma state is a structure of the brain, and it's the only way you can stop the what you call the brain hemorrhage or stroke from this virus.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, we have Sharam. Sharam Sultani, would you like to go ahead? Hello, your microphone's open. If you can speak.
Very bad internet.
Okay, perhaps they're not able to speak or the microphone's not.
I think they have a bad internet.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
سلام آقای دکتر.
بفرمایید.
خسته نباشین. یه سوال داشتم. من مادرم از پیس میکر استفاده میکنه، از باتری قلب. میخواستم بدونم ببینم مشکلی نداره این اوبگنسا که اسپری میکنم یا میدم بخوره.
چیزی اگه دستگاه قلبی داشته باشن نمیتونیم به هیچ عنوان استفاده کنیم.
از پیس میکر استفاده میکنه، باتری داره قلبش.
نه نمیتونیم استفاده کنیم.
اصلا به هیچ عنوان.
فقط به سر میتونیم بزنین یا به بدن، نه جایی که قلب شوش و اینا رو نه. تو محیط خونه بذارین، تو محیط خونه بذارین باشه، به بدن نزنین. خونه رو استریزه کنین.
خیلی ممنون.
خواهش میکنم. They're asking about the people with a pacemaker. We advise in any heart condition, transplant or whatever, do not use the system. You can spray your head maybe, but spray the room, spray the body that you can keep away the virus. Any other question?
We have Dr. Sarah. Would you like to go ahead?
Hello. Give up.
Hello, Dr. Sarah. Yes, hi.
سلام جناب پروفسور. خسته نباشید. عذر میخوام، من یه سال از خدمتتون داشتم. میخواستم بپرسم در خصوص گنس، حالا خودتون تجربهشو دارید و میدونید، واسه بیماری‌های التهابی روده مثل اولسراتیو کولایتیس مؤثر هست؟ میتونه باشه؟ چون
بله، ولی اون گنس این گنس نیست. باید گنس مخصوصی داشته باشین. بله. خیلی هم سریع اثر میذاره.
بعد چجوری ما میتونیم تهیهش کنیم اگر که بخوایم از
آقای دکتر اسدی صحبت کنیم.
ممنونم. پس توی گروه جوین بشیم با خود آقای دکتر میتونیم اینو تهیه کنیم. لطف کردید.
Asking about the use of the gas for ulcer, and it is a very effective way to do it, but this is not the gas for it. It has to be a specific way to overcome ulcer, especially if it's a bacteria. It's a totally different way you have to use it, and you can eradicate.
ممنونم، خیلی لطف
خواهش میکنم. Stanley, you have a couple of nice videos to show us, and these videos are extremely interesting for you to watch. This is what we see Europe will come to, even maybe Iran and United States, within 6 to 8 weeks. Just watch. And it's interesting to know. Understanding China is ahead of us. In China, it's forced. In Europe, will be done voluntarily. These are videos in past few days from China. Are you ready, Stanley? This is
Mr.
what you're
Kesh.
going to... Sorry, we are on the video. Can you speak afterwards, please? Can you play? Don't forget, these streets are jam-packed with people. When I ask a question, where are the 1.4 billion people? What is interesting is that Chinese New Year lanterns are still on. Nobody works a month later even to bring the lanterns down. What is interesting if you keep this picture, you see all these shops, there are businesses which are not there. And one thing we are looking at is the psychological effect on this society. What is interesting, if you study the psychology of Chinese population today, is one-child family mainly who come up. And if the father and the mother and the child dies, there is no traces of any other members of that family. One-child policy has brought a lot of harsh reality. And if any of these people in these offices, these buildings, these shops have died, they'll never open up. Family-based economy, and very much. You got to understand, the Keshe Foundation, we study psychological effect. We are not, as much as we are watching the energy and the other things. In the Deeper Space program, we watch the psychological effect. If, when this is over, and 3 members of a family have died, there is nothing left of that family in such a way because of the second generation. Maybe uncles of the grandfathers, but most of the people are the second generation, first generation, second generation. There's no traces of, the whole trace of family expertise or whatever disappears. But the economy of a nation has grounded to a halt. And we will see this in Europe. China, they can keep order. Europe, looting is another factor very soon. People without a job. Governments cannot support Social Security anymore. What is the outcome of it? Nobody goes to factory to produce. Companies cannot pay their bills. They cannot pay their staff. This thing is speculating and escalating for those who want to do with what they want to do with it. But in reality, Western economy within the next 2 months will become a chaos. Companies cannot sell goods. Companies cannot produce goods. People don't have the money to buy. What is the next step? Panic. This is why we try to reach as many governments that before we get to that step, with such a simple system, people can go back. Still this time, in 2 weeks' time becomes worse. In 4 weeks' time, it'll get even worse. The reality with this corona is crisis unseen. And Western economy will collapse very, very fast because it has no basis. Chinese economy has governmental control, will survive through this one way or another. But Western economy will collapse in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Second month, most of the business in Europe are overdraft, bank borrowing on a threshold. No wages paid. We will see what governments. My suggestion to the governments, be it Iran or the European, is very simple. Take the easy option out. You cannot get it right. In America, people will do worse. Now we see in New York how long more they can last. But the escalation kicks up. There will be more and more deaths and more collapses of economy. Many of it will not recover. The American government and citizens will suffer more because now there is no arms selling. Nobody is interested to buy arms when you cannot have an army. We are heading for world peace in a very strange way, but we are heading into economy. If it goes this way, as you see in China, how many people and how much and how far people will come and just risk their lives. No job, no money, hunger, and anarchy. I think it's time for the world leaders to understand what is just about to hit them in the next few weeks. Don't forget, if any of you can give us a bird's eye view of the Vatican, you will see how that place looks like today, how many people are going for the mess. And then I think churches and houses of worship laid with gold will become the first victims of the looting. But the biggest problem is, even if you have looted, there is no food to pay with the loot. I sent a link, I think, to one of our, I think Rick or Stanley, where the Pope makes a speech from the balcony and he is coughing. That's last Sunday. And we see, as I promised, we'll return the marvels of Vatican back to Colosseum. Would the people do that? Or would the governments just open up who gets the virus, who gets the virus, who doesn't get, doesn't get? This is those of who believe in Vatican. This is the Pope this Sunday. Do you have the voice? There is no voice. And look how many people are in the queue. And you've been to Vatican when the Mass is on.
Ti fili tui, incarnazione coniovim, per passione meius et crucem, a resurrezione in gloriam perducam. Vie che ci danno la sensazione dell'autosufficienza, del godimento della vita fine a se stesso.
Likey.
You can see how thin the crowd is. And how many of them do you think are infected? And they're the tourists, the last tourists in Europe. In a couple of weeks' time, if we turn that way in Europe and people take it, or we hit the warm time and we turn into the summer flu with this, then it's going to be much worse. We go to China. Wang Lin, are you there to tell us what's happening in China and what happened with Keshe Foundation and Chinese government and what we've done in China, please?
Oh, okay. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, everyone.
Hello, the rose
Yeah.
from China, as we call it.
Yeah. I think it's good. As you can see, our president has visited Wuhan. So that means like I think our government want to show we had controlled the virus, and soon the life will become back to normal. And yeah, and I think we also need to thanks for those knowledge seekers who had produced the guns with the army to clean the city. Yeah, that and anyway, it's good to know that our technology was serving the Chinese government, Chinese nation, and saving lives of Chinese people. So that's a good news.
What do you have to tell us what you're claiming?
Actually, we have something interesting, I think, in my presentation. People can see that. Because I know that when China the first time the news was talking about this virus getting like out of control, and you or directly asked me to contact with the government, and you sent we're starting to send the letters to the health committee organization and to government, to president and the prime minister directly, and we hope to get response, and also at the same time you just launched the One Cup and One Life. So and then we try to find knowledge seekers to support the people which like has get the virus or like to want to do the prevention. So we have done some cases, but the good thing is the government has a very tight control. So just in like 1 or 2 weeks, all the sick people are being putting into the hospital or into separation. So then they are it's not easy to find people who been diagnosed, but still has some people in Wuhan, those like volunteers who was working day and night outside. They ask for some gas water to protect them. Some of them they say they are tested negative, but they have some symptoms like coughing, like itching or pain in the throat. So they all report they are recovered. Yeah. So I think I have the presentation to show what we have done there. And is that good to ask Stanley to starting to present the PPT presentation? Okay, it's Rick or the Stanley. Can you just
It's Stanley who's controlling you today.
Okay, thank you, Stanley. Can you just present the PPT so I can explain? And yeah, so on January 21, we had the letter written to the China National Health Committee to want to support the government for get rid of the virus. Yeah, and next. Next page, please. Or you want me to?
You probably have a delay.
You tell whether
you have a delay, Ruti. You know, I already turned, but it doesn't come to you that fast.
Yeah, but because it's a little bit blurred, but I think this is just the introduction for Mr. Cash has heard that China has this problem and a lot of knowledge seekers or friends send a message to ask for help. So he gave a response to the government. And this is the first letter we write to President Xi on January 2023. We introduced the cash technology, introduced Mr. Cash himself, and introduced the area how our technology can be applied, including like national defense and energy and agriculture, health. and etc. Yeah, next page. And also we mentioned that we had a test for the African swine fever successful cases, and what is virus, and how we handling the virus. Yeah, this is a next page. I didn't see you change the page, Stanley. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, and to show the technology, explain the technology, how we can overcome the virus, and to show the strongly willing to support China to overcome the virus. Yeah, next page. And then the same time, we have sent the letter to the Prime Minister Lee on January 23. And yes, almost the same letter and just a little bit change. Yeah. Go ahead, Stanley. Yeah, and then I think you are teaching on January 26 for the One Cup, One Life. And 24th. Okay, then I made a mistake. Yeah, and next, sorry. Yeah, and then since that we have set up a QQ group, and now our QQ group is about 1,300 people. Every day there's a newcomer join, and we have a volunteer to explain them how to make, to guide them, and yeah, it's nice. Yeah, and after that, on January 30, we have written the second letter to President Xi and Prime Minister to explain that like maybe in the future, because at that time Americans starting to like close the flight, and a lot of nation want to close the transportation of China, and we are foresee that maybe in the future we have a food shortage. So then we so we write a second letter to President, Prime Minister, told them we have the like a solution for the.
متاسفانه این چیزی که فکر میکنیم در تابستون و در گرما این
Yeah, so like if China will lack of the food, and we can provide the plasma technology to supply for the food demand for China. Okay, next page. Stanley, next page, please. I think it's a delay.
Yeah, it's a delay, yeah.
You know, thanks to God, I can have like good internet now, because at the beginning, my internet just doesn't work. Okay, so this is the cases which people had applied the One Cup, One Life. So we have one cases in Wuhan, and it's older like couples. They live alone and have no medicine, and was coughing, headache for a couple of days, and no solution. So our knowledge seeker take a risk to go to his house to send the gas water to them, and in 3 days they are fully recovered. And we have some other cases like people traveling through the flight, and they feel not good, and have some people who had the travel across to Hubei provinces back to Shenzhen, Guangdong, and then they feel like fever or coughing or something, and in 3 days they are all recovered. So we have the several cases like this. Okay, next page. Yeah, and we have another people who was in Shandong province. He has traveled some other places, but maybe not the virus, maybe just some other disease. But he has a lung, has some blood result is not so good, and he has a fever, and he used for 3 days, and he's recovered. And okay, so this is I confirmed the case in Wuhan city. So I think you can see the scan of the lung, and this is a report from the hospital. And she was like dying at home, and at that time, because it's like February 4, and there's all the hospital are occupied. She was like so despair because her daughter called the ambulance to like send her to 3 hospitals, but no hospital can accept her. So in despair, they are searching for help from internet, and we get the information and manage to find volunteers to send gas water to them. And they starting to use the gas water spray from February 5, and just in 3 or 4 days she became much better. So in 9 days she recovered and has the test for the virus became negative. Okay, so next page. Yeah, so this is the picture. The mom had to get the detection. Sorry, I'm back. Because
your line is breaking up, Ruthie.
Yes, exactly.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I think I have some connection problem with my microphone. So, and then they show that her mom is tested virus, but it's negative. So it's just 9 days. Okay, next page.
This is the case where the lung is more or less calcified.
Yeah, it's white. Yeah.
We have shown this case, the pictures of it in some of the teaching.
Yeah.
This is the lady. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and her family, 4 people living in the same apartment, and they use the gas water to protect themselves. Nobody is getting infected. Yeah, but like later on, government like force them to be go back to hospital because they are being diagnosed before. And this is the list of this Wuhan people which has like some symptom like coughing, but they say they have no contact with the infected people, and no lung problem. But then this one just drank 3 days, and all the throat problem has sorted out. And this another one is said he has a chest pressure and very like nervous, and no contact for infected people. And she said she just after drink gas water feel much better. There's no pressure on the chest, and in 5 days she feel like her emotion is good. It's a him. It's a man. And this one is another man. It's just to want to prevention. And there's a lady who said she has fever, she has got but no coughing, and he have diagnosed, but there's no like negative for the virus. And she said she after drink the gas water in 5 days, and the temperature drops, and also she felt she's more energetic, but she said sometimes it's get back forward. And this is another man in Wuhan, also said that like she has the pressure on the chest, and so he drank for 1 week and feel comfortable. There's no pressure and feel energetic and happy and a good mood. And this is another lady, is the throat pain, but no fever, and but bad mood. But this one seems like she haven't get the gas water yet. And it's another one, yeah, just feel like dry on the throat, uncomfortable, but no fever, no coughing, and just to drink 100 ml gas water, and the throat became better. So, and she said like feel in good mood. So, okay, next page.
یعنی که
Stanley, next page.
It is already switched. Provide the full solution to China government, right?
Yes. What is that? This is a feedback. Okay, yeah. And on February 2, yes, we had written email to Chinese government, some army or government site, that we can provide the full solution from disinfect environment and drink water and the breathing system to help people to recovery. So this is the only solution can handle both environment and also the people's sickness. So there's nothing had that like this technology before. So we have showed them the videos how apply the technology, all the data. Okay, next page.
Your microphone's starting to sound bad again there.
So you can see the attachment, our test report of our gas water, and some other like the video to show how to apply the technology was being sent into the government. Okay, we can see the next page. Yeah, next page is a little bit funny. And I think, Stanley, you can click the sound here, and you can place the voice. That's a conversation between two knowledge seekers, and one knowledge seeker want to ask another knowledge seeker to join with his lab. He said he's working with the army and government side to produce huge amount of gas, like 1 ton per day. and to ask him to join his team. Can you place that, boys? You click the right side, this sound, and then you will see the button to play under. Yeah.
实验室哈，一个很大的实验室，我这边要制造东西，要做东西。你这边我想给你的这个任务呢，就是做杠式，做带队，你带队，要准备一下哈。没问题吧？
意思是要干啥呢？除了做，
就是要做杠式，要做很多。要做很大很大的量，啊，作为消毒这块来应用了嘛？啊，
意思你跟他们联系上了？
啊，我这边都搞好了，啊，现在呢这些呢我就是等资金下来了嘛。
你跟政府那边合作吗？意思是？
不，这边是军队，
军队整个消毒。
啊，是部队的。那么这边呢，到时候我这边一叫你的话，你就要过来喽，你要过来一块儿做这个事情啦，是吧？
我到时候看吧，因为最近基金会这边也不知道他们要给我们安排干啥。
谁给你安排啊？你那边台史？
啊，对呀。
台史那边你就别指望了，他成不了气候的。我们这边都很清楚所有的东西，这边我们是给国家在做事情，他给国家做不了事情的，我们是给国家在做，是吧？然后一个呢，你这边的那个工资啊，这边呢你都放心，是吧？而且不会低，我这边会给你争取的。
看嘛，等着疫情过后看吧。
没有疫情过后啊，现在就是要来消灭疫情啊。啊，因为更多的事情呢，我也不能透露，是吧？有的东西啊。啊，你这边呢，你过来这边来指导来做了嘛。
我们
因为这边钱
不知道，
因为
我们现在是连出都出不去。
出得去，到时候我这边会给你批的，是吧？你这个到时候在昆明这边，在艺术学校这边呢，我们这边把它征用下来，征用下来以后呢，这边的人很多，那么他这个呢，一个是做那个，反正都是治水的哈，都是治水的这些设备，然后呢，你这边做的话就做点钢丝，接着是指导他们做就行了，你守着这个地方指导他们做就可以，让这些当兵的来做。然后呢，量会很大，我要求呢是一天要做1吨。
多少？也做1吨吧，疯了。
1吨的话，差不多一天要5000到6000个盒子嘞。
估计够不得吧？
一个盒子的话，只能生产出来这个2两嘛，差不多是吧？只有2两嘛。一个盒子2两。
是氧化铜吗？
不做氧化铜，氧化铜油只是做的少，那个不管它是吧？那个做一部分放着就。
我以为是氧化铜要1吨呢。
天哪，这做氧化铜得了啊？哪会做得出来？
多到哪里？
那个氧化铜的话，实在没办法的话呢，让他们让陕西会的这边在做的了，是吧？让陕西那边的去做，他们做电的嘛。是吧？他们做电的那个嘛来得快，但是他那个半衰期3个月就没了，3个月就半衰了，是吧？那个不行，但是我们呢就做点2氧化碳得了，CH3不做，是吧？只是做点2氧化碳和锌，是吧？2氧化碳和锌就可以了，对，只是做这个。那么做的话呢，我打算呢一天要做1吨。
怎么搞得军队要呢？我也是对。
没问题吧？这边你能过来了吗？
Yeah, so actually this is a conversation between the knowledge seekers
在昆明这边
and
有个字
he's
儿，
talking
有个
about.
姓氏哈。
Okay, stop it. Yeah, it's just finished. Yeah. So actually, when we send the letters to the government, so government send us back. This have to be handled by the expertise of the health committee. And the health committee, they because those maybe those doctors, they are not familiar with our technology, so they think this is lack of the scientific base. So they from the formal reply, they it's like they pass the pass to use. I mean, they refuse to use our technology. But actually, I think from the army side, they know have test, because since you teach us the one cup one life solution, people knowledge seeker who has made the GANs and deliver it to organization to test. And they tested, they said it's very effective for killing the bacteria or something together. So then they starting to directly want to build a factory to produce GANs to clean the city. But this is not to apply to directly feeding to people anyway. Yeah, so it's good to hear that, like I think the technology can be applied by the army and can clean the city of China. So we should thanks for the knowledge seekers who had managed to bring this to the army side to help the Chinese nation. Yeah, and at the same time we had the try to send some GANs water to two hospitals, and they have a feedback by word. They say it can show like the more effective than only with the Chinese medicine. But they didn't give us further a result for that part, so we don't know the result yet. Okay, next page. Do we have something? Oh, okay. This is just the backup information. It's the Africans One Fever experiment in China. So this is we had done it in 2019, January 19. This is a 829 pig farm. So they confirm it's being infected, and we have go to like in January 17, 18, and 19, it's already died for about 40 pigs. So we're starting to process on 20th, I think. So yeah, you can see the pig was died and put into the bags here, and all the pigs in all the pens died. All the pens have the dead pigs. Next, please. Yeah, so we have to yes, starting from 19, and we are we had test all the blood and and temperature, and this is the count numbers for each pens, and we next page, and we have also the like to calculate how many pigs died every day. So in 7 days, we managed to control all the fever of the pigs in our test area, but in applied technology, we have applied in another site the sick pig pen, and then we built the fields to join together. So just in 14
I think we lost Manglin.
Yeah, we lost the audio there.
Yeah, I'll carry on till she comes back on. These are all Chinese scientists who helped us with the swan pig flu. What we did, we actually divided this place into 4 sections, one control from the beginning, one space cap, another control, and then another 500. In the first 2 controls, we kept about 120 pigs. And literally, if you go further, all the pigs' temperature was taken daily, everything disinfected, water given to the pigs. And we managed, literally, if you go to the next page, on the 14th day, we walked out of this building, the next page, please, with 725 pigs alive. This is another work with China. And as you can see, we increased the harvest in Mongolia. We are going back into Inner Mongolia now, negotiating hopefully to increase the harvest. And in this area, there's a huge area of what we call heavy soil, which is salt and what we call calc. And this is a major work for us. We managed to increase the harvest here. And on the back of this year now we're going to massive production of materials for agriculture in China. And the Keshe Foundation team today announced, or 2 days ago announced, that they can produce and deliver to the farmers in 20-liter drum ganses for agriculture for just about around 100 RMB, which is around about 12 euro. And this will allow the farmers to increase their products, and they will go very fast with the productivity, and we'll see an increase in harvest. Next. This shows again the increase in the harvest to farms. We increased the wheat by 300%. Sorry, the wheat we increased from 49 to 132, and the rice we increased from 75 to 249. And it is very interesting that the technology now is to be adopted by the government in a large way for agriculture. Next page, please. Have you fell out, Manglin?
Yeah, I fell out. Yeah, I'm back.
You fell out, okay. I'm just going through the thing. This says in the Mongolia.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. What happened when we increased the harvest so drastically? There was a big concern by the Chinese government and authorities that we have modified the genes. And the first thing which was done, it says no GMO change, which means it says at the bottom, it says foreign genes, CAMB353, no detected, which means there was no gene variation, foreign genes not detected, foreign gene BR not detected, and then indigenous gene, plant gene detected, which means we actually took the seed back to its origin, which was shocking to the Chinese agricultural committee and groups. And which means we take the seeds back to their origin. And these are, as you can see, endorsed by the laboratory, independent test laboratories. And we showed rapid growth in 27 days, tripling the harvest, was a natural process of what we call GANS production by transferring energy to the seed directly. Next page, please. This is, you see the one on the left and the one on the right. This is on the same side of the test area. You can see it is damaged. It has fungus and all sorts, and that's why the harvest is so different. Next one, please. Again, now this is the same test for different products. 4 different products were tested in that year. And on the back of this test of 600 square meter last year, millions of square meters went under trial, several million. And the results of it is amazing how the harvest has been increased. And this year we'll go maybe to quite a large amount of land harvesting in the coming weeks. Next one, please. This is another 27-day difference. You see the growth of the harvest in 27 days. The one on the right is natural, 100 meter down. This one is 27 days watered with GANS. GANS water. Next, please. You've seen most of these the same. You see increasing harvest. These are used for alcohol and other purposes of food purposes in China. Next, please. You can see the difference. With this technology, the Chinese government will walk out of food dependency to the United States. Next, please. Next. These are all alcoholic things. The report tells you very clearly, can you go back into the Chinese, right? The report shows clearly massive increases and average on the rice and wheat. And when we change the composition of the GANS, we play totally different game. And you can see up to 212% increase in rice. China needs only 40% increase in rice to become self-sufficient for rice. And over 40% when you go to 220, China become a major rice supplier around the world, replacing American, what we call rice production. Next, please. This is again a very interesting point. What you see in the background, if I can get it, I have to reduce. What you see here and here in number 1, it usually takes, and this is number 2, the seeds have been placed at the same time into the pots. 1 has been treated with a GANS and number 1 has not. Number 2 has been treated. For number 1 to get to the position of number 2, it takes average 21 days. So when you plant the seed, this is known as a tiger nut. This is to place the oil for China. China imports 70% of its oil from outside. And with this, what we call tiger nut, they're hoping to cover part of that market. At least they don't need to import. So we tested this 2 years ago. Number 1, to get to the position of number 2, it takes between 21 to 25 days. And then if you look, I cannot. Okay, to get from 2 to 3, that is the first time you see the split in what we call in the seed, because under the ground, every shoot you see, it becomes one seed, it becomes one nut. It's like a hazelnut. So the more it divides, the more harvest you have. So to go from number 1 to number 3 to split takes about 35 days. Using the GANS to go from number 1 to number 2, don't forget, for 1 to get to number 2, average 21 to 25 days. Number 2 has been achieved in 6 days. To go from 2 to 3, after 25 days needs 10 days. So about 35 days. To go from 2 to 3 has taken 4 days. So in 10 days, we've done what the plant would have done in 30 days. This, increasing the harvest by up to 4 times, will walk China out of need for cooking oil import. This is now under observation. There's a huge land, 50,000 mole. Each mole is about 660 square meters. Is now, we've been told, under trial this year. Next, please. Each product needs its own, what we call mixture. You cannot use the same mixture for the same harvest. And the same, this is the corn, has shown a massive difference. And it's very unusual to see certain type of growth in corn. This is done by the knowledge seekers in one, and the harvest is huge, big difference. And it's the same again. Corn has different application in China. Next, please. You can see the difference between the two corn. It's huge, heavier, solid. Harvest comes in 2 or 3 weeks earlier, which allows in 2 seasons. In this area, this harvest in three seasons. So it allows you one more harvest inside for the farmer. Next, please. You can see the difference. Very simple. The same harvest from the same thing is on about 20–30% increase from the same plants next to each other on the same ground. You can see 711 and 900, 20%, 25% increase in harvest. Next, please. Next. Again, they wanted to know genetic, and the genetic never happened. Next. This is another trial by the Keshe Foundation in a massive structure. This is a 1 million square meter last year rice trial. And it has shown massive, what the Chinese discovered, that the side they use the GANs, they did not need to use any pesticide or herbicide. And the harvest has increased by 207%, if I'm correct. Can you go to the next page? The harvest comes about the same time, but the funny part was, you can see the difference, that we saw a hurricane destroying half of the rice land. And then we found out they played a game with the rice, which they did not tell us. And what the game they played, they mixed ganses in different ratios or different rices with GANs and without GANs. And then we found out doing this, they created a hurricane over the fields. These are magnetic fields they couldn't understand. When we told them, they realized, because there was no hurricane, in a way there was a hurricane, but more or less no farm was damaged. But this farm, in certain point, where they mixed the different mixture of gases with GANs, without the gas, they thought it's like a water. It's just where they put the water and you don't put the water, and it created a huge airflow and actually damaged the harvest. But still, it shows more harvest than the good side. So we would have expected a much bigger harvest without the hurricane, which they created themselves. We're seeing this one in Caribbeans. So it gives us a lot of insight in how farming in the future will be. Next, please. You can see there's a huge root growth difference, structural difference. Next. You can see this one side Keshe Foundation, one side without the Keshe Foundation GANs production. And one land, in literally a farming company with 1,000 mole, and you're talking around about 1,500 per ton, is a huge difference profit. Next, please. You can see the one on the left and the one on the right. The one on the left has already started flowering. The other one is still green. It's ahead by about 20 days. Next, it's important because this trial was done in north. You see the hurricane, which is a typhoon, they call it, which came in. It's important that you see how they mixed it. They mixed the rice. Go back in, please, with the numbers, with the Chinese numbers. This is how they mix gases with different things. And we have seen the problem they created, creating a hurricane over the land. And it's very, very interesting. And it told us a lot, and we learned a lot from it. But with all the things gone, the harvest has increased by 207%. Next, please. Next, these are detailed studying of which rice and how they brought it, and it's said by the government. What it says in the Chinese at the bottom is that this is what they have a problem here in the north. It's always wet, cold, and rice gets fungus. And they have to use a lot of pesticide. They have to use a lot of chemicals. And it says, because it says in Chinese at the bottom, that the plants show to become resistant to any kind of funguses or need of pesticide or herbicide. This is what we didn't know. And the government research lab has put there because they didn't use any pesticide or herbicide. And it says it makes it resistant. And in the north, in the wet area, it's very important. That's saving. When you don't spend money on the chemicals, you save money. Next, please. You can see again how the Keshe Foundation materials are used. And now you see a lot of it. A lot of knowledge seekers, farmers use this. If you notice, you see little bottles hanging over the sticks on the right and on the left. When we sit on the trains traveling, when we see bottles hanging over the farms this way, we say, oh, there is another knowledge seekers farmer. Because they know they fill the bottles with the gas and they put the gas water in the field, increases the harvest. And it was funny, the first time I saw it, it was very strange, but now we got used to it. We see quite a few of them. And all the knowledge seekers in China, which is a huge number of them, they just use it. And whenever you travel, look at the bottles, then you know you have a knowledge seeker. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. These are local farmers. Carry on. Next. They measure it, how fast it grows. Next, please. Next. It's a big 10 centimeters, something in that region difference. You see the two coming in for harvest. Yellow is the flowers coming in. Next, please. You see both sides, the left side, the right side, is already going for full flower. And the other side is just coming to flower. Next. The farmer on this side has already harvested. Next. Go back, please. Go back one picture. You see the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. They are proud. They leave KF SSI sign that they're using the gas. And it has shocked a lot of local authorities. This increases harvest by 25%. You see 13 bags or 50% increase is a lot of money when you sell for at least hundreds of yen, and that changes your position. Next, please. Don't forget, poverty line in China is 3,000 RMB, 3,500 RMB. You see, this is the same again with what we call the material which is used and not used, and you can see how the beans have grown. The one on the left is a small one, the one on the right is a bigger one. Next, please. You see the change. 10 stems were always tested. Next. One produces 194 from the 10 stems, one produces 441, over 100% increase. And you can see the shape of it, the size of them. Next, please. You can see the harvest growth and the size. And this shows, but what is interesting, the one on the right is getting black. They're picked on the same day. And the one on the left is still green. What actually caused the problem for this farmer, his beans were so good that the neighbors stole half of it. He came one day to his farm and half of it was not there. He went and he harvested. He says, I'm not going to let them have it, the rest of it. And they say it tastes so good. But this is economically important because a farmer has longer time shelf life to sell his goods. Next. You can see the difference again is huge after drying and looking after it. Next. We are involved in ginseng. Ginseng, 70% of the world ginseng is made in China. It's a huge industry, and 80% of it in this area. We got involved with this last year, and there are some interesting results that they don't want to tell us. We receive little information from them. It's a very vicious market, and farmers don't want anybody else to know what they are doing. And you see again the bottles in between ginseng. In 30 days has changed the harvest. And these are scientific research centers. The lady on the left is a leading ginseng scientist from the Ginseng Agricultural Center government organization. She's amazing in how they do this. It takes 5 years to harvest. If it's controlled, it takes 15 years in the wild. With this process, we can reduce it by maybe a year and a half, but at the same time, it gives a profitability. It's a very difficult things to grow. You have to dig it out, replant it, and then dig it out, and some dies of funguses. And we are involved with this in China. Next, please. You can see the same process. Carry on. This is a wild ginseng. Next. This is a very interesting last year, about the same time. If you look at the date down, it says 19th of March, exactly a year ago, more or less. We had a call that the plant has got pests, as you can see it. The farm literally dies, they eat everything up. And you see it on the 20th, we applied the GANS material. Can we have the next one, please? And this is 1 day later on 21st, without any pesticide. If you know how to mix the gases, the water, you can overcome, you don't need any, it costs more or less zero. Next. Now you understand why Chinese love this technology. They're growing everything with it. We've seen that with Iran. Iranian scientists are doing a lot with it. Next. It says, Keshe Foundation, China, the place where science meets the soul of the man. Thank you for watching. We are making huge inroads and inroads in China. We work right at the top But the only problem we have with the Chinese, they love to steal technologies and make it in their name. And they have no scruples about it. And sometimes I say I understand why Bill Gates went ravaging on them this way. Because they stole so much from Microsoft and its technologies, and then they don't want his goods. So he went for revenge, as I call it. This behavior in China has to change if they want to succeed in a bigger scale of operation. Respecting scientists, international scientists for their work has to become part of the Chinese structure. Beautiful people to be with and work with. But stealing technologies so openly amazes us. If you do not know, they were planning to sell the GANs technology used in Wuhan city back to Iran. We got to know by the inside the CPC people, and we called them back. And we said, this is the only thing you cannot back sell to Iran, what came from Iran. And then we see what happened. Now they're sending the same thing back to what we call Italy. I'm sure we will see this bangling back.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you, Mr. Cash, for done good job for me.
Thank you very much. Don't forget to pay me this time. Last time you didn't pay me in China. Listen,
I pay you double.
You pay me double. We double of nothing is still good double. Any questions?
有没有任何的问题? You mean from China or?
From China or from outside China.
Okay.
The main part of this presentation was how we gave everything to the Chinese government to protect themselves from coronavirus. And as you heard in the recording, how the Chinese army has decided to literally, bluntly, to go behind, not behind, but going to the knowledge seekers and telling they don't want to deal with cash. They want you to be a Chinese. But there's one secret which knowledge seekers have not realized. A master never shows his full hand. The mastership of a technology is understanding the technology to use it. Chinese military and Chinese government made a very big mistake. And their mistake was very simple. As I said, Chinese knowledge seekers did not serve their nation correctly. If you would have stayed with your master, you should have seen this actually like this. We took the love of God from the nation of China. You will understand soon what it means. This will never happen. That space cap in that culture will stay. This is how it should be, a happy nation. With wars much stronger, what we call virus than this. Even they use our technology, they still forgot to tell one thing and do one thing. You got to understand this technology as it was presented by the Iranian team this morning and in the teaching has a soul. What you steal has no soul, and you will stay that. We'll walk Iran and the rest of the nations out of this position very soon. But I wonder how the knowledge seekers who thought they will do what they like will do what will come to them. this behavior of thou shalt not steal has to stay that way. We gave it as a gift to President Xi, and the military and CPC decided to play a game. You can always run an empty city and become a ruler of a place where no one lives. We saw the streets of Beijing, and we see the citizens of Beijing in different places. These are the citizens of Iran, happy to be and enjoy to be. Then mankind will learn a new process. It is the same technology stolen, except with the pleasures of its use and the soul of its knowledge. I wonder how many people in China have these happy phrases. Not much. Can you imagine you can shake with your wife this as a distance like this because you don't know if she's got it, she can kill you? The technology has to be handled the right way with the right people. And what we see news coming out of Iran, if the Iranian government doesn't follow the same ways, the problems will be very, very, very big for the Iranian nation. But we have a good team. They're not after the money the way the Chinese Keshe Foundation people were. And we'll see the difference. Just wait 1 second. We have a news from Iran. Let's see what comes up. These are from the people in the fields, helping people. And in doing it, this sends us messages. And this gentleman, I told you, is the guy who done the whole village. He says good news. The beauty of the Iranian chat room group is that they report very rapid with what they have achieved. And the gentleman says now we had the new virus of mutation of the what we call corona is the one which goes into the throat and literally suffocate you. This we start seeing, and they say 2 people, one from last time, one from this morning, they all have changed within hours. So now we have tackled all 3 parts of this corona business, and we have to see to what extent we can go. I think we have given enough to make a change in Iran. And thanks to the, what we call the Iranian Keshe Foundation team, dedicated. When you look at it, the Keshe Foundation is so active, the Persian Keshe Foundation, since 2-3 years ago, is 1.3K of communication, 1,300 in past, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours. And they are literally teaching, working, and saving the nation. And if I could take pictures from it, you'll see the figures. And this is since this morning, about 2 or 3 hours ago I was there. You will see them. They have 5,500 nearly participants in different channels. The Iranians have come up with a beautiful system. They have a place, one channel which teaches, one channel which consults, one channel which the team actually directs people to the groups where they have to go when the people come. The sick people is just entirely for the sick people. And then they have a channel for the volunteers which they talk to each other. So if you want to make it, you go there. If you have a problem, once you start making it, you go to another channel. If you got sick or you're reported, you're handled by a different channel. And these are groups, literally groups. People come in, and then when you go in that third channel, mainly where consultants come in and they take over and they advise. And then you have a section which is just the volunteers. They know what they want to do, how they plan to do things. The Iranian scheme, if you can plan it out in Europe, or they allow us to come in with the support of Iranian support as the peacemakers and the deliverers of knowledge and technology, we will help to eradicate from the whole of Europe in weeks. This is so rapid, touches everyone, that it has to be done. As I said to the Iranian government, this technology has to be handled by the people, for the people, and with the help of the people and the government. It cannot be done anymore with the universities and professors on one day. And in so many ways, if we leave it in the hand of governments, there will be not many people left to govern even the governors. And this is the truth about this technology. In China, some of the most leading surgeons, professors, scientists, doctors died in the front line. We've seen the same in Iran. We lost some of our precious scientists, doctors, dedicated to serve the nation. And this, at this stage, should not happen. Should have never happened. But the knowledge is here. And if, as I said in negotiation with the American during Obama's time, we put a hand of peace out, we got it. We put the hand of knowledge out. If the European governments accept, within the next 2 to 3 weeks, very rapidly, we prevent it, we will live with it, but without deaths. Nobody should die. No one should die. And these numbers will escalate and the economies collapse. It's very hard to build back up. We still stand for the conference of April in Tehran that will bring the next step, which is the space technology of this knowledge into operation internationally as one group. This is very simple. Let the people who know and they have delivered to the nation to come and teach you and deliver it to your nation. Maybe the only boycotts we'll have on each other, not seeing each other, staying home, empty homes, and then losing one after another members of the family because you left the window open, doesn't work. You match the fields and you catch the fields. I put a lot of time in this with the two governments. And we've seen Chinese government now producing 1 ton a day gases. But they don't understand there is nothing in it. And if you look at the cities, you can make a show anywhere. The way we saw past 5 years, fake bombings and fake assassinations in Europe, in America, trying to create tension between different races. Now we see fake pictures coming out of China. As I said, we have an apartment in Beijing. We asked for it to go and clear it because we cannot go back where it is. They tell us you come in, you stay in the apartment for 14 days, you can't go out. And that's the capital. Then you believe the pictures you see just because it's been washed to show. And again, thanks to the knowledge seekers, as Wan Yin said, we're glad that the knowledge seekers at least learn enough to support the nation to change, but they didn't learn the whole trick, what to do to bring a happy nation. Are there any questions?
Mr.
Yes.
Kesh, we're hoping to do a reset, an 8-hour reset here with the streaming. That was one
when would that be?
I think within 5 minutes or a few minutes here.
Okay, can you do, yes.
There is a number of people with their hands up and would like to ask questions, I think. And there's some
What
other
do you want to reset? Zoom or live stream?
All 4 streams.
All 4 streams.
And it only would take a couple minutes.
Can we do one at a time?
No, we should do them all at the same time.
Same time. What do you want us to do? Go out and come back in, or you
No,
do it yourself?
we all just stay here live.
We stay live. Okay. Tell us when you want. Do you want to do it now?
Yeah.
So you're saying the Zoom stays on, right? Or do we reset the Zoom as
I would
well?
like to reset the Zoom, that we have an 8-hour chunk, and that can be part 1.
Okay, let's do
That's
it.
up to Stanley.
We got 30. Oh, Webmaster, what do you want to do, Stanley?
We don't need to reset the stream. On YouTube, we can continue.
YouTube will cut off after 12 hours.
Yeah, probably we will finish.
I've been paid only for 10 hours, so if you got 2 more hours, so you better send my wages before I come in again for extra 2 hours.
Okay.
No problem. What I want to do, just go back and we come in. Can you reset everything which is needed to be reset, please?
So you want to keep YouTube on and Zoom on?
Yes, but would it switch itself, or do you need to do the switching after 8 hours?
YouTube can go for another 4 hours.
Live stream?
I think the live stream can continue.
Okay, then I'll just reset Facebook.
Okay, reset the Facebook, please. Thank you. Okay, what I want to do is a very simple situation. We have many people from Europe who are now in America. What is your position and what do you want to do with your nations? We have set up a structure that we support all those who come to ask for help in the time of if you are contaminated or you want to prevent it. Each one of you, mostly in Europe, you have your own Universal Council members per language. Does not matter if you're a German in Germany, in Austria, in Belgium, or in South America, as many Germans took the loot after the Second World War. You still have German speaking. If you have a problem, you want to help, go to your Universal Council. The council was called in yesterday, and they know their position. They have a team of supporters, some of them as Universal Council support team. They will support you, and then we bring the support and knowledge of the union team to support the Universal Council members who need help. If you want to set up a structure the way it's done in Iran, which is showing its effectiveness, get in touch with Universal Member Councils. This is why we set up the Universal Council. At the same time, you can ask for the support from your core team or the Earth Council, which they support both sides. The apparatus and the system mechanism has been set within the structure of the Keshe Foundation that if you're German speaking, Dutch speaking, or French, or any of the number of Universal Council members, go to Universal Council members and set up a procedure, meet and set up. Stanley, would you like to put up the list of the Universal Council members and the contact point, please?
I will prepare in between, yes.
Yeah, okay. So if you want any kind of support to set up a structure like in Italy you're locked down. Your borders are totally shut. Need help. You have a Universal Council member who's Italian and is got stuck in England. This is a very strange situation, but she's still there. She might help you. Hopefully she can help you. Then you have Universal Council members which are off the country you are in other positions. Go to them, and there is a channel set for the Universal Council members to come to the Keshe Foundation for any kind of support they need. We have triggered the mechanism since yesterday, and they're there to support you. And if you have no Universal Council members, go directly to the foundation. We're going to be jam-packed with questions. Then we have to set up a different approaches for everyone to come in to support. We would not let down no one. In this case, as you know, we stopped any structure of work with the state of Belgium. In this case, we withdraw that for the first time. We support the Belgian nation, the citizens of this country, if they decide to ask for help, or they want to ask the Universal Council member, which is Caroline, for help to help the citizens of the nation. This is life and death, and as one nation, we cannot make any difference. We know they have deaths in Belgium, in many European countries. We still support in the deepest way with all of you, with the United States, Canada, and the rest. If it goes worse, we'll release a new cup of food, which means you will make a new combination cup which feeds you. Which means if the position in Italy changes to the point that people cannot get food, we will release technology. If we run into any further problems, as we see, we release further technologies to do with shelter, food, energy. The whole structure of the Keshe Foundation is set to overcome this position, and in a coming time, we have to understand how to do it, because in a way, this is one of the tests for us how to survive in a space with all the viruses. Now we all learn, and now don't forget, we are all passengers of space on a spaceship called Earth. We're traveling at hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and now in this what we call open span of universe. Any problem? I know many of the Italian Keshe Foundation got disarrayed and fell to pieces because of the misbehavior of those who run the factory. That was a pre-plan by those who we know pretended to be the friends of the foundation. But in a way, it's time for the Italian Keshe Foundation to recuperate, come back together and start supporting your nation to stop it spreading. Locking the cities will not work. The virus waits till you move and it jumps on you. I saw in a communication from Iranian Sepah in a private chat that they say when it gets warmer in 2 months, it will go away. This is a single strand RNA gene, and RNA does not know plasmatic energy, or what we call a virus of energies. We expect that the merciless work of this virus will carry on because it's an RNA connector. Does not know. If you put a magnet, put a glass of ice and put another magnet on the other side, or you put a boiling water, would it change anything in the direction of the motion and the strength of the magnet? This is the problem when we have scientists who don't understand the evolution in the virus. If you can change the environment with a little few degrees temperature, that you will get a different life. Sorry, this virus does not work that way. We see it in Florida and California with the high temperatures, summer temperatures of Europe, and they're still ravaging. Interesting is, I put a question to a scientist. Do we know what's the death toll of this disease in Russia, in Siberia? Is it killing as much as it's killing in China, in south of China? Has there been a massive death report due to the cold temperatures? Any questions? Any of you need any help, or you have any fears of this? Don't have a fear. The friend is here. You got the answers to support you. Very easy to do. Costs you less than. Actually, it doesn't cost you any money. Not even 10 cents.
Mr. Keshe, we have a number of people with their hands up here. Some might be just left over from before. I'll just go through.
Switch on, switch off. See how many people put more their hands on. Ban people to put their hands up and switch it back on. See how many hands comes up. I do that. It's very good.
Okay, I'll lower all hands first.
all hands.
Wow, that's the first time I've done that. That's pretty powerful. Okay.
Now, let's
those
see
who
who put
really
the hand
want
up first.
really want to raise their hands can do so. Okay, we got 3 people right away. R. Thomas was first, so go ahead, please. You win the prize.
What?
I had to allow them to talk, so.
Oh, I see.
Hello.
It says, thou shalt speak. Let's, just before you speak, the list of Universal Council members has been put on the board. Jamila Malay, Arabic. Martin, academic. Arabic. Moshfaq Rashid, Bengali. We have to speak to Moshfaq. He had an interview on the radio or television yesterday about this in his country. Kazmir Kastor, Bulgaria. Christian Learn, Cantonese. Is Christian still active, or she just carries with it? We need someone to take over Christian. Christian's mom got
Christina
sick.
Lam. Yeah, Christina
Pardon?
Lam. It's Christina Lam. Yeah.
Christina Lam. I think her mother is sick and she got involved with her. We need to appoint a new Cantonese Universal Council member. Pia Larsen, I know she was on talks last night from Danish. I don't know this one, we just pass it. Called Caroline de Roos. She's the Dutch speaking, or it says Nederlandstalen, which means speaking Netherlands. She's my wife, of course, you all know. Flynn Morhausen, English speaking. This guy is a very busy guy. He's got 51 nations. Commonwealth, they all speak English. God help this one. Azar Borjani Omi, the Farsi speaking, extremely active. The only reason you don't see her, she's on a jet plane from Mongolia somewhere. She arrives later on this afternoon. Sylvia Kaljaman, French. Caroline Priller, German-speaking Austrian. Gatwa Mugawa from Kenya. Dor Naim, Hebrew. I'd love to see him. We haven't heard from him for some time. He's a military, or was a military officer, and he's the only military officer in the whole of the Universal Council. We don't believe in war but in peace, but as part of the Jewish state, everyone has to serve in the military. Extremely nice guy. We haven't heard from him for a few weeks. Shwata Anwar, Hindi. Snap Chen Yu Jet. He is here. He's one of the most gorgeous guys you ever meet in your life. Okay. He is part of the Keshe Foundation team working in China. Adorable guy to know. Stefania De Adete, Italian. This is the one who interrupts all the time. You know her, and she sometimes makes my bed too, but that's a different story. Emmanuel Splitty, Maltese, another member of the management team of the Keshe Foundation. Beautiful man to know. Chao Shi, Mandarin, again, member of the Keshe Foundation team in China, and one of the most gorgeous guys you know. It's a pleasure. I spend a lot of time with him, and you learn a lot about the true essence of being a knowledge seeker and a member of the Universal Council. Kitan Narish Thakor, Maltese, Indian. Tikan works very active, extremely active. Yatutu Magowa. We haven't heard from him for some time, from Togo. Marie Klav, Norwegian, active person. You can get in touch with her. This is a heavy one to go. Prismalaso Wuzawakisi, Wasaki, Polish. Joachim Ferrari, Portuguese. This is the gentleman who came in as the Universal Member Council for, Portugal and Brazil. Maurice Parashab, Romanian. Marius Pasal. You got Poshab Chanda Disiekani. I cannot say that. Sinahal. Ursula Kronberg. We don't know her at all. We haven't heard from her for ages. She's in every meeting every night. I don't know how she manages to do that one. Martinique, Java Prakasha, Tamil. So you have enough members to cover most of the world languages with English, French, German, Chinese, And strange enough, we have Jamila. I think with the languages, we cover more or less 70–80% of the world population, unless you go into details nation by nation. We cover around about 60–70% of the world population. And if we look, is there a nation on this panel who has not or have not had a single case of virus in their domain of language? We're all in it. You want a question, you have anything to do. And if we get members which are inactive, we take it out so that people don't waste time sending messages. And in that process, it's the responsibility of Universal Council members to start governing. We set the Universal Council to govern, to be there to help, to be there to support people. And this is their position, and that's what they wanted. A little bit of more soul support than actually talk support, set up the things in your countries under your cover of language and try to bring some help. English speaking, you got America under siege, England, London coming to closure. I don't think we get much time to sleep. German speaking, the same. And I don't want to be in the shoe of our Italian woman in England stuck. Any of you who want to support your Universal Council members, like the way it's done in Iran, with materials for them to be able to process and send, please get in touch with your Universal Council or the Keshe Foundation on the info@keshe.foundation. And we'll accept all sorts of what we call support. You have time, you have a place, you want to give materials the way they're doing in Iran, everything is available. We'll see how we can do it. I try to spend as much time as possible with the rest of Universal Council members to guide them through this, as I did with the Iranians, and we'll get through this. In so many ways, we have a problem. In Universal Council, there should be no leaders. You have to learn to work as a team, and you have to learn no one runs the Universal Council. You're all equal, and it's bothering me what I see, but you have to structure to work in a very direct way to be able to deliver what you have to deliver. When you're called upon, you brought yourself in to be here. Now stand out and help and call on your teams. There's a council support and Earth Council member to support you in this position. Any questions?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is Thomas from Switzerland. For one question has already been answered. I'm very pleased that the conference will take place. Now, I do have a question. I had planned to come to Tehran from Switzerland with Austrian Airlines, and they have cancelled all the flights to Iran. Now, this flight would have arrived on Saturday at 8 o'clock.
No, we are still a month and a half away from the conference, a month away.
Right, but one question is, anyway, I do have to replan another trip with another airline, and I'm planning to come through Qatar, because this is most probably one of those who are the most reliable. But this flight will arrive very late. It will arrive at 10 o'clock at night. And my question would just be if this is early or enough to go to town and find whatever hotel or family or whatever I will have. Because if I wait too long, maybe the seats are taken from Zurich to Doha.
I don't know yet. I do not know. I cannot answer you. We just received a message 2 days ago, and the Brazil conference was turned to August because they did not think enough members of the government and other people will turn up. Everybody's scared of meeting everyone. So we asked the question, is it going to happen? They reduced the number drastically because of the situation in Brazil with what we call with the gangs.
But the one in Tehran will take place, you just mentioned.
Yes, we are planning to take place, but don't forget, if we get the Sepah out of Iran to help the Europeans, we'll get the Europeans with Sepah back into Israel at that time. We are a very, very hospitable nation. We greet you. Even if you stand alone in the Tehran airport, somebody will come and take you home, at least for dinner one night. Don't worry about that.
So I could actually plan this trip on Saturday the 18th through Doha.
We don't know. At the moment, nobody knows what's happening. Nobody knows. What we are planning, we work on it. Let's see what we get done with it. It's not in our hand anymore. There is a biggest problem. The biggest problem is if, internationally, if Boeing closes 1 or 2 more factories due to crisis with the coronavirus. Nothing will affect us. We still fly, still airlines go somewhere. But if Boeing cannot provide services to the airlines, they will shut everything down. We go back to the Victorian time. You got a boat, you get across the, what they call Atlantic or Pacific. This is not a, this is a very peculiar situation. We were not ready for it.
Of course, I understand. I'll try to push this as far as possible. And I still hope very much so that Tehran will be, that meeting will be held and that we can meet each other and that all these problems, which are all around now, will be solved in Iran, because that would be a very good example for the rest of the world.
We will see. We have to see. We have to see how the 2 arms of Iranian government responds to the Keshe Foundation. We're working very closely. I respect the Iranian, what we call political and economical situations. I do not understand the culture fully, even though I'm Iranian. I've been away for 45 years. But to me, it has come to the point that I have many cousins and many uncles, distant uncles who are left in Iran. And we try to support them. We have informed all of them who we knew. My family, I did not know till a few days ago. We already lost 1 member of our family to this virus, which we didn't know. And it is real. People say it's a made up. My family has buried a made up dream for those who do not believe in reality and the truth. And it's real for all of us. And it comes to the same point for all of us. I'm reading an interesting chat going on between different sides of the Keshe Foundation, the Sepah and Iranian, what do you call, Ministry of Health, how they're talking to each other is amazing. Keshe Foundation has managed to bring Iran Department of Health, the Sepah, and the Keshe Foundation doctors in one chat. And it's beautiful. There is no position. There's guidelines. They tell us we inform. And it's amazing how members of the Sepah are so careful to tell us things, how we have to be careful. It's a part of the nature of being part of this group. Doesn't matter whether which century, they are very protective. They see it. Yeah, we are their children and they have to look after it. And they give us a lot of warnings. Do this, do that. This is what you got to do. And I laugh at it because it's nice. You still feel there is people who guide. But I want this to extend beyond the borders of Iran, beyond Sepah and the others to the other nation. Then we're in a very, very interesting position. If I manage to get Sepah out of borders of Iran in the next 2 weeks, we'll achieve the cleaning up the whole operation. But on the other hand, the Universal Council was set to do this job.
Mr. Cash, this is Ginette Orozco, Universal Council Support for Spanish and the translator for the Spanish platform. There is two persons in the platform have questions for you. One is Olga Velasquez. She's asking what will be the protocol for the ganses for a 10-year-old girl.
You have to understand, and I explained this in a
Tiene
very
que
simple
entender,
way.
yo esto lo he explicado de una forma muy sencilla.
The gans is a natural product, the same as your body, your structure. If you eat 1 banana or 10 bananas, your body takes from what it needs and rejects the rest. Gans is the same way. Your body takes from it what it needs. Does not matter if you're 5, 50, or 500, 10 years or 5 years or 50 years. When you apply the gans, the body has a balanced system. It takes from it what it needs. So that question doesn't come into it. You spray, they breathe from the same cup, whatever it takes. And usually about 50, 100 ml is normal, which is for everyone. Body takes from it what it needs. If it doesn't need it, it rejects. One of the things which you will see Dr. Asad, he keeps on telling me, and I keep on looking at it, and then we come to a conclusion and understanding is that that do not spray your stomach and the lower body parts with it. But now with this evolution, you have to spray your lower body part because as we hear, the most important part now gets affected, the kidneys. So you need to clean up the kidneys. Now what I advise in the past few days is take a bath with it, wash yourself with it, head to toe, because you need to protect yourself. Now you have we don't know if the next move for this, I said that in the teaching past couple of weeks, if this virus now moves into inactive muscle cells like the shin, there is no organs in it. It's just what we call inactive. There is nothing actively except itself, which works with itself. What happened when this moves into the bone marrow? It's the reality. We've seen it is mutating. Would we see sudden loss of the immune system? Now the game is different. We are a leading organization in handling this. And you've seen it. The biggest army in the world has taken factories to build. They do not do these things if it wasn't there working. The hospitals are using it. And they're giving it to everyone. The same in Iran, you've seen it, that's why we're here. My advice to you is, do not worry, it's a natural process. If you don't have it, you don't feel it. If you have it, you feel the pain in your head, you feel the pain in your heart or your chest or your stomach, it means you're already infected. Or you have a disorder which is sorting itself out in respect to the virus. That's all you need to do. Don't ask for ages. Just cover yourself, cover your home, clean up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kish.
You're
Sorry.
welcome.
Sorry, I interrupt you. We have another question, and this question is from another knowledge seeker, and she's asking the protocols in the event of a fever. I asked her if she wanted, that it depend on the case, that if it was affected by coronavirus or not by the coronavirus. And she said that she wanted the explanation on both cases.
Okay.
Okay.
This is a procedure we set for the Iranian government and the World Health Organization. First step, you do the 10-second breathing. This just applies now to if the infection is a lung infection. Because we don't see fever anymore. With the brain and with the stomach, we do not see fever at all. 10 seconds, it shows you if the virus has entered your lung. That you have maybe 7-10 days to live. The last 5 minutes, you don't have a heart attack. The other way, the virus has gone to the brain. We see calcification of the brain, the same as the lung, minute calcification. So you have no fever. You suffer from a headache, and then you die. Then you have now the stomach, and it's coming to kidneys and intestine. With the intestine, I can play you conversation from a doctor. They just come in, they feel suffocation, huge, they cannot breathe. No other sign. And then they die. The doctor says some die of panic of suffocation because you panic as you are doing it. But if you can lower the pain, the agitation, the energy transfer of the virus, no problem. So now the 10-second breathing is just to do with your lung. Problem with the lung, you know you got it. No problem. Now we had to devise a system that it shows interaction of the fields. In the world of science and in the plasma technology, we always thought, all of you knowledge seekers have been here long enough to know. You have the sun, you have the earth. The magnetic field interaction of gravity and magnetic field of the earth and the sun rubbing against each other creates the light and other materials. This is your virus and this is your brain. The interaction between the fields of the two creates pain, pressure pain. Very simple, there is no difference. Now, you got your head. This is your head. This is your neck. I'll make you a Humpty Dumpty. You use the gas water on the body. If you don't have any virus, there is no interaction. If you have the virus inside you, so there is an interaction. So you feel the pressure. Where do you feel the pressure? In the head. 99% get infected. You put the water on your chest.
You see the interaction between the water and your lung. You feel pain in a cavity. 99%, you have it. Now we see failure of kidneys and the stomach area. You sprayed, you have a pain, you have it. The others don't have the knowledge, and this is why we ask the governments to go public so rapid to teach people. You spray yourself in the morning, you spray yourself at night, voila, you don't have a pain, you're safe. It's the fastest, cheapest way to know if you're infected or not. Scientific. We haven't given you a steak and we haven't given you something else from somewhere else. We don't need 20,000 test kits from China when they stole the biggest technology in the life of the man. We send it back with them to them. Return to sender. There is no such advice. Iranian nation doesn't need backwards, outdated technology. So you have it, you work with it, you don't have a pain, you're not infected. You don't have a pain, you're not infected. You don't have a pain, you're not infected. But what is warning and alarming us is a very strange phenomenon, which I know is going to turn very soon, and usually happens when I say somehow very, very soon. Generally, people who are affected with this virus complain of weakness in arms and legs and tiredness. What does this mean? It means this process is taking so much energy from the body, and then very soon will jump. And I warned about this last week's teaching and the week before. So you cannot be looking at just covering your body anymore with the head and the lung and waiting for the pain. Every day, cover the whole lot. 2-3 times a day. Costs nothing. Your jacket, your clothing, inside, outside. You're done. Caroline's put a spray at the entrance door. You want to go out, pss, pss, you come back in, pss, pss. You're done. Wake up in the morning, you're done. At night, you're done. You protect us. We got to live. Now we come into an alien top land. We thought is our home, and we got invaded. We have to live with it. This virus is going to be a livable virus if you know what the virus is. That's all you need to do. The minute virus sets in, you have the cover, it pulls it out. Don't forget, we did this in Fukushima. That's why Fukushima is running now, because they use this technology. All the workers in Fukushima, in the morning and at night, drink just a glass of gas water. Any radiation during the day, they get a wash, is washed and it's gone. The Fukushima paper is there. See how this is done. It's not something we imagined. We worked it in Fukushima. You all been there, most of the knowledge seekers. They saw how we treated Fukushima in 2013, 14. And it's open. Do you hear any more about Fukushima? No. Thank you, Keshe Foundation, and thank you to one of our dearest friends, Yukoko, who she went there as a Japanese and did the test. If you don't understand it, go into the Fukushima paper with all the papers in it. Stanley, I know Fukushima paper documents is there. Let people read it. Can you put it back up? Go to the website of the Keshe Foundation, and there's no difference between this and the radiation. Are you there, Stanley?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have access to the Fukushima paper?
Yes, I'll put on screen.
You got to realize
The Keshe Foundation team, Stanley and the rest, they haven't slept. They've been working. They've been up with me. I woke them up too early. They couldn't go. We've been all up. The team is absolutely exhausted.
Mr. Keshe, I heard that they opened some area in Fukushima recently. I don't know.
Of course, they're washing it like mad. They're cleaned up. Now you can buy vegetables from Fukushima. The land has been cleaned.
And not in Chernobyl. Not the same in Chernobyl.
They don't have the money, do they? They didn't pay us well enough that time in Chernobyl, did they? We got paid very well with the what do you call it, the Japanese. I'll tell you the story of what do you call it, Fukushima one day. Just read it, you understand it, you got it, wash it, and it goes away. A friend of mine sent me a very, what we call a teaser. He says, do you know what you've done, Keshe? You become like the non-believers shall die. I said, that's the wrong way to put it. He says, the way people who believe in technology and they follow it, they save themselves and they stay alive. The non-believers will pay for it by their own ignorance. But we have to inform first and then decide. I know. Thank you very much, Ella. There it is. It's there, you read it. The paper document is well documented. You saw how. Actually, can you send this one on the Telegram to me, please?
It's coming.
Mr. Keshe, can we have this, please?
Who's that? Is that Mr. Mohammed?
بله اینو میتونیم داشته باشیم.
بله, this is on Keshe Foundation website. We have a, this is the 2 Fukushima documents. And in one document, we even show the shipping certificates to Japanese TEPCO. It says it was taken down in US store. It says we'll bring it back on Amazon this week. We went through this video, these pictures, actually taken in Fukushima City in 2013 when Yukaku went there, and we used the government equipment to confirm bleeding. And then when they saw this, they came back to us that they wanted to do a total. And then again, the American game, the stealing technology. He says, there we are, Fukushima discontamination solution. If you remember, we have shipping documents and the papers from TEPCO asking for this. They could not resolve this one. And all the materials were sent. But the strange thing is, American wanted to go through Los Angeles, and they undid it, understood it, and they took it. Stratenum could not be sold. And then it was sent to them. They use a GANS technology, the same, to sort out the stratum. I remember Alma making these nano-coated copper scrubbers that Yukoko could take it with her. He believed and says, we have to put these in. Take this thing away. You see all the tests done. It's no difference between this virus and Fukushima. We've done the same in recent days, recent weeks with Italian government. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome.
Got Ahmad, if you'd like to go ahead. And then we have Mark House and Marinez, it looks like. Ahmad, can you open your microphone?
It's amazing. I read communication in the Iranian rescue, what we call volunteer support. It says, the GANS says already been sent. Immediately, they ask for something else, and they say yes. And they give their name, telephone number, call them that they received it. It's amazing what Mrs. Mohammadi has set up for Iran. I thank you for it. You're saving many, many lives. And the whole of the Iranian Keshe team, the volunteers, if you see what comes up on my screen, every communication. No, the guy doesn't want to talk.
Let's see if we can help him here. Ahmad, I'll try to unmute your microphone there and see what happens. Oh, dog barked here. That's what happened.
So the microphone works.
No, well, no, I couldn't unmute the microphone, so that was the dog at my end that was barking.
Ah, okay, no problem. So your microphone works.
My microphone works.
Okay.
So, Ahmad, I'm not sure if you actually wish to speak or if you just accidentally put your hand up, but if you can get your microphone to work there, because I can't unmute you. We've got Mark. Let me allow you to speak, and Marinez. So go ahead, Mark. Mark, are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
I think so. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Keshe. I created my...
Which Mark are you from where?
Golden Age of GANS, sir.
Yeah. Oh, I know, but which Mark?
Mark House.
I know. How are you?
Good.
You know, Mark, you should
yes,
put the procedures on your website for coronavirus.
Yeah, I have. I've put it up there.
Okay, go ahead.
I created my fifth one cup, one life, and I did it with the metals on the outside, the zinc and the copper plates outside the jar.
Yeah.
Is that okay to do that? I'm just testing it.
No, please don't do.
Okay.
How do you expect to make copper by putting the copper outside? You can do that with gases. Pardon?
With the fields from the
yeah, but it won't be that effective. With the gases like CH3, CO2, you can do that.
Okay.
But essentially,
yeah, I just wanted to ask about that because I made one. I said it was a test.
How does it look? Have you made much?
It's pretty subtle. Yeah, it's made some, but it's pretty subtle.
Yeah, you
I'm
make
just gonna let it go long. It'll do.
Yeah, you make it on the CO2 side. Maybe you get some CuO, and I'll tell you how one day.
Okay.
But essentially,
sounds good.
Depends on the gap, space cap as well.
Anyhow, I just wanted to ask that. But congratulations on today's presentations, and I love everybody there.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for your support.
My pleasure.
Thank you. We have to make an announcement, and we insist on making this announcement because we know a lot of failures. No Keshe Foundation supporters act or work or buy from Richard in Australia. You play with your own games and your own lives. And we go back the same with a group set up in Italy. False certification, false documentation is part of the work we found out. Do not work in those places. Next question. You can see how easily you can make your breathing system. The Coca-Cola bottle is your breathing system, and a straw. Cost zero. Yeah, but there's a big problem nowadays with the straws. They all become paper. And so if you stay in the water too long, they open up. Any other question?
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Mr. Keshe. By the way, how do you use Coca-Cola bottle for breathing? You mean you put two
holes on the top? You put 2 holes on the top and stick a straw in it. Cut a straw in half, put half in the liquid and half is sticking up, and that's all you need to do.
And we breathe out with one, and we take in with one.
Miss, excuse me, you're Iranian. Don't tell me you don't know how Qadiun and Shisha work. It's in your blood. I think the only reason you can't sit because there is no fire on top of it. You can't put fire on top of the plastic, it'll melt.
And you usually don't blow into it, especially if there's fire in it. But it's an interesting idea, though, because maybe it would exercise the lungs more to breathe into it and then go to the other straw and suck from it. What do you think?
Get your infection stuck in the jar.
Yeah,
no problem.
good point. Yeah, you probably don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
And then you're
And
breathing
you have
your
to watch it
infection
every
in.
couple of days. Throw your straw in the Coca-Cola bottle away and make a new one because you don't want to leave germs in it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, congratulations. Congratulations. I see your hard work night and day and the group. And I hope that there is a way to solve some of the problem of humanity. I really wish that. And I thank you and I congratulate you very much. And then the other thing I wanted to ask, has been asked before, is this setup help the what we call mushrooms like aspergillus, which go in the lung, and usually these asthmatics have that.
What?
Aspergillus, champignon or mushrooms, which go in the lung of the asthmatics very early. And Dr. Rashman knows about that. He says most of asthma is because of these aspergillus or mushrooms in the lung. Mushrooms like aspergillus is asperge in English, I don't know. It's kind of parasite.
You mean fungus mushroom, fungus infection for the lungs?
Yes, sir.
Some of it can be done with gases, all of it can be done with gases. We see this in industrial contamination, and there's always a solution for it.
Does this antivirus corona work the same way?
No. That is bacterial. This is virus.
But it can be used anyway, like anybody else.
No, because you have to use a You see, this is the problem with your knowledge seekers. Just it's a shoe. It doesn't mean you can wear a Bavarian shoe to go for a dinner. Do you understand, ladies?
Yes.
So just because it's called a shoe, you can't wear it and go everywhere with it. Yeah, and it has to fit the place, and that's why we produce such a extensive number of gases. You know something? We don't even teach you most of the gases because God knows what you're not going to do with it. The Americans played with this little thing of energy. Can you imagine what we do if we give you things? How many new viruses we create every day? Any other question?
Thank you, sir.
Yes. We had a couple of questions that from previous in the workshop here. From Darius in YouTube. He's asking why or how can we succeed, or can we succeed with hypnotism and plasma to dictating the soul to remove the virus?
I've seen a lot of these things. I know where your thought comes, but you're looking at it the long way.
Okay, can you expand on that a bit?
Oh, I prefer not to because it creates more complication. Have you seen this guy who's selling a CD that it says there's a noise and clears out your, what do you call it? Your
chakras or something?
Your viruses, coronavirus.
Oh, okay. From sound, you mean, or?
Yeah, frequencies.
Yeah.
Don't forget, plasma has no frequencies. How are you going to handle it?
Does the virus have an emotional frequency, or is it adapted to our emotional frequency? Or range, is it adapt to a certain range of human emotion?
What do you mean?
Does the virus feed off of certain types of human emotion?
Could do. We're looking at it. It's probably, that's what I explained in the last teaching, and it frightened a lot of you. So I prefer to keep away from it. Many knowledge seekers had nightmares with it.
Yeah. Okay, we don't want to make things too complicated.
So complicated, not this time of the day. We've been at it too long.
We have enough headaches already. We have a question from Auntie in the YouTube who says, someone called Kok Van said earlier that the COVID-19 virus disintegrates at 47.7 degrees Fahrenheit and is a deep state hoax. I see people linking 5G and the virus. Is any of that true? Could it be radiation sickness?
I've seen pig flies. There's something people say about the gases. Oh, there he comes, my little boy. Mr. Topoli has arrived. Be ready for the noises coming up. Yes, Papa. Yes, good morning. Yes, yes, I know you're here. Sorry about that. I told you. Just 1 second, please. He's here. Sorry about that. This little boy is like his own and needs attention. We even spray him. A lot of people haven't seen me for a long time. You want to go on the camera and say hello to everyone? But the position is that my microphone, I have a cameraman, he tells me my microphone. Sorry about that. You can put it on top of it. This is good. Thank you very much. This virus, we do not know how it will rotate, it will mutate. And this is one of the biggest problems we have. Would it mutate with temperature as we've seen in China? You see, this virus has been killing from the cold north of China to warm south of China. And to what extent it will work, we do not know. We can guess anything about it. It's an active living virus which we never knew before. would the temperature affect it, or would it make itself a resistance? In past 3 weeks in Iran, we've seen mutation very rapidly. What Chinese are saying that they're so frightened of it in 6-8 weeks.
آقای کشه؟
بله بفهم.
امین مالکی یکی از بیماران خیلی وقت منتظر میخواست که اگه اجازه بدین صحبت کنه راجع به درمانش. دستشون بالا.
There is a gentleman who's been helped with the plasma and he wants to speak. It's called Amin Maliki.
سلام آقای کشه.
سلام عرض کنم.
حالتون خوبه؟ خسته نباشین.
خیلی ممنونم.
البته خوشبختانه من مریض نیستم، ولی خب تشکر از خانم محمدی که به صاحب گفتن من بتونم صحبت کنم. سوال داشتم، اجازه است؟
بفهمید.
ما یکی از مریضا رو تو بوجنور البته درمان کردیم با همین روش شما که عکساش هم برای ادمین کانالتون فرستادم. شاید خانم محمدی از این جهت گفتن. خدمت شما عرض شود که ذرات نانوکوتی که تای ظرف میمونه آقای دکتر بوجاران گفتن جدا کنید. بعد باز هر کار کردیم یک مقدار ته ظرف میمونه، اشکال نداره؟
نه، فقط نباید بخورینش.
بله.
آب بالاش رو برداره.
بله آقای کشه. بعد ماندگاری خود گنز که دائمیه دیگه، درسته؟
بله.
آب گنز چی؟
گفتیم مکسیموم 6 ماه.
بله.
ولی
بعد
اصولا
بله بفرمایید.
سوال دیگه؟
بله. بعد از آب گنز میشه برای ضد عفونی سطوح استفاده کرد حالا به جای الکل؟
بله، اونی که نمک داره بهترینه.
بله با نمک. بعد خدمت شما عرض شود کسایی که فشار خون دارن مشکلی نداره از این آب گنز استفاده کنن؟
باید بدونیم برای چی فشار خون دارن.
حالا بیمارای قلبی که گفته بودین اگر ست دارن توی به اصطلاح فنر اگه تو قلبشون هست یا
این
دریچه
سوالا رو
هست.
همه رو روی کشورنشین جواب دادم. اونجا لیست هست. همه این سوالا رو جواب دادم.
عذرخواهی میکنم. یک سوال آخر دیگه دارم بعد دیگه مزاحم نمیشم. این داروی هیدروکسیکلورین که حالا تو تلویزیون ایران هم نشون داد برای درمان، شما نظرتون در تو این دارو چیه؟
من هیچ نظری ندارم چون نمیدونم چیه.
بله. لطف کردین.
شما اگه کلور دارین، هیدروکسی کلور دارین، ببینین این اگر هم داشته باشه چیکار میکنین؟ الان که برای مغز اومده.
بله.
یا اومده توی معده. میخوام ببینم میتونید هیدروکلوروکسین بزنین روی وقتی میره تو مایع چهارتون. ببینین یه دانشی که فروخته بشه اینجوری،
بله،
و یه دانشی که داده بشه اینجوری خیلی با هم دیگه فرق داره.
بله.
خیلی متشکرم.
جناب کشه عذر میخوام، راه انتقال ویروس فرمودن از طریق میدانهای مغناطیسی است. تماس هم نقشی داره یا نه؟
بله، شما هرچی نزدیکتر باشین میدان مغناطیسی نزدیکتره.
خیلی بزرگواری کردین جناب کشه.
خواهش میکنم. Let me explain to you what has happened. The Iranian Keshe Foundation has made a list of questions, what we call question and answer, or frequently asked questions and videos. Now, when the people come, they just send them to there. You answer the question. You can do the same thing in any language. Use your chat rooms, set up chats in your language, in Zoom or in WhatsApp or in Telegram, and set these things up. And the Universal Council members can help them to put it for other members up. I explained this yesterday, I think, to Caroline, where we do not have members of the councils. If you speak as Universal Council members, the language, take what we call foster the language and help the people, but it has to be correct that a lack of knowledge does not cause problem in translation. It's very interesting. We were writing a letter this morning, and in Farsi we say "ba tashakkur," means with thanks. And when they put it onto the Word into PDF, the dot moved from under to over. We didn't know how it was done, but it's part of the program. And it came "na tashakkur," means I don't thank you. A little dot above or below made a lot of difference. So if you're volunteering to foster the language, try at least to understand the totality of it or basic of it. And if you're a knowledge seeker, but you don't want to be a Universal Council member, but you want to support your language, come to the foundation. We give you that access that you can set up your supporting language. You don't need to become a Universal Council, but you can work in on the capacity of helping your nation with support. Any other question? Do you see any more hands up, or do you want to switch on and switch back on again and see any hands comes up?
Oh, we have some hands up. We have Amin. Would you like to go ahead?
Isn't the guy who just asked the question?
Okay, well, we've got Beat. Beat, would you like to go ahead? Your microphone's open.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Keshe. I live in the north of Thailand. I'm originally from Switzerland, and I make this cup of life here. I'm probably alone. I don't see anybody in Thailand working at the moment. And
in Thailand, we have a lot of knowledge seekers.
Really? But yeah, maybe I don't speak the Thai language very well, but I try to find connection. I don't have any contacts at the moment. Okay.
Yeah.
My question is, when I make the cup of lives and I tried the different setups, but when I don't use batteries that have some load, I do not get any reaction, like really almost nothing. And
you should see what do you put in the place of battery?
I put a battery in.
What would you put in the place of battery? You have to replace it with a piece of wire or another load.
Oh.
What do you put in there?
I tried these double cups where they're connected together, but no reaction. And now when I put a battery, I get a very strong reaction, but it's not a low battery. It's a higher voltage battery, or like a loaded battery.
I understand. There is something with your copper, most probably, but you don't get anything at all.
No, like almost nothing on the bottom, nothing. And with the battery, it starts like make 2 layers on top and on the bottom, and beautiful guns, white. But
maybe you have a Thai copper. Or something.
Yeah. I buy cables in an electric shop and make it with that.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay. Or maybe because I live in there's 100 miles of jungle around, only trees, and maybe there's no CO2, or could this be?
Oh, you should make a lot at night.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Under the tree.
Under the trees, yeah?
Yeah, at night you should make a lot.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Any other question?
We've we've got Darish.
This car has been hanging around a long time.
Well, we'll see if we can get through. Okay, your microphone's open. Go for it. Hello?
Pardon?
سلام عرض کنم. دکتر چرا بچه‌ها نمیگیرن؟
Is that something that makes sense?
Well, just wait. Who said children don't get it? Children get the worst of it. There is a myth that people say children don't get the virus. 30% of the death is children below 18. Do you want me to show you pictures of children in coffin? 2 or 3 of them. Children are as vulnerable as the adults. This virus knows no age, no religion, no color, no race. Actually, children can succumb to it very, very fast. Very young children. They have a little heart, cannot stand. Addicts, drug addicts, they usually die of brain hemorrhage. They get the virus, brain virus. We've seen quite a few numbers. It's becoming so more or less very characteristics. No temperature, no fever. Any other question?
Yes, we've got someone listening, perhaps. Dimitru Christian. If you want to unmute, or I'll try to unmute you. You had your hand up. I had to promote you to panelists because your software is a bit outdated. So let's try that. Or if you can unmute, I can unmute you apparently. Listenino?
Can I ask the Spanish translators, how many people do you have on your chat?
I have 18 participants in the chat. 18.
Thank you very much. The Chinese, Wang Lin, do you have any participants that want to ask any question? Now it's nearly 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
现在快到2点了，1点半。然后蔡先生问我们中国还有多少朋友们有问题？我们现在有48、9个人在这儿。有大家还有人提问。
Can I ask the Chinese community if you can translate? How do they feel in how the knowledge seekers have managed to help the Chinese army to clean up Wuhan city? And in what they heard.
Okay, I translate. 就是想问问中国的朋友们，对于我们的这些知识寻求者啊，跟军方合作，帮助把这个武汉的这个城市清除干净了，你们怎么看待这个问题
Or as usual, Chinese are scared of speaking? Any reaction?
Yeah, the one people said to saving people is correct, and another guy is doubting if the news is correct, is true. But they say they should tell the like where the knowledge come from.
They told the army. They told us. They told the army.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they said he's just our teacher.
Yeah, I know.
Where they should come out and tell people how they're helping.
他是说他们跟军方说的，就是说，就是这些活儿都是他们干的，就开始不会干事儿。他们这些干丝都是他们生产的，所以他们认为他们有能力。
We gave the knowledge to you to save your nation.
我们本来就把
behavior is wrong.
给你去拯救你们的国家。They say this is a good thing anyway, but the people has problem. That's their problem. So another is also said it's correct to saving lives, but they say they should cooperate with a foundation, and but some people say the stealing behavior is a shame of Chinese. Why the high-level people to like allow this kind of activity, or it's like our president don't know that. And some people say their spirit is like lower, get back and go back, and the humans still need a long time to grow. So thanks for Mr. Cash. And people say they should tell the public that where the technology comes from. And they say to stealing technology is not correct, but we should to forgive them is for saving lives of people. But they say if like only to disinfection and not healing the disease cannot resolve all the problem. And some people say like they just pick the fruit. This kind of behavior is like so bad.
What questions do they have?
They have several questions. One is asking, I think he's asking is that can damage the birth, the function of to give baby or create baby.
No way.
就是问对这个病毒对生育有没有影响？说没有。And another interesting is like now we have a doctor Li. He is a Chinese doctor, traditional medicine doctor, and he's combining the Western medicine and Eastern medicine. He found a way to injection this funnel, very light percentage of funnel in 4 acupuncture points surrounded
in the neck.
Yeah, the people
I've
want to
seen
know.
it.
Yeah, I want to know the comments from you. 就是问
No
这个
comments. I don't know what he's doing. No comments.
他说我不知道，我不太懂他做的东西。
I've seen the video from the Chinese securities.
中国的一些安全。
Actually, he does it on the street, huh? Have you seen it?
Yeah, he's done it in street. Yeah, and because he's the same. He can like prevention. He gives some injection prevention. So he is working everywhere, even without mask. But he didn't get infected. And actually, there's a news. They say like one of the Chinese scientists, to promotion him, give him a chance to be invited by Korean to handle the virus there. But then, like some people prevented him to go. It's like because if they let him go, then became like their mistake or their fault. So they have to cover that.
What?
You know, he's supposed to have a opportunity to go to Korean to help the Korean to make the to against the virus.
Any other question?
Okay. Any other question? Not much.
Got a question in the Q&A here from Helena that might be a common question for people out there, who says, I have a stent in my heart applied in 2017. Can I use GANS or the Cup of Life? Thank you.
You can use GANS. Don't apply it on your body. Apply it on the environment.
So not to drink the GANS water?
Your microphone is open, Lynn.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It's nearly 2 o'clock in China, 1:30. Any other question, or shall we call it a day? We've been going for nearly 9 hours. 9.5 hours. We said we'll stay at 10 hours. And we would like to know how others will start moving for their nations.
Mr. Cash, Joaquim Ferrari from Brazil.
Yes.
I have 3 questions, if you can, please. The first one is, can we do an analogy between monarchy and the coronavirus?
What? No, I don't even go there. But no.
There is one interesting analogy where the crown has been given up by Prince Harry. He's no longer considered part of the monarchy, and he's moving to Canada. So
I thought he already moved to Canada.
Yeah, he's already moved, but he just got removed from the monarchy a couple of days ago. I think they had an official ceremony, kind of a goodbye ceremony, and he's no longer
hasn't he followed the path of his mother? If you remember, when Diana got divorced, the Queen took the title of monarch from her. And she refused even to lower the flag of Buckingham Palace because she was in the monarch in her funeral. And Tony Blair went for choice, monarchy or democracy. And the Queen had to give in.
Okay. Well, I think that the Queen's kids are not... The Queen's kids are not so much into maintaining the structure, it seems. So
no,
in a way that I think, the crown, the corona, it's an interesting analogy, but it's perhaps stretching things a bit too far. But there is a lot of coincidences going on, so why not?
Just by name.
What if all the
Hi.
other monarchies come down in the next little while?
I can hear a voice coming up, guys. Be ready.
I heard it.
Good evening. No, I haven't. I just received a message and I posted to Rick in the Zoom chat something to do with the salts, please. A lot of people are getting confused and have difficulties when there is iodine in the salt or
Doesn't
other
matter what
materials.
is in the salt.
I can't
Doesn't
even
matter.
pronounce the name.
Doesn't matter what's in the salt. Don't worry about it.
It's ferrocyanide.
Yeah, we already talked
Oh
about
my
that in
God.
a
Have you seen this
previous workshop, and Mr. Kesh looked at the structure, the chemical structure, and thought that it was fine.
Rick,
And that is
I've got
fine.
the news for you. It says Trudeau self-isolating after wife Sophie developed fever. Gets tested for coronavirus.
Is that real, or is it a
I don't
fake site or
know. It's
something?
here. Robert Island has sent it to me, but somewhere from the Facebook. You know something? Do they need to get instead of just spray on their head? Do you have a pain, darling? You got it. No problem. I think you better run. Told you how many of our leaders will get it.
Interesting. So I'll have to look into that.
Hello, Mr. Cash. Rafael from Brazil.
Ah, hello. How are
Hello.
you?
Yes, sir. I have a question here from Brazil that a lot of people take it to me because a lot of people here in Brazil made the nano coating in the coffee with the chicken mash. So they
You do not use chicken mash. You do not use chicken mash. Who will use the chicken mash? We keep out. Where does this come from? Why you Brazilians don't listen? No one uses chicken mash. You want to help your virus? Use chicken mash.
Okay.
I don't know where it came to. Only in Brazil, nobody else touches chicken mash. I've seen it in the chats, and I put a few notes, and it just go. You know, I think it's a lot of what do you call it? Correction needs to be made in Brazil in respect to, because people who were there originally have made so much mistakes, and they're building on that mistake. Never touch chicken mash till we go through the crisis with this virus. Reason being, iron and chicken mash, which creates CH3, it feeds the energy of the virus. Very simple. What else, Mr. Rafael?
The other question was made by Caroline. You answered already because here in Brazil we have a law that all the salts need to have iodine here.
Doesn't matter. You use it because you don't have a choice. Then the body decides. It means your body is matched to it. If you've been drinking it and eating it for years, so you are part of it. It's part of your structure. Any other question?
I'll just mention that the rumor about the Canadian Prime Minister is true. He is in self-isolation due to his wife, Sophie, who was in a speaking engagement in the UK. And when she came home last night, she had symptoms, and so now they're self-isolating until the
Can you
test
ask her, did she have a pizza in London? Yeah, because all the Italians are sick in London. We have some knowledge seekers who have the fever.
Oh wow!
In London.
Pizza, of course.
Yeah, pizza. This pizza business is making a lot of what do you call it? It's strange. You walk around the shop, there's nobody buying pasta, nobody buying tomato tins. They're all left.
Interesting. I would just buy a pizza.
You know what it
yesterday.
is? The Indians are doing a very good business at the moment. Nobody's going to pizza, nobody going to the Chinese, only left the local and the Indians.
And maybe African dishes will become popular now.
Popular as well, huh? But you know something? When you go to India and you eat such a hot curry that even the temperature goes up and it kills the virus.
Even the virus goes running. I see. Yes.
But it's strange, huh? The Italians are emptying, and the Chinese got emptied a long time ago. Now you see Italian, you run. We call it a day. I hope today, primarily with what we saw this morning with the paper published, it puts a lot of things into motion for new science and technology. With the cases we've seen with Iran and many more, which is getting done, we push the barriers of governments understanding there is a solution. I'd like to thank the Iranian team and the rest of the Keshe Foundation team. The head of the Keshe Foundation, she hasn't slept over 24 hours. And the same with Stanley and the rest of the Keshe Foundation supporting in Iran and across the world. Thank you for being with us this time. This was something which was needed and something it was to waken up the government of Iran to bring to home. We have no choice. But at the same time, was to show to the world, Corona is not that deadly when you have a friend in a cup. Cup of life is one of the solutions, one of the ways. But at least it's a light way and you can mutate. Thank you very much. Thank you for today, and we keep to our promise. If anything further develops, we'll bring it to you next week. Or we wait to see how knowledge seekers gather together to change the situation. Thank you very much for today. Thanks, Rick. Thanks to all of the Keshe Foundation.
خسته نباشین جان.
خسته نباشی استاد. ماشاءالله به این قدرتت ما که بریدیم.
ما جوونیم، شما دیگه پیر شدیم.
والا حقیقتا هم همینه.
امروز فهمیدم واقعا پیر شدم.
میدونین چی میگن؟ میگن فرفر نبین چه ریزه، بشکن ببین چه تیزه. شما وقتی پیر میشین تازه تون میشین. ما پیر شدیم.
بابا یه خود از این گنسمنسا چی میخوری؟ با ما هم بگو بخوریم.
نمیدونم، وقتی خودم پی بردم بهتون میگم.
بابا من که 3 دفعه این وسط حال رفتم.
شما باز خوب غذا خوردین. دوستان عزیز خیلی متشکرم برای اینکه اینجایی. به امید خدا برمیگردیم تو کانال‌های کمک و ازتون تشکر میکنم برای همه کارهایی که کردیم و میکنید. با امید خدا یه راه حلی برای این موضوع پیدا میکنن در ایران و دوستان و ببینیم تا چی میشه. خیلی متشکرم.
قربان
خسته نباشه.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good night. Good day to you wherever and whenever you go to sleep and you put your head to rest tonight.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
خانم محمدی خسته نباشید.
Thank you.
متشکرم همچنین. مرسی.
خسته نباشید خانم محمدی.
دکتر رضا شما هم اینطور.
قرار پور جان خسته نباشید.
Would you like to go out with an intro with the flag of the Keshe Foundation?
دکتر اسدی.
جانم.
سلام، من ظفری هستم.
همه رو میشنویم. Stanley, are you awake or still asleep?
بگو.
اول برنامه تا
ببخشید آقای ظفری، بلنگتون بازه، همه میشنون.
اشکال نداره من فقط می‌خواستم
Stanley, are you there? Rick,
Yeah.
I think the Cash Foundation team is asleep.
No.
I'm here. Stanley's coming around there, I believe.
Can we have the Cash Foundation flag and we call goodbye with it?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Stanley. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And thanks to everyone for joining us today for the 319th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the Coronavirus Blueprint Day, Keshe Foundation Iran, for Thursday, March 12th, 2020. I'll just mention that we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday of next week. And there's a good chance there'll be more information and other goodies available at that workshop for people to attend.
Go ahead and take share, Stanley.
تا مقامات دولتی تصمیمشون رو بگیرن ما در بالاترین سطحی که امکان داره در حرکتیم. اینو نگاه نکنید که کاری نمی‌کنید. شما باید یه چیزی متوجه بشین. به هیچ عنوان نمیتونید دولت رو تحت سوال بذارید. به هیچ عنوان نمیتونید ملت رو تحت سوال بذارید. ما حاضر برای چنین چیزی نبودیم. خود دولت در شوکه، همونی که در ملت هست. وظیفه شما همون دانشجوی عکسای کشورش اینه که الان ما باید هم پشت ملت باشیم هم پشت دولت. ضعف در هر کدوم از بین بردن این راه میشه. ضعف در این پشت ملت باید هستیم، تعداد زیادی میبرن. اگر پشت دولتمون باید هستیم دیگران میخورن. برای همین مرزی وارد الان موقع سرزنش و حرف بی‌ربط نیست. الان موقع اتحاده. هر کاری که هست، هر چی که هست، برای اینکه دانششو داریم، دانشش مال خودمون. من تا حالا این دانش رو به هیچ جوری به این سادگی برای هیچ ملتی تشریح نکردم.